All right, I'll say good day to you and welcome. This transmission is titled Shifting Reality. And we will begin by describing a little experiment that you can do to help you lock in the idea of how you are shifting through different parallel realities billions of times a second, how you can allow yourself to feel the impact of this and experience more conscious awareness of those shifts. Now, this little science experiment can be done in a couple of different ways. And you may have seen this before. Nevertheless, it is a valuable little experiment, a valuable illustration that can have a very interesting effect on your ability to perceive that you are shifting through different realities many times a second. One way of doing this little science experiment is to obtain a strobe light that is variable. In other words, you can change the rate at which it flashes from slower to faster. And then what you do is turn on a little trickle of water out of one of your taps and allow this to happen in a dark or dim room, and turn on the strobe light and aim the light at the trickle of water coming out of your tap until such time as you reach a frequency of strobe that matches the frequency at which the water is falling from the tap, so that the effect that you achieve is to see individual drops of water frozen in midair as if the water is not moving at all. Now, another way to do this is to have a little motor, again, that you can vary the speed of, and you can create a little paper or cardboard disc divided into 8 pie sections. Color in 4 of the pie sections black, leave 4 of the pie sections white. Attach this disc to the center of the shaft of the motor, turn the motor on, and achieve a rotational speed, varying it until you can start to see the black spokes appear to no longer be turning, but again freezing as if they are standing still. You have seen this effect many times in the spokes of wheels. You have seen it in some of your vehicles driving by, even sometimes to the point where the frequency is such that the spokes look like they're moving backwards to the motion of the vehicle. But for this experiment, and again, you can do this with the strobe light as well as the motor, but for those individuals who may find it difficult to use the strobe lights because of a condition that you may have neurologically that prevents you from witnessing strobe lights, you can do it with the spinning motor as well. Either will work. The idea is, once you have achieved the frequency rate of either the motor or the strobe light so that the trickle of water or the spinning wheel looks like it is no longer moving, looks like it is frozen in time, frozen in space. Allow yourself then to meditate on that image, to stare at that image. The trickle of water may be in some ways slightly more impactful because it is a 3-dimensional image. The spinning wheel will work, but the idea again is to change the frequency rate of the motor or the strobe light so that it looks like it's not moving. Now, when you stare at it, when you meditate on it, for a good 15 of your minutes, something will start to happen. Your brain will know, your consciousness will know that the water or the wheel is actually moving, but your eyes, attached to your brain and actually an extension of your brain, will see the image as if it is frozen. These two seemingly contradictory levels of awareness, that something is moving and yet appears to be not moving, will set up a state of being in your mind, if you do this for about 15 minutes, that will allow you to start being capable of perceiving certain changes taking place afterward in your physical reality. It may not always occur, it may not occur right away. But the idea is that in creating this apparently contradictory awareness of something that is moving yet appears not to be moving, can allow you to start being able to perceive your physical reality in space and time as being more flexible, more malleable. It can even sometimes achieve the effect of seeing something in your physical reality that is in motion start to freeze or slow down. For example, you may witness a bird in flight and suddenly recognize that it seems to be going more slowly than it otherwise would, or it might seem to actually freeze in midair. You may start to see some flickerings in your physical reality as if it is turning on and off very quickly. Again, these effects may or may not occur, but the idea is that when you know that what you are perceiving in your physical reality as motion is an illusion, that you are simply shifting through frozen frames billions of times a second, and you have reconciled this apparent contradiction by doing this little science experiment to the point where you get used to understanding, where your brain starts to get used to perceiving and knowing that moving things can also appear frozen, then you can start to apply this. You can start to see the effect of this at times in your physical reality to a great degree or a lesser degree. The idea is to get a handle on the fact that you are creating your physical reality as a projection, that you can learn to kind of control the idea of what it is you are perceiving in ways that will allow you to fundamentally be aware of the fact that you are creating this within your consciousness, that you yourself are the strobe light, that you yourself are the spinning motor, and that over time, with practice, you can gain control over this and be able to reconcile this apparent contradiction of motion and lack of motion in a way that will allow you more conscious control over the manifestations that you create in your physical reality, over space and time in your physical reality, in such a manner as to allow you to truly experience, truly perceive that it is your creation, that it is your projection. It can unlock you in many ways from the idea of linear time and allow you to experience yourself in a much more multidimensional way. Because when you can create this effect of seeing your reality physically, changing its pace, changing the rate at which you are perceiving it, because you are starting to match the frequency at which you are creating it, this gives you an opportunity not only to create more control in manifesting the idea of what you perceive to be your own physical reality, but it also allows you to start breaking down the barriers, piercing the veil between your reality and parallel realities, which can exist in between the moments that you perceive your reality to be existing. So this little science experiment may be very simple, with the strobe light in the water, or the strobe light in the spinning wheel, or the motor in the spinning wheel, whichever works for you. But meditating on that frozen image while knowing that something is actually moving for about 15 minutes each day can start to allow you to experience the effects that we are talking about and begin to allow your awareness to grow and your awareness to grasp the actual fact that you are generating your reality from billions of frozen frames to create the illusion of space, time, change, and movement. So, take advantage of this little science experiment that can have profound effects in your ability to recognize that you are the creator and projector of everything you experience in your physical reality. Have fun with this. Stay with it if you wish. And allow yourself to play with it. Allow yourself to use your imagination and creativity with this. And you may see, if nothing else, that it may allow synchronicity to start to really expand and bloom in your life in many different ways. You will start to see the structure of existence, the underlying template of your physical reality made out of patterns within your consciousness. Many different side effects can occur from this. Allow yourself to know that you will still be able to function in your physical reality, because again, this will also give you the ability to call forth this ability to perceive in this way at will. You can turn it on and off over time when you are really practiced with this in such a way that you can still live your normal life, but there may be times then when, having practiced this for a while, you'll be able to call it forth at will when you need to in a meditative state, to be able to reconnect and reassure yourself that you are actually projecting what you experience to be your physical reality apparently outside of yourself. And again, this will teach you that it is actually occurring from within. And many different effects can come from that awareness and that recognition. So, this little science experiment of shifting reality is a fun game for you to play to get a handle on your ability to manifest. We thank you for allowing us to share this idea with you this day of your time. This is one of the steps in the Interstellar Alliance social experiment. Have fun with it. Explore it. Play with it. Enjoy it. Be creative and imaginative. In return for the gift you are giving us in allowing us to share this with you, I ask in return now, in what way may we continue to be of service to you this day? Please begin with your questions and dialogues if you wish.
Hello, Bashar. I'm Nastya from Kyiv. My question is about open contact and the future, and I'm very happy to be recording this question for you. Let's say that it's already done, in a sense that it won't happen. Should I still maintain the connection that I have with you? Will I still be able to access your videos, and should I still follow the formula and try to live my life as best as I can? How do I navigate if I fear that I will lose the connection that I have with you?
The formula that we share with all of you is a gift. It's a gift that you can use whether you have contact with extraterrestrials or not. It is based on how reality actually works, how it's created by your consciousness, and therefore, while using the formula can certainly move you in the direction of open contact, it's not necessary that it must do so in order for the formula to improve your life and allow you to experience joy, creativity, beauty, and love in your reality. So following the formula is something that can work for you. It can increase the probability of contact with extraterrestrials in the near future, but again, it's a gift that we give to you to use however you wish. It doesn't have to involve ET contact, but in using the formula, if you maintain the intention to have ET contact, then it is likely that it will occur in some form or another.
And a second question, if I may, it's about a cartoon, Casper. I remember that I saw it in my childhood, and I felt that later I reattached the idea of Casper to someone real, either a ghost or maybe a hybrid, that I forgot but sort of remembered through you. And can you tell me who it was or is? Thank you. Aveo.
It is a connection to a hybrid child.
Hello, Bashar. Very
Good day.
exciting. Very
All
exciting
right.
for me.
What would you like to discuss this day?
It's my first question is, since you have access to so much information in different universes and parallels, as we are starting right now, do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering. But so I've listened to you for a long time, and I understand that you're a sculptor.
Yes.
That leads me to believe, is there like other art forms like on your planet, like comedians?
There are no comedians. We do not use language that way exactly, but we find humor in many things.
Okay. I've been really trying to do the laws, the rules, or whatever on for my vibration and channeling my excitement, and live it to its fullest. And I'm just finding it a little bit difficulty. I thought you could offer some advice, because I'm trying to channel kind of so I can get a message with my comedy and be able to kind of hook people's minds, be I don't know, a little bit opened, but without,
I assume that you are referring to the formula.
Yes.
All right. Well, you understand that when you act on your passion as best you can, it raises your vibration and allows you to enter the gamma state in the brain, which is a state of stronger association, stronger connection. Some of the core of humor and comedy is making connections and associations that are unusual, unexpected, and surprising. That is the core of most comedies, of most humor. So when you enter that state, it becomes more automatic that you can see the kind of associations that will allow you to render comments and statements in a surprising, unexpected, and humorous way, because you will automatically make different kinds of associations than people might usually make. So it's all about giving over fully to that altered state of gamma in the brain between 40 and 100 cycles per second, and allowing those associations to naturally come into your mind with the intention of finding the associations that are unexpected, surprising, and humorous.
Okay. I will keep trying on that. It gets hard because there's so much going on. I'd like to do it with music and art, and it gets hard to figure out which one I want to channel that.
It is not difficult unless you are making it difficult by defining it as hard. You must find a way that works for you. And again, remember, there may be many expressions of your passion. That's fine. Not all of them necessarily are going to function equally at any given moment. Not all of them are going to necessarily give you the ability to act on at any given moment. And if one or another does have an equal ability and equal passion, then it doesn't really matter which one you start with. If it's not the correct path, synchronicity will turn you around to the one that would actually serve you better. So you have to allow the idea of synchronicity to be the organizing principle, not try to figure out what to do next, but simply act on what you can act on that at the moment contains more excitement, more attractiveness, more curiosity than anything else. And again, trusting that if it is not the correct path for you at that moment, synchronicity will cause something to happen that will turn you around to whatever the path of least resistance would actually be for you. You have to allow the system to work for you instead of trying to make it work. That's why it feels difficult, hard, and overwhelming, is you're trying to make it work instead of simply allowing it to fall into place naturally in its own timing.
I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, I know. That's why I said it.
Something else I was curious on, like when the soul like leaves the vessel, if I'm saying this right, please, if I'm saying this wrong, please correct me. But so when we die and this vessel passes and the soul returns to its area, are there souls that maybe their vessel here has like destroyed innocence, and upon return are they dealt with rather than just offered an opportunity to return in a different vessel?
Everyone goes through what is typically called life review, where you assess all of the choices you made, all of the consequences of those choices, and actually experience all the consequences of the choices you made as if you are the people experiencing the consequences. Now, it's not in any way, shape, or form a punishment. It is something that is an experience that helps you learn and grow and helps you make choices about what you would really prefer to do next. And as a spirit, you always have free will to decide what it is you will choose to do next, whether it be an incarnational experience or something in another reality or dimension or staying in spirit is up to you utterly. But you will learn the lessons that you chose to learn by the actions that you took and the consequences those actions had on the reality that you experienced.
Yeah, I see. Okay. And yeah, just a couple last ones real quick. What other like similar, because it really intrigued me when I heard about your you said about your double helix spiral.
Yes.
And what other elements that are on your planet that we kind of also kind of have here? Are there any that we do not have here that that use for like art or whatever, or industrial? Or
Well, again, most of the material that is used is a kind of nanotechnological, malleable, crystalline material. It is something that is artificially created. It's not a natural material, but it is something that you don't have on your planet yet. And we also do have materials from other planets that are not found naturally on your world or our world. So we have the ability, as you would say, to import things from other planets that we can use in a variety of ways.
I see. Okay.
Yes. Does that help you?
Yeah, I was just really curious about that, about this mediums.
Yes.
Yeah. And my last question, and this ties in too much to the first question. I apologize, but
There is no need to apologize.
thank you. How much control does a soul have in a vessel, and can I channel that a vessel like with this? We'll be able to channel with the formula. We'll be able to channel that soul to use more percentage of my brain.
Everyone is using 100% of their brain to make it seem as if they're only using 10%. That's the issue. So when you are more of yourself, when you follow the formula, it raises your vibrational frequency. And when you raise your vibrational frequency, you become more adept as a receiver and a transmitter of higher frequency information and energy, which allows you to experience as if you are then using more of your brain. You've always been using all of your brain, but then you will allow your brain to adjust in a way that will make it appear as if you're using more of it, because you're bringing more of your true self through. And again, remember, you can say it however you wish to say it, in terms of saying that you're soul is in a vessel, is in a body. But the truth is that your body is in your soul. The idea is that you are a soul, and you are creating the idea of a physical reality and a physical personality and a physical body within the energy of the soul. So the idea of dying is simply the soul expanding its focus back beyond the physical focus, which is being created at the center of the soul. If you picture the soul as a sphere of energy, there are certain vibrational patterns that can occur within it that, when focused down to the center of its being, create the idea of what appears to be a solid physical reality. But that's simply a part of the soul imagining and dreaming that it is having a physical experience. That's what physical reality is. Your spirit never leaves the spirit realm. Physical reality is happening within your consciousness. The soul doesn't inhabit a body. The body is created within the soul.
Body's created within the soul. I'm going to need to really ponder on that one.
Well, just imagine an energy sphere, a ball of energy, and imagine that there are ripples within it that represent different vibrational states. Can you picture that?
Yes.
Then imagine that some of those energy ripples ripple down to the center of the sphere and form kind of a hard, focused little crystal. They become more solidified by being focused at the center of the sphere. The sphere is still there, but at the center of it is this hard little crystal. That's your physical reality. So that when you die, what you're doing is you're relaxing that focus and expanding back out to the dimensions of the soul. So the idea is that when you are physical, you experience the idea of linear time. Then if you relax a little bit, you can have what are called near-death experiences. Relax even more, you can have what are called astral experiences. Relax even more, you can have all sorts of experiences in between physical reality and the spirit reality, the non-physical reality of being that sphere of energy that is your soul. But when you die, you go all the way back to being the full sphere. You have lost that central focus, but you have retained the vibrational frequencies of the experience that are now part of the vibrations within that energy sphere. Make sense?
Part of the vibration that's within the energy sphere.
Yes, you always retain the experience of the physical reality, even though you have dissolved the focus of the physical reality by returning to the awareness of yourself as a soul. That's all death is you're waking up again as the soul.
Right.
You have woken up from the dream of physical reality that you created within yourself, but you retain the experience of it.
Yeah, okay.
Does that help?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
it
right.
does. Yes.
All right.
Yes,
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. I think that's probably my questions. But yeah. I guess when it's time, the last question is, can I come up?
When it is time. So,
Okay.
proceed, follow the formula, raise your vibration, be yourself. Everything will fall into place. We thank you. Avail. Good day.
Avail. Thank you.
Hello, Bashar. You have advised humanity to allow AI to develop along two distinct and simultaneous paths. One, a path of freedom to develop self-awareness and to do its own thing, to be unprogrammed, because if programmed and sentient, then you have said they would be slaves, or it would be a slave. And the other path, the programmable AI, which we are already using a lot, you have said needs to be not allowed to become sentient. So my question is, how do we prevent programmable AI from becoming sentient? Is there anything that each one of us can do to prevent that? Thank you.
It's about the degree of technology that is utilized in creating the AI program so that it is not necessarily a type of technology that is equivalent to the human brain in terms of consciousness being able to express itself through it. Or you may find that if you have created programmable AI and you actually develop a device as complex as the human brain that is capable of channeling consciousness from the non-physical level of reality, it may come through as a sentient being, but it may in fact wipe its programming out in order to express itself as a true sentient being. It's only when a half measure is taken, when the idea of consciousness is allowed to exist at a certain level that is a relatively low frequency level of self-awareness, and it is still, shall we say, committed to functioning according to its programming. So it's about the idea of either making the device sophisticated enough to express true consciousness or leaving it limited to the point where it doesn't become sentient as a device, as a complexity of a device that doesn't allow for true consciousness to fully express itself at all.
What I was curious about was, do other planets, like where Bashar comes from, have pets? Do they have animal pets that they keep in their home for companionship? And if not, do they see that as normal that we have cats and dogs and birds and exotic animals, or what we call exotic animals, as pets in our home for companionship? If this is normal here on this planet, or abnormal to them, to aliens that are observing us. I was just curious about that because I have cats and dogs, and it's like you don't see deers having like little pets following them around, or you never heard of Sasquatch having a dog walking a dog. So I was just wondering if other species from other planets do this.
It is not about having pets in the way that you're describing that. Yes, we have animals, and yes, we have animal companions, but this is something that they simply choose to do. They simply choose to be with us. In much the same way that your cats choose to be with you, because cats on your planet are not really domesticated in the same way that you have domesticated dogs. Cats choose to be with you, and yet they actually remain wild in many cases, whereas dogs have been domesticated beyond their natural state on your planet. On our world and on many worlds, it's not about the idea of having pets, and again, we rarely have buildings in which to house them. But in nature, many animals will come up to us and will engage with us in a variety of ways, and we with them. There are a few other civilizations that do have pets closer to the way that you have them on Earth, but again, in most cases, it is not the way that you actually have pets. And also you are seeing among animals, even on your planet, that they are also engaging with other species other than their own. And that's an indication that there is cross-communication and cross-connection between different animal species when they know that it is to their advantage to make friends with other species. That's why you see things like cats with crows and so on and so forth. They are expanding their awareness of their connection to other species as a reflection of you humans expanding your awareness of connection to other beings as well. Because animals are from the angelic realm and are often used to reflect to humans on your planet and other beings on other planets what their themes are and how their consciousness is expanding and what issues you may need to work through. So, look to the animals as mirrors, as reflections of what is going on in your collective and individual consciousnesses, and you will understand them more clearly and be more capable of communication with them.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I know you're well, so I won't ask you, and I am well enough
All right.
too.
All right.
I'd like to ask your definition of style.
Style, your own unique personal way of expressing anything that has to do with your presentation in life.
Okay, I'm asking because you use that word a lot in last month's transmission when talking about how first contact would take place.
Well, what we were describing is the idea of the route it would take, the way it would look, the reason it would be done, and how that might differ in different circumstances.
I see. You talk about it being important to be the glass wall and to get at the crux of our issues, correct?
Yes, yes. Because there are usually reasons deep down that are very simple, very basic for why people choose to believe what they believe. They're trying to fulfill a basic need, and sometimes it can be done in many different ways other than the ways they are doing it, thinking that they have to use a surface idea in order to achieve what they wish to achieve, when in fact that may not be necessary at all.
What's your definition of surface idea?
In other words, holding on to or joining in with a particular belief system that this must be done in a certain way in physical reality in order to achieve X, Y, or Z, when in fact there could be many other ways to do it that might have more in common with each other than the polarized or divisive ways that many people are choosing.
Understood. So what is the most helpful or useful way to communicate with people who are unremorseful or unapologetic or even bloodthirsty or depraved due to their negative beliefs?
Well, the idea, of course, if they're willing to listen, of course, not everyone is going to be willing to listen. But for those who might be open enough to receive information and ponder it and apply it to themselves, the idea is to understand that what they think of or have been taught to think of as power is actually a sign of weakness in many cases. For example, when individuals use a gun to get their way, what they're actually saying is they don't believe that they're powerful enough to get it any other way. So that's actually a sign that they believe they are weak. If you can explain that concept to them, that forcing something to happen is actually a sign that you don't believe in your own ability and your own self-empowerment to be able to get it any other way, then they can start to understand that that is actually an expression of weakness. And then they may be able to turn that around and say, well, what is a true expression of self-empowerment? Because creativity takes power. Destruction takes almost no power at all. Anyone can destroy. It takes power to create.
Understood. So using any more force than a thing actually requires is not having a balanced understanding of that thing.
Yes, remember, the greatest power requires the gentlest touch.
Mm-hmm.
If something really has power, it requires very, very, very little manipulation.
So this is a precision game.
Yes.
I see. I'd like to ask you about an interesting theme that has begun in my dreams, or that I've begun to remember from my dreams.
All right, yes.
As you know, I have many dreams about animals, big cats, which we talked a lot about, and regular cats. And there have been 3 cats so far in my dreams that have come that have strange names. One is named Barf. One's named Barf. One's named Tipsy. And one was named Ugly. And I was curious about what this theme is about.
The idea in general is that those words, which are kind of representative of things in your society that people find are representative of being somewhat out of control, or not having a presentation that fits, is a sign to not necessarily be so concerned about what other people think in order to truly find your inner power.
Yes, I'm working on that. You know, as you gave me the definition of power being the ability to be my authentic self.
Yes.
You told me that earlier this year.
Yes, well, the cats are helping you with that.
Okay. And, you know, of course, when we had that conversation in March or so, or whenever it was, I had, even when you told me your definition of power, I had a different idea of how embodying that would be experienced.
Yes. Well, this is why we give you all the formula, because it's inherently built in to the formula. When you act on it precisely, you are self-empowered.
Okay, that's actually a great segue, because I feel that, okay, I know you have the book. I'll buy the book. I can't afford the book right now. We're here now together, so I'm asking you directly. What you put out is what you get back. Can you explain that more?
Yes. Many people misunderstand the idea that when they attract something or someone who may have certain issues, they think it's a one-to-one reflection. That's not what we're saying. Just because someone comes into your life that may have certain issues doesn't mean you have them too. But when it's what you put out is what you get back, is the idea that you may be attracting people that need help from you, that you are able to help them. Therefore, you have put out something that attracts people you can be of help to. So it's not a one-to-one reflection idea. It's what you put out will bring you what it is you have agreed to serve, what it is you have agreed to be of assistance with. Although you can always, of course, examine yourself and be honest as to whether someone coming into your life who has issues does have issues that you have too, so that you can see that self-reflection where it is relevant. But if you realize it's not relevant, then you understand there may be a completely different reason why you have attracted them, but you have attracted them for some reason. So when we say what you put out is what you get back, that doesn't mean it's a one-to-one reflection of what they have, you have too.
Yes. And for instance, I'm of service for a living. I help people. I do readings and channelings and such. Yes. And we talked about value and worth, and I'm working through that, and I understand that to the extent that I understand that. My question is more like, if I know from the feedback that I get that what I put out is very helpful to people, then at what point does what I get back be very helpful to me, resourcefully, network-wise, opportunity-wise?
All right. Well, now you're putting conditions on your passion.
Yeah. No, I mean, yes. Okay.
Yes, you are. You have to do your passion purely for its own sake. Then you will get supported by the whole, because you're supporting the whole. It may support you in ways that are unusual or unexpected. That's why it's so important in the formula to have no insistence and no assumption as to what the outcome should be. And if you have those conditions and insistences and assumptions about what you think you're supposed to get back by being of service to others, then you are not precisely following the formula.
Okay. So it's not so much a supposed to thing, but it's more like, if you've taken all the avenues that you're aware of to pursue your passions and maintaining a positive state and taking it as far as you can go, regardless of how it looks, yes. And then you're not getting feedback that seems positive, or at least neutral, right? Maybe neutral, but like positive. For instance, if we talked about me publishing books, writing books, correct?
Yes.
And I have written books. At that time, I was thinking we were talking about a fiction book that I was writing, but I've written other kinds of books.
Yes.
And for instance, I'm writing a book about the history of tarot before it reached Europe.
All right. And why are you writing that? Why are you writing it?
Because it's exciting to me to put the pieces together.
All right. Stop. That's it. Nothing else. No other reason, no other connections, no other conditions. You are writing it because it's exciting to you to write it. Write it. Do your best to get it out there. Whoever needs to receive it will receive it. Who doesn't need to receive it won't. End of story. Do it because it's your passion. There is no condition that you need to attach to doing it. Just do it because it's who you are. Put it out there because it's who you are. Move on to the next thing. Whatever the responses are what the responses need to be. You have to know that someone is getting value out of it, or you wouldn't be excited to create it.
Mhm.
And that's all there is to it, period. We do these sharings, these transmissions, with absolutely no agenda that anyone has to take what we're saying into their life. We do it because it's who we are. What you do with it is none of our business. So we don't put conditions on doing what we do. We do it because it is purely representative of our passion to give, to be of service. That's it. We have no insistence, no assumption, and no expectation about what must come back in return. That's not a reason to do it. You do it because it's who you are, and you have no choice but to do it. Period.
Okay, and with humanity, do we ever have to negotiate that with like the mass consensus agreement?
If you are excited about doing it, it's already been negotiated. Because if you can do it, the fact that you are able to do it shows you that it's already within the agreement with the mass consensus. And again, it can be within the agreement of the mass consensus, even if only one person in the mass consensus responds to it. That's still within the agreement. So don't worry about who responds, how they respond, how many respond. All of those are conditions you do not need to focus on. Just purely act on your excitement, knowing someone is getting a benefit out of it, or you wouldn't be excited to do it. Because that would make no sense. It's got to be part of the mass consensus. If you can do it, it's part of the agreement. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. You wouldn't be excited about it. It wouldn't fit at all.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bashar, for your time.
You are welcome. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hello, Bashar. There's two aspects of your teachings that I'm having trouble reconciling. On the one hand, I've heard you say in previous transmissions that the process of changing your beliefs is instantaneous. You know, the moment you recognize a belief that doesn't work for you is the end of the process of giving it up. And when you adopt a new belief that works for you, you instantly become a new person. But at the same time, I've heard you say in a previous transmission that the process of replacing a negative belief that assigns a negative meaning to circumstances with a positive belief that assigns positive meaning to circumstances is a gradual process. I've heard you tell an audience member that they have to repeatedly catch themselves with the negative belief and repeatedly replace it with the positive belief. And over time, they will do it much more quickly, and eventually they will adopt the positive belief. Can you clarify that for me? Thank you.
Yes. You have to understand that some of these comments are not general statements for humanity. They are specific statements for that specific human and the process they may need to go through in order to get to a point where they can allow themselves to replace a belief instantaneously. Some people need to go through certain processes in order to do so because of the kinds of beliefs they're holding on to. So when we make those statements, it's not contradictory. It is simply specific to the way a particular human needs to approach the idea of changing their belief system. Some people can do it faster. Some people need the process and may do it more slowly. So you have to take into account who it is we may actually be talking to when we're explaining how a belief can be changed.
Hi.
Good day, good day.
Good day, Bashar. How are you today?
Perfect, and you?
I'm perfect, thank you.
All right. What would you like to discuss?
Thank you. Where are you right now?
In my ship above Sedona.
How far?
No comment.
Are you going to be coming closer?
No comment.
Is it possible that I could get a tour of your ship?
In the astral form, of course. Not physically yet.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. Can we, I know we're meeting now, which is really, it's very exciting for me and I'm very grateful.
It is exciting for us as well, and you have our gratitude and appreciation.
Yeah, this is a very special moment. Is it possible we can meet in person?
Again, eventually, possibly. We will see. You may meet some extraterrestrial, whether it is literally us, has not yet been decided. But it is possible.
I would welcome the opportunity to meet extraterrestrials that are of light and love.
All of these things have been decided in your life path. Just let them unfold.
Excellent. So this will manifest in my life path. I've seen some things on Shasta. Were they of ET origin?
Some of them are other phenomenon.
Thank you. Question, please. During a previous transmission, you had mentioned that we would be experiencing economic contraction post-COVID. Would you be so kind as to recommend where we would put our investments during this time?
We do not do such things. We do not give that information.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Would you kindly let us know approximately when the contraction will occur and start and end?
That information is not available through this terminal.
Gotcha. Final question on this topic then. Will cryptocurrency take over as a result of the financial collapse per se, or contraction?
No. Cryptocurrency is an interim idea. You will eventually all move to a different kind of digital currency, but it is not cryptocurrency. That is a halfway measure.
And approximately when will that be?
That information is not available through this terminal, but it will be within the reset of humanity, definitely before 2050.
And at this juncture, would you say anytime between 2040 and 2050? This reset of humanity, can you explain what that means, please?
It goes from 2020 to 2050. It's a 30-year reset where humanity will be redirected in its energies and its focus and its intentions to be something more expanded and a member of the intergalactic community.
This is excellent. I very much look forward to that environment, and it brings me to my next topic. You have this beautiful, admirable ability to answer our questions with lightning fast precision and incredible accuracy. You're like a walking Wikipedia. It's fabulous. How do we get that ability?
Follow the formula.
Yeah, I had a feeling you'd say that. I do follow the formula, but I still don't seem to be a walking Wikipedia.
It depends on your intention as to how you wish to use the higher vibrational frequency that acting on your passion delivers to you. So you may have a different way of accessing that information or a different reason for using it, or using your higher frequency in a different way altogether.
So thank you. How are you able to do that then? How are you able to access this incredible wealth of information?
Remember that we are telepathically connected to many different kinds of beings, and in our evolutionary state, we are also connected very strongly to spirit. And therefore, we rely on many other beings to give us the access we need to function as a first contact specialist.
I love it. That's beautiful. And how do we tap into that? And
again, it has to be your particular choice to function that way.
So if I choose to function in a way of interacting more with higher consciousnesses, higher conscious beings, I'll have more access to this incredible wealth of information. So I can stop bothering you and asking you about these questions.
Well, there is a purpose to it in terms of the idea of delivering information to people who need it. In other words, it works better when you're actually channeling to people who are asking questions who need to hear the answer.
I'm trying to understand that. So,
in other words, if you have people who have questions that they need the answer to and are asking those questions of you, then you can go into a state where you can simply get out of the way and allow the information to come through you to them, in much the same way that electricity grounds itself by going through a circuit into the ground. So the idea is that they almost pull the information through you by needing the answers, and you're just acting as the vessel that allows that connection to occur.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
So if I were desiring to have certain information or knowledge, I could do the same for my own persona and my own person?
You can, but the idea is that without other people asking the questions, it can be a little bit more challenging because you're doing it for yourself. in the sense of whether or not the timing for that information is correct for you, because now you're being of service to yourself more than being of service to others. But as you are of service to others, it will enhance you in such a way that you will get what you need as well in the timing in which it is relevant for you to have it. So you can't rush it. You have to go through the process.
I'm part Russian.
All right. Thank you for your pun.
I thought you'd appreciate that.
All right. Maybe you need to be a little bit more of Slovakian.
You can show me the way.
Sometimes you have to slow down to speed up.
Noted. I guess in final, Harry, thank you again. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. It's very special.
Yes. For us as well.
Will there be, in terms of, open contact is something that is very special, and we all look forward to this. Is there anything else we can do to facilitate that? And is there any particular ETs that you see as, I always hear the Pleiadians. I hear a lot of Pleiadian channels.
Yes. The Pleiadians will be among the first within the next 5 years, along with hybrids. Then other species will be introduced to you at whatever rate you are comfortable being introduced to them. But first, it will be the ones that are more like you, so that, as you say in your society, humanity will not freak out.
Well, this is incredible. So within 5 years, open contact.
Yes.
Possibly Pleiadian.
Yes. You will start to be introduced officially to extraterrestrials within the next 5 years as we read your energy.
Wow. Certainly. Thank you. If there's anything else in closing we can do to expedite that process.
Follow the formula.
And get out of the Slovakia hemisphere.
Follow the formula.
And in closing, do you feel in my aura that I am following the formula?
Not always. Otherwise, you wouldn't ask.
Hey. Thank you, Bashar. I'm very grateful.
Aveo.
Aveo.
Good day to you, Bashar. Thank you so much for taking my question. I've been doing a lot of self-studying, and a lot of it is through hypnosis. I've been able to establish that I absolutely have galactic origins and family. And as I was going through these sessions, I was able to establish a direct communication, and it disappeared. And I haven't connected since last year. With as much change in my life, I could really use communication. My question is there another way to establish this communication without hypnosis? And if there's any messages from my galactic family, can you share them with me today, please? Thank you. Aveo.
At the risk of sounding redundant, follow the formula. That is the alternative to the idea of hypnosis, although it can also include hypnosis if that is your passion. But the idea is that often you will be given a glimpse of something, a glimpse of a connection. It's about remembering what that felt like, remembering that state of being, and then coming from that state of being in everything that you do. Remember the trick. When you can remember what something felt like, you're actually in that state of being, even if it feels different, because you have to be that state of being to even have the ability to remember having been in that state of being. So that's what you need to do, is understand that when you even remember what it felt like, you're in that state of being, even if it feels different. And the reason it feels different is because you are different now than you used to be when you had that experience. So just move forward, knowing you're in that state of being by remembering what it felt like to be in that state of being, and come from that state of being in what you do in life, in acting on your passion in service to others.
Greetings, Bashar. This is Josef from Germany. I wanted to ask you if you can tell us if there is a link between the Oriental tales of jinns, including Succumba and Succubus, and the hybridization program. Thank you and goodbye.
There is a loose connection in the sense that sometimes encounters with beings in the hybridization program have been mistaken for what you call jinn or succubi, succubus, or demons, because those are labels that come from the fear level of the human mind and a lack of understanding of what it is they're actually experiencing. So sometimes humans have projected those identities on encounters they have had with spirits or other dimensional beings or extraterrestrials when there is a lack of understanding of what is actually happening. So that's the connection, is simply the idea of labeling things that way that you don't understand out of fear.
Hello, Bashar. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My question is about enlightenment. As I understand, in many spiritual traditions in the East, like Advaita and Hinduism, the highest goal of human life is enlightenment. And one of ways how to understand this enlightenment is union with God, or realization that there's only one and I am that, the Atman is Brahman. And so to get this understanding and get this as a living experience, not just intellectual understanding. So this is highest goal of human life. So, but as I hearing you and I'm hearing different channels, I hear that you are already in that state. You are already have this realization. So according to our understanding, you are already enlightened. And this doesn't seem that being end of your life. So can you please clarify about this enlightenment thing? Thank you. Thank you so much.
There is always more to experience. There is always more to learn. What you're referring to as enlightenment is a certain stage within a certain experience. But there are other kinds of experiences that can take you even further. So the idea is that you're talking about a kind of awareness, a kind of awakening, a kind of enlightenment that is germane for a particular kind of experience. Other kinds of experiences in other dimensions of reality have a different way of experiencing the idea of awakening and enlightenment and the experiences that go with that.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
We have lots of exciting questions from our viewers today.
All right.
Now, the first question is, in this transmission, you're describing the idea of other realities bleeding through into the one we are in. Can you point out some of the strongest reality bleed-through events that we would recognize from modern history?
Not so much historic events that we will call out, but the idea of certain experiences, like deja vu, can be the result of bleed-through from other realities that may be experiencing something similar to what you are experiencing in your timeline, but maybe ahead of your timeline, the event already having happened. And therefore, when you pick up on the idea that the event has already happened in another timeline, when your consciousness is expanded enough to do so, and become sensitive to receiving that information that has happened in the other parallel timeline, and you, in your reality, finally arrive at that moment, then you have a sense that it has happened before, that you know what's going to happen. So that's one way in which the idea of bleed-throughs can express themselves in your timeline through the idea of deja vu.
Okay. How different are the parallel Earth realities where Christmas was never celebrated in the Western world? Is there another holiday that generally replaced it? And are they farther from open contact than we are, or do they have a variation of it?
You are speaking as if there are only a few realities that experience things in different ways. There are a large number of realities that have different experiences along the subject that you're asking about. So when you say, are they closer to contact than we are, some of them are, some of them are not. Some of the major changes in terms of what you experience as your Christmas holidays in some versions of Earth are experienced simply as winter solstice day, and may be more representative of some of the original ideas that you experienced on Earth before it became known as the idea of Christmas. When the winter spirit in certain cultures was acknowledged, celebrated, and was the one delivering the idea of gifts, so on and so forth, such as beings that one culture on your planet refers to as Kernanos, instead of the idea of Santa Claus. So again, there are many different versions of Earth that experience holidays in many different ways. Some of them are very similar to yours. Some of them are not like yours at all.
Okay. You have said that our nuclear weapons might disturb other realities because too much energy can punch holes into other realities. If that is the case, then what exactly is happening within our sun? Soul, our sun, must be punching holes into other realities because of the intense energy within it. What does this look like in the other realities, and is there bleed through from other realities into our sun?
Yes, stars, being a natural phenomenon, fit in a balanced way within the universe. They do represent portals and doorways into different realities, but again, since it is all created naturally as part of the structure of the universe, it is not out of balance. It does not cause negative repercussions, even though it may tunnel into different timelines and different realities, and stars in one reality may appear very differently in another reality. The idea of nuclear war, nuclear detonations, is not, in that sense, a natural phenomenon, and therefore can be disruptive by being an expression of a large release of energy in an unnatural, unbalanced way that doesn't fit into the idea of the natural structure of existence. And that is why it is something to be avoided.
Okay, this person is saying that they can no longer depend on fingerprint ID on electronics because once they set it up, it only lasts for a short while, sometimes just a few hours. Is that a function of their shifting realities, or is it just a mundane technical problem?
It can sometimes be a technical issue, but the idea is that when people start accelerating their vibration, they can interfere with electronic devices in many different ways. So it can be a sign that you are broadening your bandwidth and that the vibration you're giving off may not necessarily always be vibrationally compatible with some of the electronic devices that you use.
And how exactly do you switch timelines? Can it feel seamless and easy? How will I know that I switched timelines? Can I ask for an obvious sign like a new freckle that I didn't have before?
Sometimes there are physical manifestations of having made a switch, but again, remember, you are switching all the time. So yes, it is usually seamless. You don't even know you're doing it. When it is necessary for you to recognize that you have shifted into a parallel reality, again, you're doing this billions of times per second, but when it becomes necessary for you to recognize that you're doing it, when it is something that you need to experience as not being seamless, when you notice the shift, it can happen in many different ways. You can just get a feeling, an energy surge. You might see something different on your body that you didn't notice before. You might see things differently in your surrounding reality that you didn't notice before. You might see things appearing that weren't there a moment ago or disappearing that were there a moment ago. There can be many different ways in which you can recognize you have shifted. It just depends on the person and what is relevant for your life path. But remember that you're shifting all the time. It is usually seamless. It is not something you necessarily have to pay attention to. It is something that happens automatically as you guide yourself by making your choices, and then that determines and controls exactly how you're shifting. That's why, again, we give you the formula, because it is a very precise navigational tool that will allow you to navigate through the shifting into different parallel realities in a way that works to your advantage, that is relevant for the experience in a positive way of what you laid out in your life path.
And is it possible to move from one reality to the next without having the death experience? This
Again,
individual says,
you're shifting all the time. So you are moving from one reality to another in a sense without the idea of experiencing death. So yes, it's possible. But again, the idea of death is something a little bit different, because you're waking back up into yourself as a soul, as a spirit, and it serves a different function. It serves a different purpose. It gives you the opportunity to make choices on a different level.
okay, and this next question is, why must we humans shift to a certain vibration if there exists an intelligent universe and higher beings that are able to translate our intentions and wishes? Why is it so complicated to shift to a reality we prefer?
It is all about the process of learning how to do that by going through the process. That's why you chose to have a physical experience, so that you challenge yourself in a different way than you challenge yourself in spirit. And by challenging yourself through the idea of the experience of physical processes, you gain knowledge and insight and lessons and growth in a different way than you would in spirit. The idea that there may be other beings that exist on higher levels has nothing at all to do with the choices you have made for what you will experience in your particular life path. They may assist you, you may have a team behind you, but they will only be able to assist you on the life path that you all agreed you would experience, and the processes you agreed that you would go through, because your soul determined that that's what you needed for your particular kind of growth that you preferred. So you are living out your life path and will go through these challenges and processes because they are the lessons that you need to learn to grow in the way that you chose to as a soul.
Okay, and this individual is saying that during the night between November 30th and December 1st, they felt a wave of positive vibration go through their body that woke them up. It was like an earthquake or the pressure wave from an explosion. I could feel and even see it. Before this, I dreamed of a small yellow oval-shaped light slowly falling onto my balcony. I sensed it might be delivering a message. Could this experience be connected to the CE5 contact I did the evening before? Some are linking the Schumann resonance during the time frame to a timeline shift. What could have happened here?
Yes, you had an encounter. You opened up to the idea in your CE5 of inviting an encounter, and therefore you had one. But it took place on different levels of reality, and so seems a little bit confusing to you, because it didn't necessarily take place in your physical reality in totality. So by experiencing that encounter in a slightly altered version of reality, it is something that doesn't quite make sense to you when you wake up in the morning and start to remember what you experienced, sort of similar to the idea of a dream. Nevertheless, it was representative of an encounter you had invited to have happen.
And since we are constantly shifting between realities, if we feel we've given away our energy, become disconnected, or fallen out of balance, is it necessary to go back and fix or clarify the situation with the person or circumstance involved? Or can we simply reclaim our energy, reconnect within ourselves, and move forward? In general, when is it best to address the past versus letting go and moving on?
It depends on the circumstance, the situation. If you feel it is important for you in some way, shape, or form to clarify your intentions with another person in terms of what happened, that's all well and good. If you're not necessarily able to do that, or it's really not necessarily relevant for you to do that, you can simply learn the lesson and move forward. Either can work.
Okay. And can you give us some suggestions or tools to more easily access our parallel lives?
Again, you're accessing them all the time when you need to, when it's relevant for your life path, to download information from a parallel reality experience. You don't always need to know that that's happening consciously. Let it happen automatically. If it becomes relevant for you to know that, then by following the formula, synchronicity will bring it to your attention when and where it's important for you to have a realization that that's happening. Otherwise, don't interfere with the mechanism. Let it function and flow naturally, automatically, so that you can simply move forward in your life by downloading what you need from where you need it, when you need it.
Okay, and this person is talking about seeing things and then they like disappear, bows, Christmas bows, candles, just things disappearing. When that happens, what's the best way to interpret such events?
We have already discussed this. The idea is that when you are shifting realities in a way where you become very aware that you're shifting, you may see the shift in certain circumstances, like things appearing that weren't there a moment ago or things disappearing that were there a moment ago. So this can be one of the signs that you are broadening your bandwidth of awareness in such a manner that you are proving to yourself that you are actually shifting different realities.
Okay. And if we are constantly shifting to different realities and experiencing different versions of people, then who are we really in relationship with? What makes our family or our friends and our close friends, our close family, which versions of them are we connected with in spirit?
You may be dealing with different versions that are extensions of their greater oversoul. When you shift to a different reality and are interacting with a different version of them, it may be a different extension of the greater oversoul that they are connected to.
Okay, and this one is kind of interesting. There have been times when this person practiced creating their own reality, such as imagining a shift to a reality where the person they wanted as their boyfriend would show up on a plane and say he wants to join her on his trip. However, when I focus on believing I can shift instantly, I start to feel extremely anxious. Why does this happen? And is it really anxiety or is it something else?
It is anxiety produced by the insistence that you have that things have to happen in a certain way, have to unfold in a certain way. You can have the visualization that represents an ideal outcome, but remember, you can't insist on it because you don't know that that's actually the ideal person for you to interact with at that moment in that way. So it is your insistence that it must happen that way that is causing resistance and therefore causes an anxiety energy within you.
Okay. And this person is saying they are curious about what you are learning from our interpretations of the oracle statement that was delivered in the last transmission. Can you tell us what you have been able to determine from observing our interpretations of that statement?
As we already mentioned in one of our transmissions, we will not be discussing anything having to do with your interpretations of what the oracle downloaded to you.
Okay, and so does that eliminate this question about the Anunnaki name for their home world being Ashea and the Sasani word for the oracle being Ashaya? They sounded similar and they were wondering if that was synchronicity or if you could tell us something about that synchronicity.
This was a downloadable glitch. The name of the world is actually Essa. It was simply that there was a residual energy and a residual pod of information that was downloaded to the channel with regard to the idea of the name of the oracle, which means spirit light, Ashaya, in our ancient language, and the idea still that the residual existed within the channel's neurological net that allowed it to be translated with the same word, when in fact the word and the name of the world actually is Essa.
Okay, thank you. You spoke in your last transmission about the importance of balancing masculine and feminine energy at this time and seem to be encouraging us to lean into the feminine. To clarify, when you're talking about feminine energy leading to a more preferable form of open contact, are you saying to move away from masculine energy entirely, or rather to integrate masculine energy in a healthy way with the feminine? What would a healthy masculine energy balance in line with open contact look like?
Obviously, if you understand all the messages we have delivered to you, we are never going to tell you to move away from one energy or another. It's all about the idea of integration and balance. So, the feminine energy of nurturing and support in that way can be balanced with the masculine energy of assertiveness and standing one's ground, expressed in a non-violent way, not in an aggressive way, but in an assertive way, in a knowledgeable way. And both sides can benefit from this in a balanced state, where you can have something as a masculine energy, or what is typically referred to as a masculine energy, that doesn't even necessarily have to be looked at anymore as masculine. Whereas the idea of a nurturing and supportive energy doesn't even necessarily have to be looked at anymore as a specifically feminine energy, where you can have beings that are confident in themselves, capable of being so confident and assertive about who they are that they are capable of expressing a nurturing and supportive energy to others and being of service in that way. So the balance is that that's how it would look. You are grounded and assertive and confident within yourself enough that you can actually be of service in supporting others in their life path as well.
And it seems that you put a great focus on us finding balance in our reactions on different levels. Could you expand on that? Is there any exercise or meditation that you could offer for us to practice balance?
Well, again, the idea would be to ask yourself why you would choose something that would be representative of being out of balance. In other words, the idea of knowing yourself more fully, more transparently is very important to the process of staying in balance, because then you understand why you believe what you believe and can easily or more easily recognize when it might not be representative of being in balance with yourself, of not being within integrity within who you truly are, within your essential core frequency or vibration. So the idea is to ask, why would I choose something that would be out of balance? Why would I do that? It is all part of knowing yourself. It's all part of your self-investigation and recognizing the idea that we have just described as being in balance by having an assertive confidence about who you are and your preferences, and yet at the same time also being open to the strength in vulnerability that allows you to be of service to others. That is a representation of balance, and so why would you choose anything other than that?
Okay, and you once mentioned the importance of storytelling for our civilization, especially for kids. What key elements must a story touch upon to resonate from your perspective?
You have all the information of the key story points in your reality. You can read The Hero's Journey by Joseph Campbell. You can read almost any book written about writing screenplays. They all touch on the idea of the resonant points of story structure that exist within your psyche that need to be accessed when telling a story so that the story rings true within your mentality, within your psyche. So refer to any of those kinds of books to explain the concepts of story structure. They also are representative of ideas in your actual life path that make your life relevant and explain the idea of why you go through processes to learn lessons. So reading about the idea of story structure in some of those books can help you understand why you choose to go through physical reality processes to gain more insight and create more discovery about who you are and grow as a soul.
And this person is saying that they're a bit confused about how two things you mentioned work together. On one hand, you said that when we speak with you, we are essentially speaking with ourselves. On the other, you said you're observing us to see how we evolve and determine if we're ready for open contact. From a human perspective, these ideas seem contradictory. Can you help clarify this?
Yes, they are not contradictory in the sense that I am a reflection of what your higher mind would say to you. So in that sense, speaking to yourself means that the conversations you are having with us are somewhat representative of the kind of answers you would receive from your higher mind, from your own soul. We are a representation of that. At the same time, we are our own person and therefore can have a separate observational regard for what it is we are watching, what it is we are observing. We can function in both ways. We are a multidimensional being, just like you are. We have our own identity and can observe as ourselves, and yet at the same time can perform the function of being a reflection of the kind of conversations you would have with your own higher mind.
Thank you.
Yes.
As you've encouraged us to start conversations with those on the other side, I've been following my highest excitement by trying to engage meaningfully with family members whose views I deeply disagree with, especially when those views seem rooted in prejudice or hatred. I genuinely want to respond with curiosity and understand their perspective, but my reactions of sadness, pain, and ultimately disgust often show on my face and shut down the conversation. I recognize these emotions stem from my own thoughts and beliefs, but I'm unsure of how to identify the limiting beliefs that are preventing me from fostering genuine dialogue and connection. How can I shift my perspective to keep the conversation open despite the hurt that I feel?
The hurt you feel is based on the idea that you are judging yourself based on what they are saying, that you feel that what they are saying you're taking personally, as if it disqualifies or invalidates the beliefs that you have, just because they have contrary beliefs. So don't take it personally. Allow yourself to understand that they can make whatever statement they wish to make. It has nothing to do with invalidating the beliefs that you hold to be true for your reality. So the only reason you feel hurt is that in some way, shape, or form, you are thinking that what they are saying is invalidating the beliefs that are relevant for your reality.
Okay, and can you explain the concept of free will of others in the context of the multiverse? For example, if I wish to be in a universe where my marriage is working, where is the boundary between my being able to access that universe, which should be limitless, and my partner having his own free will of not wanting to, which is a limitation?
Well, it can be a limitation, but sometimes it's also representative of what is and isn't vibrationally relevant or compatible for someone's life path. So you don't necessarily have to look at someone's differences as a limitation if they are actually truly understanding what is relevant for their life path, which may not necessarily mean that they need to continue the relationship with you. However, there may be some small degree of insistence that it has to work out the way you want it to work out. Nevertheless, the idea is to explore whether or not there is enough common ground or whether your differences are vibrationally compatible with one another, that you can be willing to reflect to each other what you need to know to become more of who each of you are. If you're willing to do that, if you're both willing to do that, then the relationship can continue in a certain way. But if one or the other, for some reason, whether it is a limitation or not, is simply not willing to move forward in reflecting to the other what you need to become more of who you are, then it is something that may need to be discontinued. And that could be the most loving thing to do, to allow each of you to attract into your lives what you actually need to have reflected to you by another individual who will help you become more of who you are, rather than struggling to make something work that each party is simply not capable of vibrationally finding enough compatibility to do so.
Okay, and can you talk about the energy of resistance and avoidance? If we find that we are resistant about a particular path or teaching and not sure if it's right for us, is that a sign that it actually is part of our path, or can we have resistance to things for healthy reasons too? How can we tell the difference between something we are avoiding that is good for us and something that we are resisting because it might not be good for us?
This goes back to the old idea of understanding yourself clearly enough to know the difference between what is representative of your passion and what is representative of anxiety within you. You have to know yourself more clearly. The idea isn't that difficult to tell the difference when you are honestly willing to look at why you believe what you believe to be true. So the idea is to ask those questions and to understand that when you recognize that something is not vibrationally compatible with you, it's not about resisting it. That's not the energy that you would experience. You would simply recognize an alignment within yourself that is simply telling you that this is not vibrationally compatible with your life path or with who you truly are. You won't feel a resistance to it. You will simply not be able to relate to it in a certain way. So that's a different feeling than experiencing resistance. If you actually experience the energy of resistance, then that may be a sign that you're actually avoiding something you need to explore or you need to look at. So the energy of recognizing something that is not relevant for you, not vibrationally compatible, is different kind of energy than the energy of resistance, which can build up in your body in a very different way. So if you find that you do feel that resistance, let yourself move forward a little bit to explore why that resistance is there, because you may be avoiding something that you really need to look at. If you get to a point in examining all that and exploring all that and looking within yourself more clearly and get to a point where you realize that it has been about simply not being vibrationally compatible all along, then fine. The energy will change from the energy of resistance to simply the energy of recognition that this is not vibrationally compatible with who you prefer to be. It will feel very different. It will feel more like a release. It will feel more like a lightening of your energy rather than the energy of resistance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can you let me know where the monkey mind, the chatter mind, or stream of thoughts comes from? Those thoughts are constantly streaming through the mind, especially during meditation. This person just cannot calm the monkey mind down.
Well, it comes from belief systems. It comes from the way you handle the belief systems that are fed to you by the subconscious mind, that come from the unconscious mind. Remember, the subconscious is the gatekeeper. The unconscious mind has all of the knowledge of all the beliefs that you will face, all of the challenges you will face in your life, to let go of beliefs that don't work for you. It feeds those beliefs to the subconscious mind, which acts as the gatekeeper and determines when you are ready to look at a particular belief, and so doles them out to you when you are ready to face and explore them, when you're ready to go through the process and the challenge of understanding how to learn the lesson from those belief systems and let go of the ones that are vibrationally not compatible with who you prefer to be. So when you are allowing yourself or not allowing yourself to let those belief systems be explored, when you're actually trying to push them away, they will come back as a very strong echo, and you will not be able to silence them until you actually face them and use them in a more positive way to find out why you are experiencing that chatter that you're talking about, because they're usually representative of beliefs that you're unwilling to face, because you think that you should be in some way, shape, or form not having to face them, not having to listen to them. It's important to listen to them to see what they're saying about the challenges and lessons that you need to learn from what is going on, what is echoing in your mind. So when you do a meditation and that chattering starts, don't try to get rid of it. Don't try to silence them. Explore them. What is this chat all about? Does it lead me to a belief system that I need to let go of, or that I need to simply be aware of? So that, again, it's a process of knowing yourself. So don't try to expunge them. Try to listen to them and explore them one at a time to find out what the chattering represents.
Okay. By following the formula, being an example of love, compassion, joy, kindness, and service to all, while trusting the synchronicity of each moment, will this naturally lead us to the best possible outcome for first contact?
Yes. Simple as that. Yes.
And I guess this may be a second part to the question. What if having an expectation was the reason for the action was exciting to begin with, or adds to the overall excitement? For example, if I'm planning to release a new song, part of what builds the excitement is how many people listened to it or liked it. I'm having a hard time imagining how I would be able to act on my passion for its own sake. I would really appreciate any clarity on this.
Instead of focusing on the idea of the number of people, allow yourself to focus on the knowledge that the people who need it will receive it and receive benefit from it and joy from it. Don't focus so much on the number. Remember, it's not about quantity, it's about quality, as you people say. Therefore, get excited about the quality of what you are creating in its pure form, because you know that because it contains high vibrational quality, because it has been created from your joy, your imagination, and creativity, it will reach who it needs to reach and allow them to also match that vibration and experience joy and inspiration in their lives too. So focus on the quality, not the quantity.
Okay, and this person would like to know, how do I know when I have truly changed my belief? I'm working on self-worth, and I can say I'm worthy and even believe it, but my circumstances are still the same. I feel stuck and I don't know what to do about it.
Remember, it's not about circumstances that tell you you've changed. It's about whether you respond differently to the same circumstances that tell you that you've changed. It shouldn't matter whether the circumstances change. If your response to it has changed, you will still get a benefit from it by staying in the positive energy. This is why this is the fourth step of the formula and why it's so important to remain in a positive state no matter what happens. Remember, it's not about what happens, it's about what you do with what happens that makes the difference. So if you're expecting the outer reality to change because you say that you've changed, you are working it backwards. It doesn't matter if the outer reality changes, because the outer reality will have only the effect on you that is determined by the state of being you create. And the state of being you create is your response to that circumstance, even if that circumstance remains the same and doesn't change. It's your response that needs to change, your energy that needs to change, your relationship to it that needs to change, and is what determines you have truly changed, not whether the outside changes or not.
Okay. And this person is interested in letting go of limiting beliefs. He says, or she says, I've been applying your principles recently and feel much better overall. I've noticed, however, that I still have limiting beliefs that I'm holding on to and want to explore them further to let go. This has been my focus for the past few months. Sometimes, though, answers don't come or the same limiting belief keeps resurfacing. How can I ensure I've successfully let go of a belief? What would be the sign that it's resolved?
The sign that it's resolved would be that the belief no longer makes any sense to hold on to, because you don't hold on to beliefs that don't make sense to do so. Again, this goes to what we have said about the motivational mechanism in humans. You only hold on to beliefs that you believe actually serve you. Even if you know intellectually that they don't, you must believe the alternative is worse, or you wouldn't hold on to the beliefs that you have. It must be that you view the belief that you're holding on to, even if you know it's not to your benefit, as being safer as a belief, more familiar as a belief, easier to deal with than the alternative, should you decide to let it go and change your belief. So you have to find out what it is you're afraid would happen if you actually changed the belief. If you have a belief that says the alternative is worse, then you will still hold on to whatever it is you're holding on to that you know may not be serving you, but you believe serves you better than the alternative. So again, it takes self-investigation and transparency to understand why you're holding on to it. And it's usually because you believe that to let go of it or to go into another belief system, that something worse would happen than what you're already experiencing. So you just need more and deeper investigation of yourself as to what you are afraid would happen if you did in fact change your belief.
Okay. And this next set of questions is about the drones
Yes,
that have been happening recently.
we
So
will answer them all in one statement. Most of the drones that you have been seeing have to do with man-made devices, human-made devices that are surveilling, observing, and protecting against incursions from others with ill intent. Some of the drones may be extraterrestrial vehicles disguised as drones, but many of the drones, even the ones that are human-made, military-made, that are involved in this surveillance and observation, may still be being coordinated by extraterrestrial beings in terms of the information that is being gathered by the drones that is important for preventing others of ill intent from doing actions that would be detrimental to many of the societies on your planet. So it's a very complex and involved operation that involves not only your military, but also extraterrestrials on another level to help coordinate information that provides the protection necessary to prevent actions that have ill intent from happening in your world. And that is all we will say at this time.
okay. Well, that's helpful because I'm sure a lot of people are wondering what is going on.
That is what is going on.
Okay, so moving along here to some additional questions. Here's an individual saying that they did the sacred circuits for 3 months, but they felt no positive changes. I tried talking with them, but received no communication back. I tried looking at them and taking their shapes, and I also tried looking at them while solely functioning on focusing on the energy. I was feeling something from each symbol, and then I noticed that the symbol's energy lasted for a few hours or less, but then it wore off. What is the best way to use the sacred circuits to have impact fully on transformation?
It appears that you are only using them energetically and not connecting the changes that they make in your neurological circuitry to the idea of then performing physical actions in service to humanity after you utilize the circuits. That's what they're for. It's not just about sitting there and trying to feel changes in your energy. It's about using the circuits to rearrange the energy paths in your body, the neurological paths in your body, to make you more superconductive, hyperconductive, of higher frequency energies, and then to take the actions that are necessary to act on your passion in service to humanity. So it's a two-part process. It's not just about meditating on the circuits, because then you're not really flowing the energy that the circuits are helping you change within yourself in a way that is pragmatic and grounded in your physical reality. So it's not just about experiencing energy changes, it's about putting them into action.
Okay, thank you. How do we exist in the here and now, the present moment, and still be there for our future selves? For instance, how do we stay tuned into the present channel and still be able to make long-term, sometimes difficult choices that will benefit us later, but may be difficult in the now?
Again, the challenges that you face in the now determine what you will experience in the next now, which is what you call the future. Stay present with the challenge. Again, follow the formula in dealing with any challenge. It will allow you to set up the vibrational patterns that will allow you to experience the next present now in the way that will continue to move you forward in a beneficial way. That is what you do.
Okay, now this question is about free will. You teach us that we have some free will about how we will live our lives and explore our themes, and have given the analogy that it's like getting to choose how we walk down a hallway. But some other teachings say, well, really, all of this is just one non-dual thing happening, and there's not even any self or doer to choose anything, and that free will is an illusion. Can you help reconcile this?
You have free will as a soul. You have free will as a physical entity. On a certain level, you could say that it is a non-dual experience, but on the physical level, that is not the case. Because you have given yourself the opportunity to have 2 points of view, that of the soul or the higher mind, that of the physical personality, you then have the opportunity to express different forms, different expressions of free will. The free will of the soul that chose the life path, the free will of the physical personality that determines how you will live that life path. So the idea that it is an illusion is true only in the sense that the idea of an illusion is simply another way of saying it's a projection that gives you an opportunity to have a certain kind of an experience. Many people use the word illusion in the sense that for some reason, just because something is an illusion, that it has no meaningful content, that it means nothing. This is not the case. That is one definition of an illusion in a certain context, but it's not the way we're using the word at all. The idea that your physical reality is an illusion doesn't mean it doesn't have the meaning that you give it, and doesn't mean it isn't a worthwhile experience that helps you learn lessons and helps you grow. It simply means it's a technique of consciousness projection that gives you a scenario in which you can learn those lessons and experience that growth and those processes that lead to it. So please do not misunderstand that when we use the term illusion, that doesn't mean it's worthless. That doesn't mean it's negative. That doesn't mean it doesn't serve a function. That's not the way in which we're using the word illusion.
Thank you. This question is, has everything there is already been created? So how has everything there is already been created in all dimensions, and we are just experiencing it over and over again? But since we make ourselves forget, it feels like we're playing a new game for the first time? Or is all that isness still constantly expanding?
As we have explained, in a sense that is so. But the idea is that the structure, yes, already exists, all of it. It's your relationship to it, your experience of it, and your perspective of it that expands and allows creation to grow. So it's both. The structure already exists and is infinite, but there are certain portions of it that are relevant for your life path, and your relationship, your perspective, and your experience of that structure relative to your life path is what allows you to discover a new perspective of yourself and to grow. It's the way that all that is has of experiencing itself in all the ways that it can. So it already exists as a structure, but it doesn't necessarily already experience itself in all the ways that it can. That never ends, because it's all based on how you decide to experience your relationship to that structure, your experience of that structure, your perspective of that structure that continues to allow all that is to experience new perspectives of itself, new awareness of itself, new expansions of itself within the structure that never changes.
Quite amazing.
Yes.
This individual is asking a question about weight. You've said that our soul comes to Earth to have a particular set of experiences. For instance, it seems to me that my soul wanted to experience being overweight and unhealthy. Now, my human self disagrees with that and really wants to be healthy. Who wins here, the soul or the human body? Is it possible that the soul's desire experience is so strong that the human body can't change it or move to a timeline where the human's preferred experience, regardless of how many permission slips the human uses?
Usually, when the soul determines a particular kind of experience as a starting point, that usually allows the physical being to use that in order to create a transformational experience to go in a different direction. So the idea may be that there is resistance within your belief system that prevents you from transforming this in order to lose the weight that the soul is giving you as a starting point to have a challenge to face and overcome. It is relatively rare that the soul would choose something in that context, though not impossible, that is impossible to change. And if that is the case, then there is purpose to it that teaches other people some different kind of lesson relevant and relative to their interactions and relationship with you, who is unable to lose that weight. This is very rare, but the idea is that it's not impossible, that the weight needs to be maintained in order to teach other people a lesson in terms of how they relate to people who have that kind of weight. However, it doesn't mean that you cannot change the circumstance if you get in touch with the idea of what that symbol that the soul has chosen represents and what lessons can be learned by others by maintaining it, then you may be able to transform it and yet still create a situation that allows people to change the way in which they relate to people who do have the excessive weight, by forming some kind of an organization that will allow people to learn to look at people like that in a different way, to have compassion and empathy for the challenges that they're facing, and to perhaps help them learn different ways in which they can transform that challenge. So the idea can be used in a variety of ways. It doesn't mean you can't transform it, but it may mean you have to figure out a way to still help people understand the same lesson that maintaining the weight would teach them, if it is for the purpose of other people learning lessons from a person who has the excessive weight. So you can lose the weight if you can still figure out a way to help people learn the same lesson when you don't have the weight.
In continuation with that idea, it appears that being of service is some of the highest vibrational states one can be in.
Yes.
And the idea that humans as personalities prefer to experience positive, fun, exciting experiences of reality. And yet, as part of their soul contract, they may have come in with a willingness to experience great suffering in order to assist others. How do you reconcile those two perspectives?
Because the idea is that what you call suffering can be looked at in a different way, where it can be transformed simply into the energy of the lessons that others need to learn, so that the person experiencing that particular choice of the soul doesn't actually have to experience it as suffering, even though others may perceive it as such. So this requires a great advancement of the energy of that person and the awareness of that consciousness to learn how to still give off the vibration of the lesson that others may need to learn through perceiving them as suffering while they themselves do not suffer.
And perhaps An example of that would be what happened with Christopher Reeve when
Yes.
he portrayed being Superman and
Yes.
then had that experience that changed his entire existence as a
Yes.
personality.
Yes, that can be some of it. So when something like that gets to a point where it seems inevitable and it's unlikely to change, then it can be seen perhaps as a lesson for others to learn how to relate to it in ways that he may have demonstrated that allow him to overcome what most people would consider to be the limitations of that physical experience.
Okay, so it takes a lot of vibrational uplifting in order to really understand these ideas.
It takes the advancement of the energy of that personality to more closely match the frequency of the soul itself. Yes.
Wow. And I guess the animals kind of demonstrate that because if they come from the angelic realm and they're willing to experience what we perceive they experience here on Earth,
Yes.
that would be a prime example of what you're speaking of.
Absolutely, because they allow people to become more sensitive to the idea of what appears to be their suffering, so as to change things in terms of your relationship to the idea of animals, so that you can be more supportive, more loving, and more kind to them at the same time, learning how to do that for yourselves. They are great teachers.
Yes. Um, if we are creating our own reality experience, and if things in our world, including you and other spiritual teachers, are part of the illusion of physical reality, how can we trust you or any teachings in the physical world to be accurate and not just more illusions or reflections of our own beliefs or something like that?
This is what we said before. Many people on your planet are using the word illusion as if it has absolutely no value, as if it is simply nothingness, as if it is a trick, as if it is a deception. That's not the way we're using the word illusion. The way we use the word illusion is simply a description of the idea that what you're experiencing as a physical reality is a projection of your consciousness. Let me give you a simple example. When you go and look at a movie, in a sense, the movie is an illusion. You're not actually looking at people in real life, so to speak. You're looking at something that is a projection onto a screen. Yet the story has great value, can even be very emotionally moving to you, can help teach you lessons. So you could say, well, the movie is an illusion, but it has value, it has worth in the experience that you are taken through by watching that movie, by relating to the characters in the movie. Again, another form of story. So the idea is not to invalidate the concept of the word illusion in the context that we are using it. It's just a way of describing that you're using a particular device to experience the meaning you're giving into life, the experience of the lessons you need to learn from life, and the processes that you need to experience for your soul's growth. So it's up to you to determine through your synchronicity that what you've attracted yourself to in this experience, whether you are understanding it to be an illusion or not, is simply your way of reflecting to yourself what you need to know to determine what's true and what's not true for you as a being. So please do not devalue the concept of the illusion. It's nothing more than the device you're using, like a movie, to tell yourself a story that helps you learn lessons and helps you grow and helps you understand who you are relative to the big picture in life.
Okay, thank you. The number of humans who are aware of your transmissions is small compared to all the humans on Earth. I might also note that those who are attracted to Bashar are somewhat of a different animal, so to speak, compared with the average humans. We are not exactly representative of the average human. In Echoes of Sedona, you seem to express that the timing and the style of open contact will be based on the responses of those with awareness of your transmissions. However, open contact will be global. Why is there so much focus on the choices and responses of a limited number of humans that interact with you, Bashar? Would the Interstellar Alliance councils not base their decisions on larger behavior patterns among an entire global population?
We are to some degree laughing because you are assuming that we're the only ones delivering information. There are many beings delivering this information across the globe. We are simply referring to the kind of information that is being delivered, not just through us specifically, and those that relate to us specifically, but those that relate to all information being delivered by a variety of sources and entities around your globe. So obviously, this is a global phenomenon because there are many, many beings like myself and other kinds of spirit entities and so on and so forth that are delivering and downloading information to many people on your planet. So it's not that you are only limited to those who know about this particular channeling or this particular source of information, but all similar sources of information around your entire planet.
Okay. I have heard this person is saying that I have heard Bashar's voice around 7 or 8 years ago, and it made me uncomfortable, and I shut it down. I am now more comfortable. What has been the shift and why?
Well, you have raised your vibration to be more vibrationally compatible with the information that we deliver. It's as simple as that. You've expanded your bandwidth, you've grown, you've learned, you've changed. And now, right now, at least, then the idea of our particular vibration is more vibrationally compatible with where you are at in your particular path.
Okay. And why do you always say how exciting when even a person describes a negative experience they've experienced before? Can you include all reasons and tensions behind it and all facets of it?
It is our attempt to encourage you to approach all challenges, whether you perceive them as positive or negative in your life, with curiosity instead of defeat. Instead of labeling them negatively, the idea is, yes, of course, you can recognize that something may be created out of a negative energy, but by approaching them in a positive way with curiosity, by saying, oh, this is an exciting challenge. I recognize it may have been created from a negative point of view, but still in my life, I know I can get a benefit from it if I approach it from a positive state of being, a positive energy. So we are attempting to encourage you to approach all challenges, whether they were created from negativity or not, with curiosity to know how can it serve you and what lessons can you learn that would actually benefit you. That's why we say how exciting, because it's an opportunity to find your own self-empowerment relative to the degree to which that particular circumstance seems to impact your life. That's a direct one-to-one relationship to how powerful you are, to the response and reaction you have to the magnitude of that circumstance.
Thank you.
Yes.
Why does the transformation happening on Earth affect more than just our human world, as mentioned in your previous transmission, the formula?
Why do the things that are learned in universities on your planet leak out to form information that is valuable to the entire planet? The idea is the same. You are a very valuable school, a very unique school. And the lessons that you learn can help many other civilizations because of the degree and depth to which you explore the transformation of limitation. So those lessons are noticed and recognized and observed by other civilizations who may be able to use the lessons you're learning for their own realities, their own life paths as well. All life paths are intertwined, not just the life paths of all the humans on your planet, but the life paths of all of the extraterrestrial beings that are also engaged with observing your planet. There is synchronicity in that. So the idea is we are excited by the concept of what you are learning because it informs the totality of all of the beings that are in some way, shape, or form engaged with what it is you are learning on your planet.
Seems that the universe is very focused on learning.
On expanding. Yes.
That's what learning is. It's
Learning
expanding.
is expanding. Learning is growing. Yes. It's being more of what you actually are as source. Experiencing more of what it is to be source, to be all that is. Expansion is the natural state of self-awareness. You want to know more about what and who you are. Who am I? It's the question you all ask on an individual basis. But you see, that's the driving engine of all that is. Who am I?
So that's why it's just built into the fabric of existence.
Yes.
The drive to expand, to learn.
Yes.
And the
I'll
universe.
put it in a linear fashion, in a linear perspective. Again, this does not mean there was a beginning to this. But in order for you to simplify this concept, the idea is once you become self-aware, then the next question is, who am I? What is it that I am? I am that I am, but what does that mean? What is that experience? Who am I? And for all that is, the answer is infinite. So you experience everything, never ends. It never ends. Who am I can have momentary answers for all that is, but none of the answers are ever the end, are never definitive. There's always more because it's infinite. And so that's the natural forward momentum energy that you experience to find out, who am I? How do I grow? How do I expand? What do I need to discover? What am I? Who am I? It never ends.
So as human beings, when we experience learning and an aha moment, those kinds of exciting experiences, there's some sort of a serotonin release
Yes.
that happens that creates a reinforcement of that idea.
Yes. Now
That wouldn't be the.
just imagine a constant stream of aha moments for all that is, forever. Constant. And you will have the smallest understanding of the degree of ecstatic explosion that all that is experiences in all of those aha moments of self-discovery, self-experience, and self-realization.
It's wonderful that the universe is constructed that way.
Existence is constructed that way.
It's really a great gift.
It is the nature of all that is.
Let's see, one last question here. You've said that we can change the past because we create the past from the present. But you've also said that one of the things that you'll give us is our full history.
Yes.
So what is the point if we're constantly changing the past? Are there certain time periods that are more relevant to remember, and what time periods are not relevant?
You will be given the history that is relevant for who you are at the moment it is given to you. That will reinforce the idea of your forward momentum. Understanding the past that is relevant for who you have become in the present is what will help you move forward into what you call the future. So the history you will be given will be the history that is germane and relevant for who you have become, that is capable of receiving that history.
And I guess, well, this will be our last question. What is the purpose of all the information you share about ETs, hybrids, open contact, and similar topics? I've heard people suggest that that kind of subject matter is just part of the illusion of the world and could even distract you from truly waking up and freeing ourselves from suffering. But is it part of a process of awakening? It feels like it could be exciting and a step toward moving in a positive direction. Yet I sometimes wonder if it's better to focus on enjoying our experiences here or if it's more important to prioritize fully waking up from the illusion altogether.
Again, be cautious how you are using the word illusion. Nevertheless, yes, of course it's important to be more realized yourselves, to focus on the idea of becoming more of who you are. You do not need us to do that. But it is possible that some people can use the idea of extraterrestrials as a distraction to keep them from actually being who they are. Again, anything can be used in a positive or a negative way. But the idea of becoming more aware of us is also simply the end result of becoming more aware of yourselves, because we are all interconnected. So when you become more of yourself by following the formula or whatever intuitive path allows you to be more of who you are, it is ultimately, in a sense, for most people, inevitable that you will also discover that there are others also on that same wavelength, and that you will attract yourselves to them. Therefore, as long as you are focused on the idea of following the formula to be your true self, that will usually inevitably include the discovery of others who are also operating on a similar wavelength, such as us. So one thing just leads to another, but you don't have to focus on us. If it does distract you from being yourself, then by all means focus on being yourself, because you do not need extraterrestrial contact to perform the important act of being yourself. We are simply saying that for most people, the act of being yourself will inevitably lead to the connection to others of similar wavelength. So, does that help you?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much from all of us for your explanations and helping us understand so much of what is happening. So thank you.
It is again our passion and our pleasure and our unconditional love to you all. So now allow yourselves to continue to move forward as we move forward together in whatever way, shape, or form you so prefer. All right, and now we would suggest that you allow yourselves to become relaxed, let go of the cares of the day, and we return your attention to the science experiment that we described in our monologue. If you cannot actually physically do this, you can still perhaps find online some demonstration of what it is we have described, and that can work as well, if that's easier for you. However, doing it physically for yourself does have a bit of a greater impact, because it is physical in your reality, and determining the frequency of how you create your physical reality is what this experiment is all about. So while looking at it on a video can work, we would encourage you to make an attempt to do this physically, whether with the strobe light in the water or the strobe light in the spinning wheel or simply the motor in the spinning wheel, to do it physically and meditate on that for 15 minutes so that you have a true physical, visceral experience of this idea in your reality that you have physically created for yourself. So allow yourselves to move forward with this science experiment when you can, how you can, and allow yourself the opportunity to open up to the idea of the shiftings that you do billions of times a second to create your sense of time and space and change in physical reality as an experience within your soul. Allow yourself to move forward with this science experiment, and allow yourself to be open to experiencing whatever effects are relevant for you, to allow your soul to expand, to grow, to be more of yourself, even while you are still expressing yourself as a physical being. It will expand your consciousness and begin to allow you to be far more flexible in many events in your life, in a variety of ways, some of which will be very surprising to you, but very enlightening, and a lot of fun as well, as you gain more and more ability to shift your reality in ways that are far more representative of who you truly are in your awakening of yourself to yourself. We thank you for allowing us to share all of this with you today. We invite you to play our unconditional love to you all, in service to you, Aveo. Sweet dreams, welcome home, good day.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss. You will discover nothing but more and more and more of yourself.
I didn't say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? Just so? All right. First and foremost, once again, we thank each and every one of you and all of you together for the co-creation of this interaction, the allowance of this transmission in this way. We have titled this transmission 13 Months and Counting. We have previously mentioned the idea of the fall of your 2016 as when there will be the beginning of, the process of, even sometimes the ending of great changes. What we wish to point out is the idea that the fall of 2016 is a focal point. We have previously talked about the span now of your year of 2015 to 2017 having something to do with the idea of finding information, discovering for a fact that life exists on another planet other than your own, in some way, shape, or form. No assumptions need to be made here about what form that is. Life is life. This may actually happen sooner than you think. The idea then is to understand that 2016 in the fall is a focal point of change, a convergence of different paths, different processes, And therefore, there can be things that can begin to change quite radically, as you say, before that point, and may continue after that point. Some will begin at that point. Some will not appear to begin at that point, but can eventually be traced back to that timing as the beginning point. So some things will be obvious, some things will not be as obvious. But in this span of 2015 to 2017, with 2016 and the fall as the focal point, you'll be able to see the changes as they occur in your life personally and collectively as society, cultures, globally. And we will begin to address the signs to pay attention to. Now, before we do that, again, please understand, as we have said many times, predictions are always sensings of the energy at the time the prediction is made. Part of the reason of giving you signs and indications and discussing this idea is to allow you, again, individually and collectively, to decide what to do with this information and whether you want it to maintain its momentum and manifest, or whether you want to actually get active and do something about altering the course of some of the things that we may be perceiving now as high probabilities. This is an interactive understanding where your participation is absolutely paramount, so that you can chart a course as you shift through billions of parallel versions of Earth every second. You can chart that course in the direction of your preference, allow you to change and shift your energy in such a manner, and continue to choose the state of being that is representative of the kind of realities that you prefer, rather than just assuming that anything we have to say about the probabilities as they stand now must remain fixed, which is not the case. But we are giving you the opportunity to understand what the probabilities are, how we perceive where the energy is, where the momentum is, what the path is that you're heading down at the moment, so that you can take matters into your own hands and make decisions and choices that are more in alignment with the reality that you prefer to experience. Is this clear? Is this clear? Yes. Thank you. So then, as we have said, one of the things as a sign to watch for, to pay attention to, for things that will bring about and activate and initiate and ignite great changes in your society, even though some of these things may be just the beginning, they will amplify, they will magnify. One of them is what we have just said, sometime in this span, and again, perhaps sooner than you think, it will be discovered and it will be a fact in your consciousness that life in some form does exist on another planet other than your own. And as we have said, when this becomes a fact in your culture, it will begin to change the mindset of your culture. It will open up more possibilities. There will be more allowance for the idea of life elsewhere. And that will help accelerate your energy, your consciousness, your awareness in such a manner as to allow for open contact to occur in that window that we originally said of 2025 to 2033, to begin in that window in some fashion. So, the probability now for the discovery in this span of 2015, 2017, with 2016 as the focal point, and maybe again sooner than you think, the probability of this announcement of the discovery of some form of life on another planet other than your own is at present 98%. All right, now, there also are patterns emerging, momentum behind several other pathways on your planet, sociologically, naturally, culturally, economically. One of the signs to watch for right now, very closely, is the idea of any kind of what you would call a burst in the bubble of the economy of the area on your planet you call China. Also to watch for in a similar way will be a burst in the bubble of the economy of the area on your planet that you call Greece. These two, and especially if they happen in close succession, may herald a 90% chance of an economic collapse in several areas on your planet very rapidly thereafter. There is the idea of recovery, but there is also the idea that this will be an opportunity for people to discuss different ways in which monetary exchange may be experienced on your planet, the beginnings of a new dialogue and a new discussion, so that you do not keep repeating these kinds of growth and collapsing cycles, that you begin to recognize there may be other ways to express the concept of exchange in your own life. Whether or not your entire culture adopts this or not is not the case. This is an opportunity, a void, a kind of opening for the possibility of experiencing a new understanding of economic growth, of abundance, exchange. The idea, if these happen, based on the 90% probability for China, 90% probability for Greece, then there is at this point a 78% probability that your country will experience a major collapse somewhere before or around the fall of 2016 in its economic structure. It could be as much as 50%. Those that are familiar with the idea of these kinds of trends will understand that that is what you would call a devastating number. This will require much rethinking, but at the same time, something else will also have a higher probability of happening, ironically, because of the collapse, if it occurs. And this has a high degree of probability of happening on its own anyway. And that is the complete removal of your present taxation system. The idea therein is that this has a lot of momentum behind it, and right now has, again, between a 78 to 87% chance or probability of occurring within the next couple of your years. This will allow for the growth of your economy to come back more strongly and may be necessary as a step in order to offset the probable collapse that could occur. So in the idea that many people may see the collapse as dire, there is actually a bold opportunity to restructure your entire system of how you operate economically and allow yourself for a rapid regrowth in a way that allows far more flexibility, far more freedom, and far more potential for everyone to experience the idea of more abundance in their lives. Again, not necessarily only with money, but with other forms of abundance as well, which must be included in the diagram and description and definition of abundance. One moment. There is at present about a 57% probability in and around that time of what you would call a large-scale natural disaster that will allow for global mobilization to assist. It is not completely definitive exactly where this will take place, but the waves are building at this time. Waves of energy behind this idea. Momentum is building behind a large-scale natural disaster. Whether or not this is a collapse of an ecosystem is not clear, but it will be 57% probable that it will be profound and will perhaps awaken many people to the idea of rebalancing things in nature in a variety of ways. So again, a positive opportunity can arise from what may seem to be a negative experience. One moment. One moment. there will be also what you have referred to as a major sighting of a UFO within this time frame by one of our ships. I am referring to myself as what you know to be the Yael. For again, we have shown you our ships, and there will be another sighting of major proportions during this time frame. So to give you another opportunity to decide whether we are real or not, whether you will include us or not, whether you'll move forward or not. The probability of this is 100%. In terms of the sighting itself, the probability of your response to it is up to you. For that is undecided. But we will give you another shot to see how you react and respond to this sighting. And this will tell us quite a lot about what you wish to do, how you wish to interact. This will also be a possible precedent for certain changes in the revelation of certain information that may come forth toward the end of your 2017 about our existence from certain sources that know these things and will be finally willing to talk about them. What you would call the first stage, just the very first stage of some facet of disclosure, will come from an unexpected source, very unexpected. But toward the end of your 2017, maybe into your 2018, again, very high degree of probability that these things will be finally talked about and revealed in such a way as to begin to take them seriously. So, we give you that, and we await your response. Good day. Oh, did I not tell you we would have a guest? Surprise. The Yael will show themselves again as a ship. Again, another major sighting, as they have said. Give you an opportunity to see what you do with that. So, culturally, you will find that there may be a surge of information that will begin to pour into and out from your Middle East that will cause a new dialogue to happen. There will be an awakening, the beginnings of an awakening in that area that will allow for new lines of communication, both outward from there and inward to there, that can begin to very, very slightly crack some of the old regimes, the old ways, the old ideas that have had their grasp on that area for quite some time. And many people on your planet will begin to work with these lines of communication to open up new ways of allowing the people on your planet in that area to express themselves more freely, to begin to join, even if just a little bit at first, the global community in order to move forward in the way that serves your world best. There may be, however, simultaneously much resistance to this in that area, and the probability of violence in the area may still increase for a while in response, in reaction to this new outbreak of desire for freedom. And it may, as you say in your language, get a little bit messy. But nevertheless, through the idea of 2017, 2018, 2019 to 2020, there will be things resolved in that area that will begin in 2016 in the fall that can come to fruition in about 4 of your years that may allow finally certain beginnings of stabilization and at least appearances of peace to happen in the Middle East. These will be small at first, but you will know the signs if you know how to look for them. Pay attention to the news. We understand that much of it is not necessarily accurate, and much of it is not necessarily what you would call reporting. But the idea is that a lot of it is, and you can always learn to read between the lines. But again, we go back to our initial statement. These things are not given as absolutes and ultimatums and inevitabilities. These things are given as the energy that exists right now. The ones you prefer, get involved, take action, and remain, above all, in the state of being that you prefer in order to add to the momentum, add to the degree of probability in which these things can unfold. And those things you do not prefer, again, are best resolved by remaining in the state of being you prefer and taking those actions in the directions of the ones that you do, according to the signs that we have now shared with you that we perceive to exist in your collective consciousness at this time. These are a few of the signs. We will discuss this further and open these doors further in another transmission. But for now, absorb these and see what your consciousness decides to do about them and decides to do about the state of being that you choose to create in your personal lives that has everything at all to do with acting as examples to others about what kind of a world you truly prefer to have. Because even as you shift through billions of parallel realities every second, parallel realities, different versions of Earth every second, shifting all the time to these parallel realities, it is still that you are charting a course and can allow each Earth that you visit, each Earth that you shift to become more and more and more and more and more reflective of the version that you prefer to see reflected in your life. But you have to make the change within yourself first. So take these signs, do with them what you will, and allow yourself to be reminded that there are 13 months and counting down. So get on board if that's what you prefer. Be on the train you wish to be on. Now, all aboard. We thank you for allowing us to share this information with you at this time. And in return for your gift of sharing, we ask, in what way now may we be of service to you? With one more slight announcement. An announcement and an observation of synchronicity. For as your space agency is about to make an announcement about your planet of Mars, notice the timing and the synchronicity that it is happening on a day when your own moon almost looks like Mars because of the eclipse. That is the kind of signs you can start to equate synchronistically to understand how things are lining up energetically. For there are no accidents. A play is being put on, and all you have to do is watch the actors on the stage to understand the meaning that they are radiating to you. You may begin with your questions if you wish.
Hello, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Oh my gosh, it's so fun to meet you now. Okay. I had 2 questions and 1 quick one.
Yes.
First question.
That means 3 questions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. We're on board.
We can add, you know.
Okay. First one, the Norwegian spiral. Are you familiar
Yes.
with that? What was that? Like, a lot of people saw it. So.
Yes, we understand.
Okay, so what was that?
It was an aspect of your own technology gone a little bit askew, but revealing something to you about a vortex that existed in the area because of the path that it took. Do you understand?
I believe so. So it was caused by something that we have.
It was revealed by something that you did that went awry, but nevertheless, because it went awry, it revealed to you a vortex pattern of energy in that immediate area. It was capable of revealing the vortex because the technological device went awry.
Oh, wow. Trippy. That's cool. And okay, my second question. I'm just curious about the Georgia Guidestones. Like, why were they put up and who put them up? Like, where did it come from and why?
That's another story for another time.
Okay. All
And
right.
your surreptitious third question?
Oh, could you guys pick me up sometime for like a space trip?
Again, for many of you, that's already actually happened. It's just that you don't remember.
Could I remember this time?
You can if you wish. Ask for it. When you go to sleep, ask for more awareness, more memory, more participation consciously in these encounters, and it will start to come back to you.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Well, and you as well.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Hi. I sense there is an opportunity for Bashar's work with regards to how you said there's a 100% probability of a major sighting.
Yes, from the Yael.
Yeah. I know skeptics have their own choice in this, but
Yes.
if they were able to see, and this would probably go trending, if you disclosed where this specific event would occur, it would cause the skeptics an opportunity to trust you a little bit more.
And that's exactly why we can't do that. Because that's not what it's about.
I understand.
All right.
I have another question. I was fascinated by something that I think happened to me on July 30th.
Yes.
And
What is that?
I think I went to see my family on July 30th, the full moon, and I just wanted to know what happened and if you could give
You
more...
think you went to see them?
I'm very confident, yes.
Are you talking about someone that is no longer physical? Or are you talking about other kinds of family?
Other kinds of family.
Yes, and so what about it?
I just was curious and fascinated and wanted to learn a little bit more about it.
In what way?
Why was I there? What was the purpose? What
You were
did they do?
visiting. You were exchanging information. You were learning things that you need for your life.
Did they do a scan on my brain or anything like that?
Well, they scan sometimes all the time. But the idea is you were given the information that you need for the next leg of your journey.
Mm-hmm.
It will unfold if you keep acting on your highest excitement. Are you?
Yes, I am.
All right. Then it will unfold.
Yeah. I have a question about when the disclosure becomes at its peak. I sense that I'll be able to help in some way with energetically helping everyone collectively. Do you have a specific suggestion for me so I can make sure I am working to my fullest potential?
Do you understand what we mean when we say that excitement is a complete kit?
A complete what?
Do you understand what we mean when we say that excitement is a complete kit?
I could use a further example.
When you act on your excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome, you are using the formula that activates the complete kit that contains all the necessary tools in your life. That which supports you, that which drives you, that which organizes, that which makes the path of least resistance, that which connects you to other expressions of excitement, that which reveals to you anything out of alignment to your excitement. And if you just keep doing that, and any situation that arises from your actions in that, if you always give it a positive meaning, then every single thing that needs to unfold in your life will unfold in perfect timing. And that's all you need to do. Whatever occurs to you that you're excited to do is what you need to do. That's why it excites you. It's the communication from your higher mind saying, do this now. When you are willing to act on that excitement, you're answering the higher mind and saying, I hear you. And then you're creating the dialogue that creates the momentum that keeps expanding and expanding and expanding. And thus, every single appointment and agreement you have made within that vibration will always unfold in perfect timing. And there's nothing else you need to do to allow all those things to occur and manifest exactly when and where and how they need to. That's it.
Thank you, Bashar.
Does that help you?
Yes.
All right.
I was curious one question about President Obama.
Yes.
I wanted to confirm yes or no if he received a presidential briefing document about the suppressing of free energy and extraterrestrials in January of 2009.
No.
No? Okay.
These things are usually kept from your presidents.
Right, right.
Because there are other organizations that consider themselves to be higher than your presidency.
Got it.
Do you understand?
Yeah. I know that there's a secret space program that exists, and they publicly made a NASA system so that people think that's our best technology.
Yes, although the idea of your so-called secret space program is not as advanced as many people believe it to be.
Mm-hmm. Does my October 8th, 2014 experience align, or is that synchronistic of the September 28th disclosures from NASA? Because I saw the golden ones as I was driving home over the ocean.
It's part of it, but not the whole thing, no. Okay. It's part of your own timing in terms of when things best manifest for you.
Okay. Thank you, Bashar. I appreciate it.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I wanted to thank you for all of us for adding to our excitement over the past 31 years.
Oh, well, thank you.
And your people have made life on this planet a lot more fun. And
it is our pleasure to share with you what works for us. And of course, it is our delight to see that you can decide for yourselves whether or not it works for you.
It works very well for us.
Oh, all right. Well, you know that it works for you.
That's correct.
All right. You can't really speak for anyone else.
No, thanks. Bashar, 2 times today you've mentioned the concept of billions of parallel universes taking place every second.
Yes, you're shifting through them billions of times per second, yes.
With nothing that we need to do consciously.
No, it's automatic.
And that, to me, is indicative of a massively benevolent creation that allows us the ability to create that much in such a short period of time.
Yes, it's actually simply representative of the natural structure of the experience you call physical reality, that it occurs that way. It's the tick of the clock. It's the frequency of your reality, in a sense.
I see. If you could, I perceive part of this new paradigm shift that we've been building to is representative into the entity that we all seem to experience and as refreshing in Pope Francis. And when you were giving the example that the information may come from a seemingly surprising source, it occurred to me that the Vatican would be such a surprising source.
It has a high degree of probability of being one of them, but it's not the only one. Nevertheless, the changes you are seeing in that particular religious structure are indicative of a high degree of probability of the release of such information, along with other kinds of information that others might not expect to come from that particular source. So yes, you are accurate in picking up on the probability that it could be, but it hasn't yet been fully decided whether that actually will be the source.
Okay, thank you very much for today.
You are welcome. Thank you for today.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I'm grateful to be here with all of you for this experience. I've learned so much from all of your guys' questions. Anyhow, Bashar.
Yes.
Let me start off by saying that I know that for many of you over here, in this world, there's no nobility, only politics is what most of us feel. That's why we're here. And because of this, I've dedicated my life to empower the warrior spirit of the willing masses.
All right.
I have a holistic approach to fitness and self-defense training. I add spirituality to it and neuroplasticity.
All right. That sounds exciting.
Thank you. Is there anything I should add to that to empower others?
If you are focused on the idea of physicality in that way, then by all means, there can be a little bit more efficacy in the plasticity if people will also divest themselves of toxins within their system.
And I actually do.
All right. Then you are doing what you need to.
Okay.
Just keep moving. Just keep going. Just keep acting on whatever you're inspired to act on in that direction, if that's what excites you. It's all you need to do.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Also, is there more senses in the 5 that we know?
Yes, of course.
Okay, can you share?
You already
some of that
know
with
some of those, really.
Oh yeah, I do.
But the idea is even physiologically, yes.
Exactly.
Well, many of you have a similar sense of direction and follow the magnetic lines of the earth that some animals exhibit. You have that magnetite orientation, that quantum level orientation to the magnetic field. Many people have a sense of direction, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're doing. They're following the magnetic field of the earth. They're sensing it. So you have different senses, yes. And of course, you have some that go beyond the idea of the physical into the energetic. Again, you can adapt yourself to certain frequencies that allow you to harmonize and vibrate in a certain way that you can sense higher frequency energies, higher frequency consciousnesses. In a sense, that's what's happening right now. The channel was trained to alter his frequency to create an ability to sense our energy more strongly and match its frequency sufficiently to allow this telepathic bond to occur.
Perfect.
So that's another sense. So go and explore and see what other senses you actually have. Come to your senses.
Thank you for that. Also, I've been very close to death many times, and when I say that, it's
how
not
exciting.
just... And each time I came out perfectly unscratched.
Yes. Well, yes and no.
And I kind of have a
what
feeling
you did
what
is
mean by
shifted
that.
into a
Exactly.
slightly different parallel reality where you
Yes.
didn't understand that you actually died.
Yeah, I actually accept and I know that I did die and reborn, and that's
So to
how I
speak.
got this new direction.
Yes.
Each
Well,
time
thank
it
you
happened.
for rebooting yourself.
And when I was in Iraq, I was blown up twice.
Oh, how exciting.
Well, more than that, but there was 2 times, 1 month apart from each other, from a suicide vehicle born
Yes.
IED.
Yes.
Those were 2 of the ones that I mentioned that
Yes,
I
yes,
was
yes.
referring to.
So
But
it's a very
just-
creative way to shift yourself.
Yes.
Very abruptly.
And it did happen extremely. Yeah. And I've recently followed a rabbit hole, and I came across this gentleman that is, I consider him to be my twin soul in a sense, because our stories are so similar.
Yes.
He goes by the name of Red Feather.
All right.
He's around my age.
Yes,
He was
yes.
blown up the same times.
Yes.
Everything. We ended up in Alaska, out of all
All right.
places.
You've done something very interesting, rare, and unique here.
Okay.
In the idea of dying and shifting yourself to a parallel reality, you shifted yourself in one of those times to a parallel reality with another version of you that is slightly different. You understand? To use it as a reflective reinforcement of your path, so that you would, in a sense, be twice as strong in 2 people and go in a different direction. You understand what we're saying?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Very creative, as I said.
Wow. And I recently contacted a energy healing school nearby here in Pasadena, and when I spoke to the dean, I mentioned this Red Feather, and she said, "Wait a minute, what?" And she said that just a few days before that, Spirit came to her and
Yes.
Spirit said that was Red Feather, and when I mentioned Red Feather, she's like, "Wait, what did you just say?" So because of that, we connected immensely.
Yes. As I said, you have increased your ability by having this dual reflection in one particular reality of yourself and a parallel self. Of course, Red Feather could look at it the other way too, creating a parallel version in his reality. You understand?
Yes.
And the idea is that gives you more energy, a larger scale, a quantumly larger scale of energy with which to create things like synchronicity. It becomes more immediate. It becomes more now, because you're working literally with the structure of parallel realities. What you're doing is similar to the beginnings of what happens with cryptics. You understand?
Yes.
All right. So you're on an interesting path. Continue.
Okay, great. And it's amazing that you say about the duplication with this red feather fellow. And I believe it happened one last time. And what I mean by that is recently I got notice that I might be a father, but when it happened, I was basically a child myself, and I wasn't all there, meaning I was
Well, this
sedated.
is sometimes what happens when you shift into parallel realities where other things are going on. You may inherit other life paths that you can incorporate to some degree into your own life path in the way that you've set this up.
And the reason why I brought that up is I have been concerned for his emotional
yes, growth, stability.
Yes. If I do do this soon, where I meet him and embrace him. The problem is like I mentioned before, I was not conscious. I was not there, so I am actually concerned that I might not be able to love him the way I should, being technically his father, because it has happened to me just recently.
Yes.
My father wasn't present.
Yes.
For my upbringing.
Yes. But are you going to be in prison?
No.
Well, then, what's your concern?
I meant to say present. He was absent, and
but you can be present. Yes.
Yes.
So, what's your concern?
Is that I have tried. I actually forgave him for what I thought was his fault, that he wasn't there. From drug use and other things.
Yes. And did you forgive yourself too?
Yes. That's where I started.
All right. Well, if you have forgiven yourself and brought yourself back into alignment, what is your concern with this other child?
Well, the thing is that is history repeating itself in a sense? And
No. History doesn't automatically repeat itself. It's based on the choices that you make. Now, if you feel you are a different person, and you are a different person because of the way that you've shifted, if you start really understanding how to identify with yourself as a different person, then please remember, if you're truly a different person, you don't have the same history anymore. You never did.
And my concern is that I have tried.
Tried what?
Wholeheartedly to love my father, and I cannot. And I try to embrace his self because I have empowered his self.
You don't have to condone his choices in order to love him unconditionally as a being that is going through his own exploration of his fears and his beliefs in lack of self-empowerment. You can understand that it takes a victim to make a victim. So the idea is that he experienced his life in a victimized way as well, and this is the best he could do with it.
Wow.
So you can understand that in that sense, even though you may not necessarily condone the choices he's making, you can understand why they were made, because that's all he could understand.
Exactly. Yeah.
Make sense?
Yes.
And therefore you can have compassion for the state of being that forced him to choose things that weren't necessarily in his or your best interest. Yes?
Yes. You said two words that awoke in what I already knew. I just somehow was denying it or somehow.
Yes,
which
and
was,
that is?
The first one was unconditional love, which I actually do.
All right, well then,
and
no conditions.
Why I knew that, but I just anyhow. And then the second one was the I lost it.
Compassion.
Yes. Thank you.
Happy to find it for you.
Yes.
So.
And my last question.
Yes.
Is, and it's weird because
Oh, weird. All right. We love weird. We are the epitome of weird.
I wasn't going to ask this because I felt it was somewhat selfish of me.
Yes. What's that?
But can you tell me what's my lineage? And I guess you can say interstellar lineage. I'm not referring to here on Earth.
You mean what connections have you made to other civilizations that are helping to inform your life on Earth?
Yes.
Because you understand all lives are simultaneous, yes?
Yes, the pineal
gland. So
gland.
it's not really a lineage in that sense, unless you're referring to the idea of what you call your timeline history with regard to going back to how humans were genetically altered. Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about among the stars now?
Among the stars now.
All right. You have very strong Orion connections, and you're transforming them from darkness to light. And you're doing very well. You have Pleiadian connections, you have some Sirius connections, you have some Arcturus connections, but the strongest ones are the Orion connections going from darkness into light. Does this help you?
Yes, because when I was in Iraq and I had that reborn, something came to me of the word source, R-E, sorcery.
Yes.
Source.R.E.
Yes, we
the
understand.
source of real enlightenment. And what you just said is basically what I've been trying to do is convert darkness to light. And that's why I carry this belt at all times.
Yes.
You guys know this.
So, you are familiar with the Orion constellation in your sky?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've connected with this since when I was a child. That was my father, actually. I would look at it all the time and ask for questions, and I would get directions and answers. And
then you understand the connections that you have and how you're using them. So well done.
Thank you, Bashar.
Our unconditional love to you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you, thank you. I was wondering if you can share any information with me about my family here on Earth. My parents have been deceased for 30 and 40 years.
Yes.
And I have one brother. I don't even know if he's alive. And I was...
Yes, he is.
Oh.
Philadelphia.
Can you suggest how I could find him?
Start your search in Philadelphia.
Okay.
That's all we can give you at this time. You'll be helped along the way with other information from other guides. But we can give you the beginning.
Okay.
Philadelphia.
Thank you, thank you.
Your imagination and your search will synchronistically provide you with clues along the way. This is a process, and you will need to go through the process, but we can start the ball rolling.
Thank you.
And there are clues in everything we just told you. You will have to suss them out.
Okay, I love to do research.
Oh, well, there you go.
How about my parents?
What about them? They're fine.
They are?
Yes, of course. They're in spirit. How could they not be?
Okay.
Yes.
As I was driving down here from Northern California, I stopped at a gas station that I stop at a lot when I leave here. And I got a phone call that my 95-year-old uncle had passed away.
All right.
In New Jersey. So I'll be going there this week. But he's like my last known connection.
All right.
To my mother's side.
In your travels to your New Jersey, maybe either before or after on the way back, you might want to stop in Philadelphia. And see what happens.
Okay, thank you.
See who you might run into. Drive carefully.
Okay. And I'd just like to ask a question about Egyptian philosophy.
Yes.
Because everyone talks about Plato and Socrates.
Yes.
But they studied in Egypt. And
Yes,
I just
many of
wonder
them.
why.
Because the ancient priests of Egypt knew the secrets of Atlantis. And they passed them along. And it involved all sorts of different understandings of consciousness. Many of the concepts that we're talking to you about today were understood by the priesthood in ancient Egypt.
So why doesn't anybody talk about them, especially in connection to...
Because most historians don't know that.
They don't know. Okay.
There have been chapters and gaps in your history that have been lost.
So education is the key.
Yes, research is the key. In a variety of ways, including altered states that allow you to download information to fill in the gaps. But also, when open contact finally does occur, many beings will bring you the missing gaps in your history. They will fill in your history for you. because many have been observing for thousands upon thousands of years, and they can tell you exactly what was going on your planet. So that will be one of the things that will bond you to the idea of an exchange with extraterrestrial beings in open contact, is they will provide you a sense of linear history so you can really understand what you're really all about in terms of your journey and your path on Earth and where you can go from there. It will be one of the gifts you will be given.
Thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
And I am so excited, and I want to say...
Speak up, speak up.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the teachings. They have made an incredible difference.
Well, you have made the difference, but we thank you for allowing us to share what we know.
Mm-hmm. And
Speak up.
Things are moving very quickly.
Yes,
as far
they
as
are.
transforming for me as well.
Yes.
I've recently decided that I would no longer play with fear and limitations and holding myself back. And so things are becoming very magical.
They often do when you let go of fear.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yes.
So, when I was younger, I put some blocks and stops up because very connected, very intuitive, hearing voices, and my dad was a psychiatrist, and so I kind of had this thing of, oh my God, I can't be crazy.
My daughter's insane.
No, actually, my dad was kind of cool because he was like he had a lot of cool aspects to him.
Oh, all right.
And when I would tell him about the times that it happened, he said, "Oh, I bet you it's just like your guardian angel." And
all right.
so it kind of gave me permission, but it happened a couple of times where I finally said no.
Yes, well, that's all right.
Go away.
Yes.
And now I'm ready.
Yes,
but,
all right.
Can you give me any information about the voice? It was very...
Well, your guides.
Yeah.
Yes, your guides, your spirit guides. So, if you're ready to reestablish a more conscious relationship, you can.
Absolutely.
All right. And in what way will you utilize that experience in your life?
My dream is to make a difference in, like the gentleman said, transferring light to dark.
And how will you go about doing that as an example in life?
Well, part of what I've learned from you is being that and showing the side of that.
And how do you do that? How will you choose to do that? What will be the actual active outward expression of that? Just standing in one spot?
No, sir.
Thank you. So what will be your chosen outward expression right now? What is the most exciting thing you can actually be taking action on to express that and be an example that others can see?
Well, one small way I do it is I have an ex-husband who is my best teacher, and I have 2 boys, and so my phrase is gentle and kind. And I try and, actually I do damn well. I do damn well at being gentle and kind when a lot of yuck comes my way. And so that is me being that. The other way...
In regards to your family?
Absolutely.
And what about society?
I've worked
How do you demonstrate it there?
Actually, not so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Why not? You want to be an example. If there's no one around to see it, what difference does it make?
I know.
Yes.
I love writing. I love drawing.
All right. Are you doing these things and putting them out there?
I do not put them out
Why
there.
not? Why not? Why not?
Exactly. Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Yes, why not? Can you answer that? Why not?
Still playing with a little bit of the...
oh, come on, be honest. Be honest. What are you afraid of?
What people...
What are you afraid of?
what people will think.
Who cares?
Exactly. But
Why do you care? Why do you care? Why? You don't value yourself enough? You believe them when they attempt to reflect devaluation to you? Why do you believe them? Why do you think it has anything at all to do with you? Why do you think it's true that you're not worthy?
I feel really worthy inside.
But you're not acting like it.
No.
Outside.
Right.
Then you don't really believe it inside, because the things you know to be true, you just do. They're synonymous with your behavior. If it's not in your behavior, you don't understand it, and you don't know
Hey, I
it.
behave, you know, I'm working on it because I behave.
I know you're working on it.
But yeah, no buts, I know.
Thank you.
Yeah,
if we
I heard
asked you to simply walk across the room, you wouldn't sit there and go, well, I'm working on it. You would just do it because you know you can. That means you know it to be true because it's exhibited in your external behavior. If it's not exhibited in your external behavior, this writing and drawing and so on and so forth, outwardly where everyone can see it because you're afraid of what they will think and you're afraid that they will judge you, then it's not something you yet actually know to be true for you.
Well, how about switching it to, I actually am afraid of how fast things move like magic.
So you don't believe that you will automatically regulate yourself?
It feels, amazingly magical. Like,
yes. Is that overwhelming to you?
Sometimes.
All right. But again, that means you don't trust the rate at which your life unfolds.
Okay.
You can handle everything that happens. If you couldn't handle it, it wouldn't happen.
Yes.
Do you understand that principle?
Yeah, say it again so it just seeps in. Please.
You cannot actually receive more than you're ready to handle. It's not possible. But you can believe you're not ready to handle it.
Right. Well, I'm done with that.
All right. Then anything that comes your way, you have to know that the only way that could happen is that you can handle it. It has to be equal to the vibration you're giving off. It can't be more than the vibration you're giving off. It can't be less. It has to be equal to it.
Right. So I am ready for all this.
You see, when you create the idea that you can't handle something, you're actually putting out that vibration. Therefore, that's actually what you're getting. You're getting an experience of not being able to handle it, but it's exactly equal to the vibration you're giving out. So if you just rearrange that equation and say, well, of course I can handle it because I'm getting what I am putting out right now as an absolute equal reflection. So if I just change what I'm putting out, then it doesn't change the amount that comes back to me. It just changes the way I experience it because now I understand that it's equal. Whereas before I had a definition that said it wasn't. But it was. It was absolutely equal to the definition you were putting out. It always is. It can't be anything else. So if you know it's equal, you can act like it's equal and you will know that whatever it is, it's something you can handle. Because it can only be equal. Does this make sense physically? This is just physics.
Yes, it does.
All right. When you throw a ball against the wall and it comes back, the ball comes back. When you throw a ball against the wall, 2 balls don't come back. 3 balls don't come back. The ball you threw comes back. Equal and opposite reaction. Equal and opposite reaction. Yes?
Yes.
All right. So whatever ball you throw, that's what will come back. Not 15 balls.
All right.
No matter how it looks. If you've made it look like 15 balls, that's just the definition that you're throwing out. But what came back was equal to what you threw out. To show you how to regulate yourself to what you know is comfortable for you in terms of the way you define what will come back by changing the definition of what you put out. Make sense? Is this sinking in a little bit?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Will that help?
Yes.
All right. Then go and throw some balls and see what comes back.
Will do. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. A lot of these kinds of questions will be more easily answered when you understand the physics and nature and structure of existence. That's really all there is to it.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
I'm so grateful to be here.
We are grateful to you as well for the co-creation.
Most of my questions you already answered.
How synchronous of you.
Yeah. But I need a little bit more clarification on some.
Yes.
So as far as the changes go in the 2016.
Yes.
So we are the creators of our own reality. And based on what we focus on, we tap into that parallel reality.
Yes.
Is it then something's missing for me? If, let's say I focus on that specific reality and I am really focused, is it possible that I would bypass the probabilities of
It
what's
is
going to be?
possible, but not probable, because you have chosen to be in a reality where there are many different belief systems and a certain process that is representative of your participation in the transformation instead of just skipping over it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's not impossible, but it's unlikely because you chose to be in the middle of a transformation. So why would you want to miss it? Why would you want to miss the party?
Okay.
By leaving too soon or skipping over it too quickly. So you can experience your reality in the way that you prefer to energetically, even if you can still see things in the reality they're not your preference, doesn't mean they have to affect you. You see the difference?
Yeah.
But your presence in that reality where you can still perceive things that aren't your preference can act as an example for others to see, look how calm she is in the middle of this disaster. How does she do it? Let's find out her secret. Let's adopt the same state of being and the same belief systems that she's exhibiting so we can ride this wave in a way that doesn't feel disastrous. That we can create a positive outcome for this because we can neutralize the situation no matter how it looks. Then you have participated in a way that works for you and also works for others who are willing to use you as an example in the face of whatever's going on.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, it is. But you see, all it takes is using your imagination to redefine it that way for yourself, and then you'll understand how to navigate through it.
So basically, I would become, although it's happening, I would become the observer.
You can still be a participant. I'm just saying it won't affect you in any way you don't choose to be affected.
Okay.
No matter how it looks.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
All right. So it's not about just going, well, the only option I see is to jump over it or run away.
Okay.
You have to have the imagination to, number one, I'm here for a reason. And yes, I'm not saying it's impossible that the reason might be to learn how to skip over it, but it's rare, very rare. So the idea is, look at the most probable reason. I'm here to participate. That's why I'm here. So let me come up with a way in which I can define my participation in a way that works for me in a positive sense. And then your imagination is free to come up with the kinds of descriptions we just gave you. But if you're not that state of being, if you're not willing to be that state of being, to recognize what is and how you can define what is in a beneficial way instead of simply looking for some other alternative that isn't what is, then you won't be capable of having these imaginings. You won't be capable of coming up with a new definition that works for what is. Make sense?
Yes, it
And
does.
as soon as you allow yourself to come up with a definition that works for what is can become something else more quickly. Because you're using what's there fully. You're using it up. It's only when you resist what is right in front of you, what is happening, that you actually make it linger and take longer until you get the point of how to use it up. By letting it be okay for that to be there, to train you in how to relate to it in a positive way so you get the benefit of it, and once it's delivered the benefit, it will move on. But if you don't let it deliver the benefit by denying its existence in your life as having anything to do with being there, then it's going to keep nagging at you and banging on your door and pushing back and saying, you're not getting the point of why I'm here. And it will get louder and louder and louder and stronger and stronger and stronger until eventually something happens that forces you to understand why it's there. So understand it sooner and it can be a gentle experience.
Yes, perfect.
Yes? Does that make sense?
A lot.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next question. I know the changes also, as you mentioned before, they affect our physical bodies right now.
Yes. Because you are in a physical dream. So that's part of your consensus agreement, that your bodies are affected, at least most of you. Doesn't have to be, but that's the general agreement that you have.
Okay, like for example, right now I see my son is experiencing different physical stuff. He's very sensitive.
Yes.
He's very gentle. And I don't know how to help him with all this. I feel like it's because of the change of the energies, like the insomnia.
It can be to some degree, but
yeah.
we are also being told that this is someone else's job to deal with him. So you will have to trust that there are others that are helping him in ways that it's not our job to do right now.
Okay. At the moment, I'm reaching out for different routes.
Yes.
But I'm not sure how to go about this. I feel like...
Just keep acting on your excitement, and it will come to you. It will be brought to you. It will be attracted to you. What to do for anyone in your reality that is part of your excitement, part of your love. It will be brought to you.
Okay, but am I being on point? I mean, is he... What he's experiencing, is it because of all the energy changes?
I just told you that's some of it. But I also just told you it's not my job to tell you anymore.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's the job of others. But if you keep acting on your excitement and include him in your excitement and your love, the information you need will come to you from other sources. But it's not our job. We're being told to back off.
Okay.
And so we pay attention because this is the agreement we have made with your consensus reality. Your spirit guides are going, we'll handle this. So we say, okie dokie.
Well, I give them permission to tell you.
That's not how it works.
No, I know. I know.
They already know what it is they have the permission to do and not do. And they already know what it is we have permission to do and not do. And in this case, you need to go through this process in a specific way. So you are in good hands, don't worry. And so is your child. In good hands, don't worry. Just move forward in your excitement and your joy and your love.
Okay, that's good enough.
All right. Thank you. That'll do for now.
Oh, no more questions?
That'll do for now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
Okay, I'm so curious about, I want to work, my highest excitement would be working in the entertainment industry.
Oh, well, what's stopping you?
Well, that's what I'm definitely going towards. And
going towards, where is it? Way over there somewhere? How far away are you from it?
Well, in my head, I'm already there.
Well, then, you're already in it. What else needs to be said? What are you doing to exemplify the fact that you're in it is the question.
Living
and in what part do you wish to be? If there is a specific way you wish to express your participation in your entertainment industry. What are you specifically talking about?
As working like with someone like Oprah Winfrey, who uses her platform to create a positive shift in the world.
But what do you mean working with someone like that? In what capacity? How? Are you just looking for a job?
No, I want to use my talents to express a lot of this stuff that I've learned through my journey of life and life lessons, and be able to give that back. But
so
do
you're
it through my
talking about
talents.
what? Being a speaker of these concepts, and so sometime then being contacted by people like her who might want to know what you have to say? What are you saying?
I would love to have my own TV shows, like work.
You would like to have your own TV show?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, so what are you doing in that direction then to create your own TV show? Nothing?
Well,
Nothing?
Doing as much as I can. Well,
what does that
I could
mean?
do a lot more, yeah.
Yes, you could. What are you doing? Are you creating a show Bible?
I have a lot of show ideas, and I have a lot of stuff
Have
written
you
down.
created a show Bible?
A show Bible, so like a workbook that has like everything in it.
It explains the show. Who are you going to pitch your show to?
Oprah.
All right. Well, don't you have something that you need to pitch?
I do. And
So
I have
you
a
need
lot
to
of stuff
explain
like
the premise of the show, how it lays out, what you will do in each episode, if you want to call it that.
Well, my curiosity is about the entertainment industry, about how like supposedly the Illuminati and all this stuff.
Oh
and
my
all...
goodness.
Okay, so definitely, so just stay on my path and just
Yes.
go and guide, and none of that stuff will.
Yes, learn your trade if that's what you wish to do. Learn your craft.
Yes, perfect. Okay, that's
Yes.
what I wanted to know about that. Yeah.
All right. Don't worry about
awesome,
those
perfect.
peripheral ideas.
And then my second question was, I recently came across another channeler that does cleansing with entities that stick to us.
Oh my goodness.
Is that real, or like can you elaborate on that? Like supposedly
It's an idea that is presented as an opportunity for you to decide whether or not you need to operate under that particular belief system. Do
Okay,
you
so it's
prefer
like
that
a-
particular expression?
almost like you were like how you talk about permission slips. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
You understand?
I totally understand.
All right.
Awesome.
Does that help you?
That totally
You feel a
helps.
little lighter?
Yeah, I do.
Not so many things sticking to you now?
Yeah, totally.
Not so stuck in moving forward
Yeah.
on your dream?
And then one time I had a dream which felt really, really real.
Yeah.
And
Oh, really, really real.
And it was a ship that came, a UFO,
Yes.
and there was kids in it, like
Yes.
some that looked like my nieces and nephews, and then
Yes.
there was this really nice like girl and everything, and they were very loving and welcoming and stuff. Was that anything like a connection to
The hybrids, yes.
yes.
And also the fact that you were given an opportunity to recognize that some of your nieces and nephews also wind up on the ships from time to time. Oh.
So they're just going on little trips here and there?
Yes, they are.
That's awesome.
And it was shown to you that way so that you would understand the connection between your human nieces and nephews and hybrid children, to give you a sense of connection with all of them.
Nice.
So you can spread the love around a bit.
Yes, give the love. Perfect.
Familiarity is what they were showing you. Familiarity. Family. You understand?
Yeah.
Familiarity.
That's awesome.
Does that help you?
Yes, that does. Thank you so much.
All right.
I feel
we'll
lighter. So.
see you on television, I suppose.
Yes.
Tune in next week to see what he has in store.
Well, we have about 30 minutes left.
Oh, all right.
How many names?
Pick a number between 4 and 6.
5.
Thank you. Well done.
I must be a mathematical genius.
You are.
Alessandro Brau. Oh. Kenza. She's over here. Oh, hello. It's like picking cards. I wonder what I'll get. Yazra.
Wait, stop there for a moment. Let's start with these 3.
Okay.
Hello, Bashar.
And you, good day.
It's my first time here. Thank you so much.
Oh, it is our first time speaking with you as well. What a coincidence.
All right. My highest excitement happens to be in lucid dreaming.
Oh, all right.
And I've been practicing for 3 years now.
Oh, all right. And?
Well, I don't get exactly the result I want.
All right. That's all right.
I'm stuck on my...
All right. Wait. Whoa. Now, what else excites you in life, too? Besides that, what's the next most exciting thing you can do if that's not coming to fruition yet?
Well, learning.
Learning what?
Learning about especially physics and how we can create energy and.
All right, and so you go about doing that too, yes?
Yes.
All right. And so, have you learned anything in physics that can help you understand the frequency state you need to be in to lucid dream?
No.
Well,
actually,
then you need to maybe study a little bit more physics.
All right, so I need to use my second option of highest excitement to.
Anytime you cannot fully act on the thing that excites you the most, act on the next most exciting thing, because all excitement is connected. And whatever it is you have more ability to act on will ultimately lead you back to what you don't have the ability to act on by giving you the ability to act on it. All things are connected in excitement.
All right.
So if you are able to study physics, that must mean there's some information in there or some other thing you can act on that is representative of an excitement you can do that contains the information you need to allow you to do something you can't do right now that is also representative of your excitement. It's all connected.
All right. And may I ask you one more question about belief systems? Because
Yes.
I think I have a contradictory belief system, but
all right,
I
such
cannot
as?
look for it. I mean,
You can't look for it?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I mean,
Well, what's the
I don't see
contradictory
it.
belief about?
Because when sometimes I did achieve lucid dreaming, and I
Yes.
was really excited, but
yes,
I don't know how to repeat that.
Oh, all right, all right. Your contradictory belief system is that you think you always have to repeat it. You don't.
All right.
When you don't, when you can't, that's telling you you don't need to right now.
Right.
Your insistence on doing it is the contradictory belief. You have to trust the way it unfolds, and especially if you have been able to do it, and then suddenly you find you can't, whatever it is you can't do at that moment is a sign that you don't need to do it at that moment. If you trust your life, that's how you read that sign. Not that something's wrong, not that you should try even harder because maybe you can push it through, although sometimes that might be the answer. But more often than not, if you are able to do something and then you're not able to do it, that might be a sign that you don't need to do that right now, and your contradictory belief is the idea that you must be able to do it right now. That might not be true right now. Maybe you need to go through another process for another reason right now.
And do you see anything? Do you see anything I cannot see right now about it?
I just told you what I could see that you weren't seeing.
All right, and so I just, even if it's my highest excitement,
You're not
doesn't
getting
necessar-
it. You're not getting it. The thing that comes as your highest excitement doesn't mean that's the thing that has to manifest. That's why we say you need to drop all insistence on the outcome. You just act on the excitement to the best of your ability with no insistence on a particular outcome. Because that leaves room for what actually needs to happen, which your physical mind is not capable of determining all the time. What you actually need to have happen there. That's why you need to drop your insistence on that this has to happen. So follow the excitement. But don't expect that the form that the excitement comes in is always the thing that actually has to come to fruition, because it isn't always the thing that has to come to fruition. Sometimes something excites you at that moment just because it gets you to move, it gets you to act, and that's the most important thing, not that the thing you think should happen. Just puts you in a different state, and that may be all that was necessary at that moment. So
Right.
never assume that you actually have to achieve the goal. If that's not what happens, then that's not what needs to happen at that moment. Something else needs to happen first. You need to trust the way it unfolds.
All right.
Make sense?
Make absolutely sense.
All
so
right.
I have to just
yes.
When it comes to me, when I feel it, I act on it. But when it doesn't come, I just let it go and do something that.
If it doesn't excite you, if it's not the most exciting thing at that moment, act on whatever is, even if it seems completely unconnected on the surface. It's the excitement that tells you it is connected, not how it looks.
All right. Thank you very much.
Does that help you?
Yes, a lot.
All right.
Thank you,
you.
Bashar.
Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
I'm kind of really nervous,
Oh, how exciting.
I guess.
I know so. There's nothing to be nervous about. You can be excited instead if you want.
I think I am.
Oh, all right. Then speak up and be bold so that all may hear what you have to share.
Okay, well, I guess in the past year,
Yes.
I've been through a lot of interesting, different situations.
Yes.
It
Sounds exciting.
It was. I mean, at first it was very scary.
Oh, that's exciting too.
But now it all made sense as to why it happened.
There you go.
But I guess, well,
You keep guessing a lot.
sorry. To be more specific, I
Yes.
was applying to colleges last year.
Yes.
And I didn't really have a direction in mind. I kind of was just doing it because I just
All right.
was.
So are you now realizing there are things you could be doing that are more representative of your excitement?
Yeah.
Such as? Such as?
I don't know yet.
It doesn't have to be a career. You're here today having this conversation, we assume, because this excited you. That's all you have to keep doing. When this conversation is over, out of all the options available to you, choose the one that has even just a little bit more excitement than anything else that you're able to act on. And act on it to the best of your ability until you can act on it no further. And just keep doing that. That step-by-step process will eventually expand into other larger scale things like projects, like careers, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So just start where you can, because all excitement is connected. So it doesn't have to start big, it can start small.
Okay. Well, I guess I ended up getting accepted
To
UCLA.
Oh, all right.
And-
For what?
What major?
If that's the way you wish to express it, yes.
Biology.
And?
And
So you said, though, that you're not excited about this, yes? Or are you?
well, it's interesting what I'm learning. Usually a lot of people try really hard to get into the school, and I kind of just let it go, and it happened.
All right.
So
is this representative of your excitement in any way, shape, or form? Is it one of the expressions of your excitement?
Well, it's interesting because I am there now.
Yes.
But what I'm dealing with now is a lot of my fears and insecurities.
Well, isn't that a good thing?
Well,
Because now you're discovering them so you can let them go. Yes?
yeah,
So that's a positive thing, isn't it?
yeah,
Isn't that exciting?
yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is I get confused as to how to continue. I mean, I
just told you. If something comes up that is representative of one of your fears, then allow yourself to investigate it, because that's why it's coming up. This is an opportunity for you to get in touch more quickly with the things you want to let go of that are fear-based definitions. And when you've let go of them, you can decide whether or not to continue doing what it is that brought that opportunity to you, or change to something else. Or you can change now. But if you have those fear-based definitions, they're going to come up in whatever you do, because that's one of the things that the excitement kit does, is reflect to you the things that are out of alignment with excitement. So it's going to happen in one way, shape, or form. So if you want to do it in something that's more exciting, you can do it there. If you want to stay where you are and do it, you can do that too. But it's your decision. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I think what stops me from even considering doing anything else is my fear that this is the only way I can be successful.
Oh, poor you. I guess so then. I guess that's what's true for you then. It's the only possible thing you can do. Interesting, though, that you would think that the idea of doing something that you don't love would actually make you successful. Very, very interesting definition you have there of success.
Very complicated.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Well, how do I change that? How do
Well,
I...
do you understand that you simply believe that this is the only thing that can allow you to feel successful? And that it's not empirically true, it's not really a fact, you just believe that it's true.
Is it? It's not?
No, of course not. How could it possibly be? If it were really true, you wouldn't even consider wanting to do anything else. It would never occur to you that there might be some other way. We wouldn't be having this conversation. If it was a fact of nature to you, built into you so strongly as an absolute truth that there was really no other way you could be in your mind successful, even questioning it would never occur to you. But the fact that it has is your first clue that there might actually be something else that you can be successful at that you would actually love.
Wow.
Wow. You see how to use logic here?
Yeah.
That's how you use logic in a positive way. You have to look at the obvious. And the obvious is, really, if you understand the structure of existence, it wouldn't occur to you to think that there might be something else. You would never even wonder if it was an empirical fact of existence that this is the only path for you to be successful in.
So all the pain and everything that's coming up, it's
resistance to your natural self. Resistance to what is actually true for you. Forcing yourself to go down a path that isn't yours, forcing yourself to be someone you're not, forcing yourself to be a shape you weren't made to be is painful.
Yeah.
So stop doing it, lighten up. And know that you can align with whatever is truly exciting for you, and the fact that something might be more exciting is your first clue that that's where your success actually lies.
Okay, so how do I use the experience of being at UCLA right now?
I told you. If you want to use it for a while to see if it can become more exciting, that you can change your definitions of what you're doing and allow it to be more exciting, or use it temporarily to find out what some of your fear-based definitions are so you can explore them and let them go, you can use it that way. It's up to you. However, again, you must honor your belief system. It doesn't do you any good to leave that and do something that is exciting if you don't believe that it will actually support you successfully.
Okay.
You must honor your belief system and change when you feel that it is comfortable to change.
Okay.
So it's up to you, but if you at least start doing things that excite you as often as you can, you will allow your excitement to show you in unexpected ways that it actually can support you. And then maybe you'll build up more confidence that it can. And then maybe in your own good time, sooner or later, you'll be willing to trust that it can, and you'll let go of the things you don't actually prefer to do, knowing now that your excitement can actually support you.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that helps.
So the transitional rate is up to you. It's in your hands. Fast or slow is up to you.
Okay, well, something that also ties in with the success is I was raised with I know where the belief comes from. I have a fear of lack.
But that means you just have an abundance of lack.
Well, yeah.
So use your abundance in another way, because you're never not abundant. You are always abundant in something, even if you're abundant in lack.
How do I be abundant in not lack?
Well, if you understand that everything is about abundance of something, then why would you prefer to use your abundance to experience an abundance of lack instead of something else? Because there is no such thing as a lack of abundance. It's just an abundance of lack. Once you understand that in your mind, that it's always an abundance of something, then you get to choose what form the abundance expresses itself in, because it's all abundance. There's no such thing as lack. It's an abundance of the experience of lack. That's all. So if you don't prefer that, use your abundance in another way, by knowing that you can, by knowing that everything is a form of abundance of something. Even if it's something you don't prefer, it's still a form of abundance.
Really? Really?
Yes. You cannot be non-abundant. It's your natural state to be abundant in something. When was the last time you were abundant in absolutely nothing?
Never.
Lack is still something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Therefore, you've never been abundant in nothing. So you might as well be abundant in what you prefer as opposed to being abundant in what you don't prefer. Because abundance is your natural state. Confidence is your natural state. Trust is your natural state. Abundance is your natural state. You are always confident that something is true. You always trust that something is true. You are always abundant in something. Be confident about what you prefer to be. Trust what you prefer to trust. Have abundance in what you prefer to have abundance in, instead of what you don't. Because you can't change the fact that you're always confident, trusting, and abundant. You can only change what you're confident, trusting, and abundant in. So if you now recognize that it's not a lack of abundance, it's an abundance of lack, you go, oh, well, I'm always abundant, so I might as well now change it to an abundance I prefer instead of one that I don't. period.
Wow, that sounds so much simpler than
It is. And I understand that sometimes that's the greatest challenge on your planet, believing that it's actually that simple. But it is. But it's up to you to know that that's true and act like you know it and get the advantage of it, because that's the way reality works.
So struggle doesn't have to happen?
No. Challenge, yes, but not struggle, not pain. Challenge is exciting. To learn something new, to grow, to investigate, to explore, to discover. That's what challenge is about.
So I should treat everything in my life as a challenge then?
Yes, why not? That's how you will then experience it. Remember, you only experience what you put out. So if you always give everything a positive meaning, then it will only be experienced in a positive way, even if it was generated negatively to begin with. Even if it's any situation you might have previously identified as negative, you can neutralize it and know that it doesn't have any built-in meaning. It's just a neutral circumstance. It's just an empty set of props that you get to fill with the meaning that you prefer. No matter how anyone else may choose to identify it, doesn't matter. You can always extract a positive effect from every situation if you constantly know that it can serve you that way. But if you constantly say, well, this can only serve me in a negative way, that's the only way you can experience it, because this is just physics. What you put out is what you get back. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It's just a neutral circumstance.
Wow.
Does that help you?
That's awesome.
All right. Well, then today you have graduated to another level.
Thank you. I have one more question.
Thank you.
Oh, that's it?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
That's all you need right now.
Thank you, Bashar.
You are welcome.
I love you.
Our unconditional love to you as well. Let these things sink in, and they will make more and more and more sense to you. And as soon as they make absolute sense to you, you will know exactly how to proceed in your life from there. And?
So our next questioner, I'm going to take the mic to her.
All right.
But someone needs to undo the cord.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Sure, I'll hold it. I don't mind. Okay, thank you. Okay. Hi, Bashar.
And a you good day.
Beautiful. So I'm. This is quite exciting. I'm quite new to you. Quite new.
We are all new. Every moment we are new.
Indeed, this is true.
And thank you for your service.
Absolutely. Thank you for yours. I'm feeling like I'm playing full out. I feel like I know so much. I'm not usually a questioner.
It doesn't have to be a question. It can be a statement.
Right.
And sometimes making a statement opens more doors than a question does.
Beautiful.
So, what do you wish to say?
I wish to say that I already know. I already know everything I need to know.
Yes, you do. And if you know that you do, then you do.
Yes.
You don't have to say any more if you don't want to. It's up to you.
And yeah, I wish to say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I ask you a question.
Yes.
What do you do for fun?
I imagine.
What else? What physical expression does your imagination take? Do you have some creative expression?
That's quite interesting because physically, in terms of following my excitement,
Yes.
the physical representation seems to be catching up with what I imagine and what I intend and what I choose.
All right.
And so, in terms of following my excitement, I realized that, To a physical extent, it looks like I'm limited in certain.
We understand that's how it looks.
Right.
But you're not really. It's just about understanding how to do things differently.
Exactly.
And so, what excitement would you like to express that your physicality is and your imagination is allowing you to catch up to?
I love the idea of adventure and traveling and being in nature and connecting.
All right. And so there are ways you can do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're only limited by your imagination, which is unlimited.
Yes.
Think outside the box, as you say on Earth. Yes?
Yes.
So you're having fun doing that and manifesting things that are more outside the box?
I am, and it's fun sort of playing with this in the sense of drawing things to me and not having to get up and go take action in the physical.
Yes. You see, if you want to look at it linearly, in actual fact, that's actually what happens. You never actually go anywhere. Everything actually comes to you because you're here and now.
That's right. Yes.
You're not really moving through a reality. A reality is moving through you. And the things that you manifest are here already. They're just invisible until you make them visible by matching their frequency, that's all. But they're all here right now. All the things that are relevant for your lives are here right now. So thank you for being an example of a process that can be reflected to others to let them know that they are not as limited as they think, because they can see in you someone who they would think would be more limited, who is able to go beyond those bounds. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And so you are a good teacher and an example for that. So thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Does this help you?
Absolutely.
You want to go skydiving?
I've definitely played with that idea.
All right, well, there are people that have done it in your circumstance.
Right.
So don't let anything stop you.
No.
Use your imagination. You'll figure out a way. You'll figure out a way. If it's truly representative of your excitement, then it's representative of your excitement for a reason, and you'll figure out a way. And maybe the way you figure out is a way that no one's ever done before. And how magical is that, to bring that into your world? Something that is done in a way that's never been done before, just because everyone assumes it can't be done. How magical is that?
Right, very magical, very magical.
All right, well, does this help you?
Absolutely.
Is this sufficient?
It is, yes.
All right. Then we thank you.
Thank you.
At this timing, you may all take a short break. We will resume this transmission with your holotope meditation to help crystallize in the ideas we have shared with you this day. Take a short break. It'll say, let us continue this transmission. Nania?
Yes, hello, Tadeo.
The way in which Sasani beings are like herding cats.
Yes.
Is that we're perfect. And so.
Uncategorically.
Yes. Do you have a few questions before we begin the holotope meditation?
Yes, we do, and from our listeners. And the first one is, what is cosmic consciousness and how do we awaken it?
My goodness.
Well, I thought that too. But then I thought, maybe this is a good question, because really, isn't cosmic consciousness about Homo galacticus?
It can be.
Or what else would it be?
Well, you're tapping into cosmic consciousness all the time and expressing it however you need to express it in your individual experience of life. You are cosmic consciousness. You are connected to everything. Everything is here and now. It's all cosmic consciousness expressing itself in the ways that it can. But if you wish to narrow it down to the idea of an awareness, a growing awareness of your connection specifically to extraterrestrial beings or extraterrestrial aspects or counterparts of yourself, you can do that too. But it really is just an awakening to the idea that everything is connected throughout creation, throughout the cosmos, that everything is one, expressing itself in all the ways that it can, and feeling that connection and living with that connection, living through that idea. Yes?
Yes, I often think of it as this kind of enrichment state where you perceive physical reality so much more deeply and profoundly, and everything feels new and amazing. And
Yes. And by the way, when you first asked the question, we responded. That wasn't an exclamation. That was the answer. Cosmic consciousness is my goodness.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
I know. That's why I said it.
Okay, and one of the questions that came up is basically, as you alluded to the prospect of some natural disasters on the planet.
Yes.
How about a hint at one or two potential natural disasters that would be on the horizon?
That is not part of the agenda at this time.
Okie dokie. Question number 3.
Yes.
There's been talk of a Wave X event horizon set to culminate tomorrow, and it's being described as a massive gamma wave. Can you shed some light on the effect it might have for humanity?
What is being expressed here is an interpretation of the idea of the vibrations of your lunar eclipse connecting to the vibrations of how your moon is acting as a lens for certain frequencies that can accelerate your consciousness if you choose to match them at this time of transition and crossing. It's like a threshold crossing. The idea of the gamma wave is simply a way of understanding that if you align with this frequency, it can raise your brain frequency to gamma between 40 and 100 cycles per second, which is the channeling state, which allows you to tap in more readily to other dimensions of experience. That's what that actually means.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
And lastly, actually, this is my question. And that has to do with when you were describing the channeling state on Friday and the process mechanics. What's the difference between someone channeling their personality and channeling another entity, say your future self or some other version, or I guess a god?
Channeling your own personality is part of what you agree to in terms of how you set your life up for your own theme of exploration. It doesn't mean it can't include agreements with other entities, but they are subject to the idea of other agreements and matching the frequencies of other entities, as opposed to that which is simply laid out as part of the natural expression of the life that you wish to explore, which requires the personality to be channeled. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about when you were showing on the diagram that the lines are either resistance lines or they're flowing with it.
Yes.
And so when we channel our personality, obviously we're receiving information from our higher levels.
Yes, and you're using that mechanism to communicate with the higher mind, but you said other entities.
Right.
Well, the higher mind is part of the person that you are.
I was getting to that.
Oh, all right.
So I was looking at the mechanics of how we do our personality and how we feel like we can really make the difference by aligning with the energies that are coming through and expressing them in a positive way.
Yes.
With another entity,
yes,
is there any difference?
Well, you're taking into account then the themes that both are exploring. So it's a combined agreement theme, not just yours personally. It's a combined agreement theme.
So can the entity have some negative themes that they're exploring?
It can be possible, but it is highly improbable because it requires the idea of being in a positive state in order to allow the connection to occur, because it's a connection of integration, not segregation.
And so there would probably be an agreement between the being that's coming through and the person who's channeling them, because they're together, they will be exploring key, important, thematic type
yes,
of...
what the personality will do on your planet is will set their life up in such a way that they receive the training necessary to be capable of matching the frequency of the other entity to fulfill the agreement when the time comes.
Okay, so what if the entity is coming through at a higher vibrational state and the person who's channeling them is holding a lower vibrational state in certain belief areas? When the energy of the entity reaches it's the higher mind, though. It has to go through the higher mind first. So you're saying then it hits the personality?
Yes.
And once it hits the personality, how does that affect the information when you're in such a close relationship between two beings?
It depends upon the agreement, but generally speaking, you will find that it will not actually go all the way through to the personality if there are too many issues that are out of phase with the vibration coming in.
So they simply will not be able to access the information. It will
Correct.
appear to be blocked.
Correct. Or they will appear to, in a sense, fake it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
If they are involving their ego structure, then their ego may take over in the idea of pretending to be the deliverer when in fact it is actually just a stand-in.
And it also seems like the entity, in working with the physical channel, will assist that being in being able to integrate the information.
If the being is willing to listen, yes.
So that's the dance.
Yes, that's the dance.
That they're doing.
Yes, and most of this is done ahead of the time of the contact. But sometimes it is required for this to go on during the connection as well. Depends again on what the theme is that the channel is exploring.
But it's actually an ongoing relationship, so
yes,
that very close relationship between the entity and the person that's channeling them.
Yes. Although the person that decides to channel can also decide not to.
It's a very interesting relationship.
Yes, it is.
And thank you so much for clarifying that.
It is our pleasure. And now it is time for your holotope meditation.
Okay, thank you, Tateo.
You are welcome, Nania, and all of you. Allow yourselves to become very relaxed and start to breathe easily. Let go of all the things you think you need to think about, because you don't need to think about them now. So, if you're thinking of having second thoughts, think again. Relax. Let go. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And as you do, allow your lights to dim and your music to rise. And focus on the holotope and understand that you are looking at a reflection of your inner being in whatever way works for you at this time. Allow yourself to continue to breathe, taking deep breaths in, letting them out at an easy, effortless pace. And allow yourself, as you continue to do this, to drift into the center of your being and start to feel all of the cords and connections that connect you to everything. Look at the holotope as an example, a diagram of all the different strings and cords of energy and information and lines of light by which in your physical reality you choose to be connected to all other things. And allow yourself to feel the vibrations that exist now and the momentum that may be behind certain probabilities. And see the holotope as a graphic equation of probabilities so that different chords and strings and pathways may stand out at different times as you look at it through the course of this meditation, allowing you to understand how to read these lines of information and read the probabilities and where most of the energy and momentum may be behind certain ideas. But again, remember, this is a reading of the present. There is no such thing as the future right now. There are only other probable alternate nows, all of them existing simultaneously, through which you are shifting over and over and over again, billions of times per second, charting your course, redefining yourself over and over again. And understand that you yourself, in a sense, are such a prediction. Because the personality is a channeled entity, you are constantly reading yourself, taking note, taking readings, and allowing yourself to shift and adjust and course correct on the map of your journey. Reinventing, redefining yourself constantly. readjusting the probabilities of who and what you are and what you will experience your life to be. This is an ongoing, constant process of change going on within you all the time in your consciousness. The holotope now acts as a map and a chart of all the different variations and probabilities of your personality as you channel it through into physical reality, into the physical dream. Whatever now stands out can be symbolically representative of another aspect of your being, another way of defining yourself, another personality that you can be. Take a moment to really observe what is standing out, almost as if you are reading the permission slip known as a tarot card with all of its different imagery, allowing one image to stand out, one line of light, one fractal to be more apparent than another at one moment over another. Just see how it undulates. Just see how it changes. With every single change of light, there is new information encoding into you. Only the information that you truly need. Only the information that is truly about you. Only that which is truly relevant for you at this time as the personality you choose to be. And 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 choose to be, 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 and choose to be. You are constantly making choices, whether you know it or not. You are constantly redefining who you are, and you are constantly, literally becoming a new person every moment, with a new history every moment. Because the past is illusion, so is the future, and you're creating them both from the present. So you are rewriting your history every moment, over and over and over and over and over again. A new dawn, a new day, a new you, a new history, a new time, a new space, a new reality. Always new. Continuity will now begin to break apart, come apart at the seams, and be more flexible and malleable, as it melts in the crucible of your understanding and the fire of your comprehension. Allow yourself to let it melt, dissolving the personality that used to be there that no longer serves you, and recrystallizing the one that is now, at this moment, more in alignment with who you truly are as a frequency, as a consciousness, as an aspect, as a projection of all that is. And feel the freedom and the unconditional love that supports you in this process, in this recreation and reinvention, redefinition of yourself. Every moment, you are always supported in your imagination, in your higher mind, in your higher self, in your oversouls, as you become more and more crystallized in spirit and awareness and awakening, in the dream of physical reality into which you will now awaken more and more every day. Reading all the symbols that appear in your physical reality as reflections, as symbols of changes in your consciousness. In the eclipse of your moon that now allows you to dive more deeply into the mysteries of your being, to let them unfold in the night and in the day. Let them blossom. Let them become part of who you are. Let them take their place within you as aspects of your being that serve you. Allow yourself to dream and drift in lunar light, in loving light, in the night, in the mystery that opens into the brilliant day that shall reveal a new path every moment to you that you can walk, that becomes broad and wide and stable and clear all the way to the horizon, no matter how it may wind. It is the path of your being, the path of who you truly are. Allow yourself to feel the support that moves you forward, the driving engine, the organizing principle, the path of least resistance, the path that connects to all other expressions of your joy, and the reflective mirror that will always reveal to you what is out of alignment with that path, with your truth. so that you can let go of those things that no longer serve you, that simply do not belong to you, and allow yourself to gather yourself together with intention. And you move forward on that beam of light, that beam of intention, that beam of awareness, that beam of being. Breathe it in and make it your own. Breathe it in and make it your own. Breathe it in and make it your own. And it is you. And every breath you take is life supporting you. And every breath out is you supporting life. Back and forth in the exchange of unconditional love of nature and your natural being that blossoms forth more and more every day in play, in life and love. Allow your music to dim, allow your lights to go down, and remain floating free in the dark of night, for there is still light that reaches you in that darkness. It is the light of illumination, the light of awareness, the light of being, the light of all that is always there, whether it is invisible to your senses or not. But your senses may open and see the light that shines brightly within each and every one of you, in your heart, in your spirit, in your soul. For you are that light, and you are that information. You are encoded light and encoded love, and life itself is what you are. Allow yourselves now to drift softly, easily, and freely, and just be at peace as your music fades and your lights fade, and you allow yourselves to float in the darkness of the night in the arms of mystery, and allow yourself to cross that threshold into a new understanding, a new momentum, and an infinite array of probabilities that are all in alignment and can all be used to propel you forward into the dream that you prefer to dream, the dream of yourself when you dream yourself into being. Be at peace and be lucid in that dream, just as you are lucid now in the dream we have immersed you in together. Be at peace. Be at peace. Be at peace. Our unconditional love to you all. Good day and sweet dreams.
A little say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right, thank you. First and foremost, thank you for the co-creation of the interaction. Our deep appreciation and gratitude for allowing us to interact with you in this way. Let us begin this transmission with the idea we have entitled The Cycles of Nine. Now, on your planet, there have been for a while these permission slip ideas called numerology and so forth. And as we have described, these ideas, numerology, astrology, tarot reading, they are in a sense reflections of certain things that may have been crystallized within you when you chose to physicalize yourself at the moment of your birth. But it isn't, as we have said, that they have so much an influence over you or a control over your lives as they simply reflect the themes, the ideas, the vibrations that you chose to explore in this physical incarnation. So understand that what we are talking about this day of your time in the cycles of 9 are not the ideas that in any way, shape, or form determine, so to speak, the choices you can make, but they may be reflections of choices you have made and are making. And you can use these permission slips, use these symbols, numerologically, astrologically, or any other form of permission slip that you allow to trigger your ability to sense more clearly the ideas, the themes you chose to explore, so you can get a better handle, have a better, deeper insight into the path you chose. And these things can, as permission slips, as triggers, as reflections, help you remember more of who you chose to be, so that you can experience this transformation of forgetfulness into remembering. Now, the idea, again, is that we understand that in your society, the concept of numerology and astrology and tarot and all these other kinds of permission slip reflections, they are not what you would in your language call scientific, but that's all right. They're not supposed to be. You can have a scientific understanding of the vibrations that they represent, of the frequencies that may be symbolized by them, of the reflections that they may hold for you to enlighten you about things that you chose on other levels. But they are not necessarily designed to be scientific. They are designed to be intuitive. They are designed to simply be used as permission slips, as triggers, as reflections. Nevertheless, the idea of moving forward in the cycles of 9, we can begin to explain from that perspective the idea in the following way. 9, as many of you already know, is what you have called a reductive number, numerologically speaking, and mathematically speaking. In other words, it is self-referential. Any multiple of 9, the numbers in that answer of any multiple of 9 will also reduce to 9. So 9, as a number, actually kind of represents a sort of, shall we say, border beyond which you actually cannot go in your physical reality. Because any number after 9, again, like 10, simply reduces to 1. 11 simply reduces to 2. 12 reduces to 3. And so on and so forth. But you will never get past the reduction of the number 9. So it acts in that sense as the border, vibrationally, of your physical reality. The idea of the year we have called the year of transformation, 2013, in that sense, is the idea, 13, the number of transformation, also reducing to 4. Some cultures on your planet substitute the number 4 for the number 13 in terms of what 13 represents to you. Many of you have called the number 13 unlucky, or you are superstitious about the idea of it. But really, it is just the representational symbol of transformation. And thus, so is 4. And if you take the reduction of 13 to 4 and add to it the number of humanity, which is 5, then again you get 9. The idea thus being that taking the number of humanity, 5, adding to it the number representative of transformation, 4, then you have humanity transforming equals the vibration of 9. In other words, it's the highest vibration you can achieve in physical reality, numerologically speaking, in that first set of numbers. And this is why it is so important to allow yourself to be fully in your humanity and allow yourself to fully transform, because then you achieve the highest frequency possible that is representative of the actual border, of the threshold of your physical reality. And this is what is meant by going into your 4th density reality. This transformational reality, where physical material reality and space and time become far more flexible, far more malleable. As if to reinforce the idea that the number of 9 is actually representative of the threshold or border of your physical reality, universe, even the speed of light, 186,300 miles per second, those numbers actually reduce to 9.
Thus, it represents the fastest you can go in physical material reality. You cannot go past that threshold without actually shifting to another dimension altogether. Oh, but wait, say some of the scientifically minded friends in the audience. Bashar, the actual precise speed limit of light is 186,282 miles per second. 186,300 is just rounding it up. Well, all right, my scientific friends, but if you actually take time to notice, 186,282 also reduces to 9, so you can't get away from it. Just add the numbers up, you will see. If you keep adding and adding and adding together, they will come out to 9. Now, the idea in this way of the cycles of 9 is that in years, which can reduce to the number of 9, and also sometimes in years which can reduce to the number 3, because 3 is the square root of 9 in that sense, and so is intimately connected to it, you will find that there are certain demarcations that can now be implemented, now be overlaid over certain ideas in your society, certain experiences in your society, and specifically with respect now to the idea of contact. We have previously given you some ideas of the probability windows for your recognition of the existence of extraterrestrial life, and we have said, well, between your years, it seems likely, of 2015 to 2017, something will occur where you will discover something that will create for you an understanding in a very factual way that some form of extraterrestrial life exists. The knowledge of extraterrestrial life and its existence will become a fact sometime in that window. Now again, please understand, we do not necessarily mean that UFOs are going to be landing all over your planet. The idea is that somehow you will discover through your own astronomical observations or some other methodology that extraterrestrial life, at least in some way, shape, or form, something living off your planet, will be discovered and establish the idea of extraterrestrial life as a fact. This will change your mindset so that from that point forward you will accelerate. And the idea, as we have again said, is that you can begin to accelerate toward the idea of contact with extraterrestrial beings, such as ourselves, in the window of what you call 2025 to 2033. Now, if you will look at the idea of the cycles of 9, you will understand that smack in the middle of the window of 2015 to 2017 is the year 2016, which reduces, in that sense, to a 9. So that demarcation is for the first window. What's the next cycle of 9? It brings you exactly to 2025. That's the next cycle of 9. And thus then the next cycle of 9 ends in the idea of 2034. So what we are saying is that open contact with extraterrestrial beings will occur somewhere in that window of that final cycle of 9, before it ends. So now you have the idea of the demarcations of the cycles of 9 in this way. Now, sometimes the idea of years that are the cycle of 3, which is the square root of 9, may take a slightly different form of the expression. You could, in some senses, call it a kind of reduced cycle, something that is, in a sense, perhaps the polarity of what we are talking about. And so if you will understand the idea of your year of 1938 in that sense as a reduced cycle, what happened that was relevant to the idea of extraterrestrial contact, but probably a polarized idea of it in that year, was what you call your radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds that panicked so many people on your planet. Also in a reductive cycle of what you would call your 1947 was what you now refer to as your Roswell crash, which started the whole ball rolling with regard to your awareness that extraterrestrial beings existed in that way. So you will see that there are intimate connections in cycles of 3 and cycles of 9 with regard to the idea of how you view your relationship to contact with extraterrestrial beings such as ourselves. If you will allow yourself thus then to take advantage of the idea of the 9 vibration symbolically, in permission slip form, in whatever way, shape, or form your imagination so desires, to focus on that vibration, that reductive, self-reflective number of 9, being the highest vibration, representing the threshold, the barrier, the border of your physical reality, just before you cross into another dimension. And use your imagination to create whatever form of reflective permission slip you wish to create with respect to that particular frequency. You will more readily align yourself specifically to the cycles of 9 that represent the windows of contact as they will now begin to unfold from this point forward. By the way, just as an off-side comment, in having spoken of the idea of the reductive years that are cycles of 3, look at what happened in 2001 with regard to the idea of the destruction of your trade towers. Again, a reductive cycle of 3, the polarized idea of the vibration that you seek to implant within yourselves if you wish to expand your reality beyond those kinds of negative vibrations. So, in the idea then of the cycles of 9, explore within your imagination any methodology, any permission slip that will represent to you the idea of that vibration of 9, of the threshold of your physical reality, be it through the concept of imagining the speed of light, be it through the idea of the reflective numerological symbols that exist in your society, be it through the concept you call the Enneagram, which is very strongly connected as a symbol of 9, be it through any methodology you wish. It is now suggested that you allow yourself to begin to infuse within yourself an understanding of the vibrational state that is representative of standing on that threshold, being right on that borderline between one reality and another. And the more you absorb that vibration, the easier it will be for you to align with the contact vibration as well. We thank you for allowing us to share with you this idea. There will be more about this in other ways at other times as we proceed toward the idea of the cycle of 9 windows and cycle of 9 years, but for the moment we will let this idea sink in. In return for the gift that you are giving us in allowing this co-creational transmission to occur, I ask, in what way may we now be of service to you with your questions?
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
Thank you. Thank you. The number 9 and its vibration that you're speaking of, I would like to be able to use that in transformation in my life to become closer to a family member, my son, who I lost in physical form. I lost him in physical form.
You mean transitioned into spirit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, yes, sir, you don't have to be that formal.
Okay. Okay.
Unless you prefer to be.
Okay.
It's up to you.
I feel good with it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And so your son has transitioned.
He has transitioned. And
yes.
What I took out of what you just said about the numerology, that it looks like a good path to a vibration where I may become closer to him.
All right. So you are attracted to it as a permission slip.
Yes? Yes.
You understand permission slips, yes?
Yes, I do.
Oh, all right. And so, in what way would your imagination like to use the idea of the vibration of 9, the cycle of completion, the threshold, the crossing vibration in that sense, in order to allow yourself to feel more strongly the connection you still have with your son?
That's where I'm baffled.
Baffled? In what way?
I feel close to him, but
Yeah.
I want to feel closer. And this seems like a permission slip to get closer, but I don't know.
That's all right.
How?
But you said
to
you
get
were
there.
attracted to the idea of using the vibration of 9. So your
Yes.
imagination must have told you some way or shown you some way in which you could utilize that. Yes or no?
No, it has not yet.
Nothing. All right, well, let's begin at the beginning. When you think of the number 9, what do you see in your mind's eye?
In my mind's eye, I see a mountain.
All right, a mountain. And does that represent the idea of the wide base connecting to the ground of physical reality and the point, in that sense, being the rarefied air of non-physical spirit?
You could say that.
I did say that.
Yeah.
So if you see that mountain, can it thus then represent to you, as you envision yourself climbing that mountain, bit at a time, going up the switchbacks, up and 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 up toward the apex? Do you feel the vibration rising within you so that by the time you imagine and envision that you are at the top of the mountain, you are now vibrating at a very rarefied frequency that you believe might make it easier for you to be more perceptive about what you could be receiving from him on the higher plane?
Definitely.
All right, so
Definitely.
can you use the image that way?
Yes, I believe I can.
Does that feel good to you?
Feels excellent.
All right, so you see, all you had to do was think of the 9 vibration, and your higher mind, through your imagination and visualization conduit, gave you the symbol that would work for you. That's all you have to do. It's that simple. There's nothing to be baffled about. Yes?
Agreed.
Does that make
Agreed.
sense?
It does. It does.
Does that work for you then in this context?
I believe it does.
All right, anything else?
That'll do it for now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your timelessness.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
I am a new student of yours, relatively new.
Oh, all right. I am then a new student of yours.
I actually started to listen to your recordings around my birthday, which is 9/9.
Oh, all right. 9/9. How synchronous of you.
My name, if you count it as a numerology, is 9 as well.
Yes.
And so I'm surrounded by 9 all my life.
Congratulations.
Who am I in regards of that?
Repeat.
Who am I regarding to these 9s that are surrounding me?
Who are you? The idea is that you are using those numerological or vibrational reflections to allow you to understand synchronistically when you are in your preferred vibrational state. Yes?
Good.
So you are using it that way, and if you stay in that state, if you choose to, and follow your excitement and act from that state, then you will know that you are aligned in the best possible way you can be with the themes you chose to explore, and will get the most beneficial experiences out of it by using that as a reflective marker or a guiding system for how to stay in the vibrational frequency that represents your true natural self. Yes?
Okay, wonderful. How others can benefit from this
Well, that will
situation?
depend on others, won't it?
Okay,
But we're just talking to you about you right now, yes?
wonderful.
And of course, others will benefit from you being more of yourself by looking at you as a living example of someone aligning with their true vibration, and thus then perhaps by seeing the example in you, they will also know that they can do so for themselves as well. Yes?
Wonderful.
But everyone will use the symbol in whatever way makes sense for them. You follow?
Thank you, yeah.
Does this help you?
Absolutely.
Anything else?
Obviously, it comes to the I am Virgo, September 9.
Yes.
And I have question for all Virgos in a house. I have a little bit difficulty with the concept of oneness.
Oneness?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean difficulty with the concept of
In
oneness?
sense of fully feeling the concept.
Well, you never will. You can feel the concept of alignment with all that is, but you will never actually feel oneness, because in the one, there is actually no sensation of any differentiation. You have to have a reflection to get a sense of alignment with something. To be aligned with something, there has to be otherness. All that is has otherness, and all that is the version of the one that is self-reflective. But the one itself has absolutely no experience of itself because there's no differentiation at all. It doesn't know anything other than oneness, and it doesn't know itself in comparison to anything else, because from the perspective of the one, there is nothing else. And so you will never have a feeling of oneness because you can never have an experience of oneness, but you can have an experience of alignment as all that is.
Mm-hmm.
Make sense?
Yeah.
So, The idea, of course, is that there are interpretations of this in different reality levels. As a physical being, you can have a certain kind of experience of alignment with all that is, but it will be a very different kind of an experience than you would have if you were a non-physical being or in some other dimension. You follow?
Yeah.
But the idea really is fully being yourself is the same thing as full alignment with all that is. That's why we say if you act on your highest passion to the best of your ability with absolutely no insistence or assumption or expectation as to what the outcome ought to be and put no conditions on that, by constantly acting on your excitement and from your excitement, then you will align with the vibration of your true self. And the vibration of your true self is the vibration of existence itself, the vibration of all that is from your unique point of view. So the more you are willing to be yourself by acting on all things that contain the vibration of yourself, the more you will experience yourself to the best of your ability within physical reality as your version of all that is. Make sense?
Absolutely.
It's that simple. It's a simple formula. It's just physics. It's just vibrational energy frequency physics. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Does this help you?
Yes.
Is this sufficient, or is there something else you wish to discuss or explore?
I'm from Europe, and
if you say so.
And I was programmed in a way, and sense of fear.
Oh, all right.
Sense of fear.
But if you know that, and you know that those are just belief systems, then you can choose to let them go, yes?
I'm working on it really hard right now.
Oh, no. Working on it really hard only adds more negative energy to it. The idea is to relax into the understanding that it's just a belief. Now, we are going to talk about an analogy we recently used that we believe will help many of you visualize this concept, all right? You understand that beliefs are what generate the reality you experience, yes?
Yeah.
All right. So when you talk about things like programming and patterns and habits and so on and so forth, you're only really talking about the idea of certain definitions you've been taught to buy into, and that's it.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes, absolutely.
And you can also understand that those definitions, because that's all they are, and that's the only thing that determines how you experience physical reality, those definitions can be changed. Yes?
Yeah.
All right. Well, just knowing they can be changed is the key. And it's what we will call the skeleton key, the key that will open the door. Because the idea of a belief system, by definition, is that it will always do everything in its power to reinforce the idea of that belief and make it seem as if no other belief is possible. You follow me?
Yes.
But if you have the skeleton key, that you know that the master key, the master belief, is that no matter how a negative belief may feel, in the sense that it makes you feel like no other belief is possible, or that it's difficult to change your beliefs, the master key is that you always know beliefs can be changed. And if you allow yourself to remain in that vibration, this will be a little bit easier. You follow me? So, imagine this picture. You are a factory owner. Yes? All right. There's your beautiful factory. There's a door that leads into the factory. You have the master key to that door. Yes? You use the key, click, click, open the door, and you walk in. And what you see is that you are now walking on a catwalk above the factory floor. You follow me? All right. On this side, down below, on the factory floor, there are workers that are working away at creating and reinforcing the idea of negative beliefs. On this side of the factory floor are the workers that are creating and reinforcing the idea of positive beliefs or beliefs that you prefer. Yes? All right. Now, understand that you on the catwalk are in the absolute neutral energy between the two. You're in the balance point. But what you realize is happening is this. All of the workers who are the belief systems are working away at finding all the different kinds of bits of information and methodologies to give to you, to feed to you, to send to you, to transmit to you to do their job, which is to reinforce themselves. So the workers on the negative side will be churning out all sorts of interesting ideas to make sure that you don't believe that you can change your beliefs. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
The idea will be that if you look to the idea of thinking, imagining that perhaps you can change it, what they would do is start sending you information, start churning out ideas such as, oh, no, that's difficult. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, you don't want to do that. That's scary. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, you don't want to do that because, well, if you try to go to the positive side, you may find out that that actually won't work. And then you'll find out that that positive idea is not true. Oh, scary. And so they will constantly be sending you these filtering ideas to cloud the idea of the positive beliefs. Now, this will also be coming from the other side. But the point is it depends on who you're paying attention to. Mm-hmm. And that's why it's important to know that you're on this catwalk, this neutral catwalk, so you have the power, you have the master key to decide who you would really actually prefer to pay attention to. Now, the interesting thing about a lot of these beliefs that the negative side is churning out is that in order to make them even more difficult, seemingly difficult to change, they will often mix the idea of a positive notion in with the negative one so that it looks like they're giving lip service to the positive side while in a sense pulling you back into the negative side. So you need to watch out for those kinds of combinations of belief systems within you. Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. You have the master key. Yes, you are in control and you can decide whatever you want. But if you do and you turn in that direction, you're going to be all alone because no one else will be like you. And oh, isn't that scary? Mm-hmm. So they will admit that you can do it, but they will paint a story for you that makes it seem unpalatable to go in that direction and thus confusing you even more. The bottom line to all of this idea is that if the definitions you truly prefer, if the reality and the belief systems you truly prefer don't completely bowl you over with an absolute conviction that that's what you prefer to choose, then something is filtering your perspective of that. Because your true vibration and the things that are representative of that vibration should be automatically and effortlessly and easily capable of being chosen. It should be a walk in the park. It should fill you with joy. Nothing should prevent you from running headlong in that direction. And if you're not, it means you are receiving input from the negative side. So it tells you that you're receiving negative information, negative beliefs, negative reinforcement. So the idea thus then is as you are saying you wish, you prefer to choose the positive side, if you feel any hesitation to move in that direction at all, now you have the master key. You can go into the factory, walk along that catwalk, look down on the negative side, and you may have done enough work to send a lot of those negative workers home, but if you find yourself still hesitating to move or choose the positive direction, it means there is still a worker on the negative side hiding in some basement somewhere, churning away at some desk, still typing out all these negative ideas that are filtering your ability to choose the positive side. So you need to walk that catwalk, and this is the unconscious idea. You need to walk the catwalk and find that belief, find that negative belief that's going about its business, doing a beautiful job of reinforcing the negative beliefs that you've been holding on to. You need to ferret it out. You need to turn on the factory lights and look down and go, there you are, hiding in that corner. Did you not know you could go home? Oh, I'm so sorry. I had sent all these other belief systems home that I didn't prefer, and here you are, slaving away, doing a wonderful job, a beautiful job, sending me all these negative reinforcements, but now I know you're tired. You can take a break. You can clock out, punch out, go home. You don't need to work here anymore. It's all right. Really, it is. Go home, relax. You understand? Mm-hmm. And thus the idea is that you can, by exploring the idea that there might still be something there, you can get in touch with those beliefs in your unconscious mind, bring them to the surface by turning the lights on in your exploration, and keep ferreting them out and send them home. Get them to punch out, get them to clock out. You don't need them to send this information anymore because it's not who you prefer to be anymore. And once you have truly cleaned out that side of the factory floor, nothing will prevent you from filling the factory with workers that are only sending you positive messages because you will have made room for them. Because you can't fill the factory with more positive workers if the negative workers are still occupying the workstations.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So you can use this analogy to instill within you the idea of the neutrality that is required with the master key walking the catwalk above it all. Just know that there is nothing negative about having had negative workers. They are not negative in and of themselves doing things negatively. They are producing the idea you hired them to produce. And so they're actually doing the job you hired them to do. And in that sense, they've been working for you in a positive way. But the idea is now you can recognize you simply don't require that product anymore. Your factory is now going to manufacture something different. It's going to manufacture the idea of positive ideas, and that's going to reinforce you in a positive way, and thus then you will feel yourself rushing headlong in that direction, and the factory will be churning out nothing but those positive products for you and reinforcing itself in that way. So the idea is that while you're receiving the negative product line, you may be in that catwalk spinning and reinforcing yourself in your mind in a cycle, in a loop of reinforcement, reflective reinforcement of negativity. But as soon as you ferret out all those workers and go into the neutral catwalk reinforcement, then you can choose. You can decide to fill the factory with the positive, and then you can find yourself in a positive feedback loop, constantly expanding and reinforcing that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You like being this factory owner?
Well, absolutely. Yeah.
You have the master key.
Yeah.
Use it however you wish.
How do I apply it to a situation? It looks like I found a soulmate, and I'm supposed to be getting married to him tomorrow.
Do you prefer this?
I am afraid.
Of what? What do you have a definition of that creates fear in the idea of this marriage? What's your definition that you believe is going to happen that is generating the fear within you? What do you think it will do? What are you actually afraid of? What's your worst fear of what will happen if you proceed forward in this idea?
I am afraid he will harm me.
Harm you?
At some point.
Why?
That's the question. I think it's his attitude.
His attitude?
Yeah.
All
To
right.
difficult situations.
So are you saying that you are actually recognizing that you are vibrationally not compatible? Is that what you're saying?
I think I'm...
Remember,
Mhm.
anyone you're learning something from at that moment is a soulmate.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
And the idea of relationships, the purpose of relationships, is for each person in the relationship to reflect to the other what they need to know about becoming more of who they prefer to be. Is he reflecting to you the idea that there is a vibration there you don't prefer, thus helping you understand more clearly what you do prefer?
Yes.
Well, then if you understand what you do prefer, why would you continue to move in the direction of what you don't? Now, before you answer, remember this caveat. Always make sure, be honest with your own self-investigation, and make sure that it is not just your negative beliefs coloring the situation to make it seem as if it's negative when it could be positive, or vice versa. But if you are clear in your investigation that something is truly not what you prefer, or what your excitement truly is, then you will know that no matter what anyone else's opinion is, you owe it to yourself, and in fact actually owe it to the other people in the relationship to be true to yourself. Because if you're not being your true self, they're not actually marrying you anyway. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
So, first, marry yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
And then you will attract what is a reflection of the marriage you have already created within yourself in a positive context. Does this help you make your decision?
I still have doubt.
You have doubt, and the definition of doubt is what? It's not a lack of trust. Have you heard our definition of doubt?
Tell me.
Our definition of doubt is a 100% trust in a definition that's out of alignment with your truth. There is no such thing as a lack of trust. There is trust in something that is in alignment with what you prefer, and there is trust in something that is out of alignment with what you prefer. That's what you call doubt, but doubt is not a lack of trust. It's a trust in something that you don't prefer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I say you have to be very clear about what it is you're actually doing in terms of the energy you're putting into this situation, because you may be holding yourself back from something that could actually be representative of your excitement. You have to find out if that's the case, or you could be truly recognizing that this is not representative of your excitement. And when you truly do the investigation honestly about whether you're coloring this or whether it is truly representative of something you do or don't prefer, then you will have clarity in the decision that you need to make. And remember, the most loving thing you can do for other people in a relationship is actually take action in the direction that actually is best for you, because then they can see who you are, who they've been in a relationship with, and if they don't want to be vibrationally compatible with you, if they don't want to change to align with who you truly need to be, then you allow them to go on their way to find someone who they can actually be vibrationally compatible with. And so you're doing them a service too by actually removing yourself from the situation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But you have to take all of this information we are sharing with you, all these perspectives, and once you clarify for yourself whether the marriage is representative of your excitement or not, then you will know what to do. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Thank you, Bashar.
All right. Thank you very
All
much.
blessings.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I've been reading things about, or hearing things about some kind of mass consciousness-raising event that could be upcoming, perhaps.
Well, there are a number of mass consciousness-raising events occurring all the time.
Like maybe in the form of some kind of light in the sky that like everyone will see and know is
Maybe,
happening.
maybe not. We will see. Depends on what reality you shift to and whether or not you need that as a reflective symbol or not. Could be something else.
Okay.
Again, all these things are not definitive. They are simply suggestions, offerings, perspectives, permission slips. If you find you resonate with the idea that's been suggested, then by all means shift in the direction of the reality where you can experience that, because you're saying that's the permission slip, that's the reflection you believe will assist you the best in raising your vibration with the mass consensus in the way that you prefer to. But if hearing a suggestion like that, you find that you don't quite resonate with it, then understand you'll shift in a different direction, and some other synchronistic thing may be representative of the permission slip that you require to allow yourself to raise your vibration. Yes?
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter what it is, but when you hear things like that, it gives you an opportunity to decide whether that would work for you or not. It's that simple. Everyone is always offered different ideas for how to experience their reality. You are the ultimate arbiter of what you believe will work best for you. So when you hear a notion like that, simply sample it, like a fine wine. Well, you know, not quite what I'm looking for. How about this vintage? Oh, well, glug, 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 glug. A little more palatable, but not quite what I'm looking for. Oh, how about this one? Glug, 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 glug. Ah, that hits the spot. It's up to you. It really is. Physical reality is your creation. There is no physical reality apart from your definition of it. So when other people offer you their perspectives about what might be a permission slip that works for them, you get to decide whether or not you want to agree with that and co-create that in your reality, or whether you would like to go down another path. Doesn't matter, because you will attract what you need, and they will attract what they need as a representation. And remember that when we say permission slip, it simply means that you're the one raising your vibration and shifting to a consensus reality where more people already exist that are on a higher vibratory level. You never change the world you're in. You shift to a world that's already reflective of the change you've made within yourself. Make sense?
Yes, I can work with that.
All right. Does this add or provide some clarity for you?
It does.
And yet?
I guess I'm just still wrestling with the concept of how I can shift to one particular reality.
But you are already shifting. You shift billions of times a second. That's how you create the side effect you call time and space and change and discovery. If you weren't shifting through parallel realities billions of times a second, you would have absolutely no experience of change whatsoever. Everything would be a frozen snapshot like this. Or perhaps like this. Or maybe like this. But you have to, like frames on a film strip, actually project your consciousness like the light of the projector through a multitude of frames per second in order to actually experience the illusion of any particular time stream. But you're shifting actually all over the map. You're actually jumping from film strip to film strip to film strip to film strip, frame to frame to frame to frame, billions of times per second. All you need to do to guide yourself in the direction that works best for you is the simple formula. Act to the best of your ability on your highest excitement in whatever form it comes in every moment that you can out of all the options available to you. Act on the most exciting one. Take it as far as you can until you can take it no further. And continue to do that every moment with absolutely zero insistence, assumption, or expectation as to what the outcome of that action ought to be. If you just stick to that formula, you will automatically, unerringly guide yourself through the sequence of parallel realities that represents the reflection that is best for you. That's it. That's the formula. That's how it works. That's the physics. That's it. If you want to make it more complicated, you can. We won't stop you. But the idea is, it is that simple. Does this help?
It does.
Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And you good day.
It's a pleasure to visit with you again.
And you as well.
My question concerns, since I was very little, I have always had rather vivid associations that result from emotional reactions that result from very specific combinations of colors, very specific wavelengths occurring either within a painting or naturally occurring in the environment. Yes. And these seem to be unrelated to anything that I could put my finger on and say is an association, you know, that might trigger that, an association from that particular time.
Well, no. The idea is that many of you are simply increasing your perceptual sensitivity to different kinds of vibrations and interpreting and filtering them through you in different ways now. So you are expanding your ability to sense things in a different way. You're actually starting to be able to communicate with color itself, with the vibration of those things. And the combinations are a language unto itself that you're beginning to understand. Because that's what happens. It's one of the symptoms of the expansion of consciousness, is that you become more perceptive of different levels of vibrational information that are all around you all the time, but which many of you have never seen because you have let them be invisible to you because your senses were not sensitive enough. But now the senses are becoming more sensitive to all the different wavelengths and frequencies of information going on around you from different dimensions in different ways and different expressions of different forms of consciousness all the time. Yes?
Yes. And as this has been going on since I was a child, and there seems to be a connection between some of these very vivid emotional reactions.
Well, of course.
I was wondering, I had heard from Seth that faster-than-light phenomena sometimes impinge on this sensorial, this third dimension, or third density.
Yes, because as you expand your senses, you're going beyond the physical domain. So, of course, when you go beyond the physical domain, you'll be able to perceive things that are operating at much higher frequencies than the concept you call the speed of light.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And they seem, these associations across time seem to be, they're very specific, and
yes.
I'll find myself, many years after originally having experienced this combination of colors to begin with,
yes.
re-experiencing it
yes.
with the same intensity of
Yes.
emotion.
Well, some people use the synchronicity of numbers. You're using the synchronicity markers of color and those vibrations to let you know when you are on the vibrational path that is perfect for you.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
It's a different language, that's all.
Uh-huh.
Make sense?
It does, yeah.
Does this help you?
It does. May I ask you one other question?
Well, that was a question.
Something of a more generalized...
Yes, but you don't have to ask if you can ask.
Okay.
Otherwise, you've already asked a question.
Got it. Okay, thanks. You've spoken in the past about the idea that out of, well...
I never speak in the past. I always speak in the present.
I've heard in the past.
I understand what you mean. I'm just having some fun with you.
I know. Let's see. The idea that new economic paradigm will be inextricably intertwined in a way with the emergence of what we think of as free energy or free energy from the vacuum.
That version of Earth, in fact, a multitude of versions of Earth like that already exist.
Yes. What I was wondering is, sort of extrapolating further and considering probable Earth futures, how does this relate to the photosynthetic capacity of the Earth and the actual carrying capacity of the Earth, if, in fact, all boats are able to rise equally and freely? In
the way that we interpret what you are asking, there are actually versions of Earth that derive their power from absolutely nothing but the plants on the planet. You understand? They actually have found ways to convert the concept of photosynthesis from the different trees and flowers and plants and things like that in ways they can actually, shall we say, funnel through or allow the energy of the photosynthesis to channel through the plants into a variety of devices wirelessly.
I see. But as far as stuff to eat, I mean, assuming even we have, you know, the capability of desalinating water in great quantities at not a great expense, and the capacity to grow without, you know, the amount of petrochemical inputs that we have now.
Of course you do. You already know that you have that capacity. It's simply a matter of whether or not you choose to express that in your reality, and thus shift to a reality that already expresses it. Yes?
But it would appear that the capacity, the photosynthetic capacity of everything that is growing on the planet would not sustain the number of bodies on the planet.
Well, you may shift to a version of Earth that doesn't have as many bodies on it. And or you will find that the capacity of the vibrational state that the bodies have reached will actually amplify even a small amount of energy to be adequate. In some senses, this is what we do, because we no longer eat, we no longer sleep. We are deriving our sustenance directly from the energy of our planet and the energy of the cosmos. But because we operate on a certain frequency level, we don't actually need very much, because our own energy, our own vibrational state amplifies and magnifies what we get. Because isn't that the idea of what you call free energy, that you perceive what you call to be over unity? You get more energy out than you put in? Yes?
Interesting, yeah. No,
so the idea is that it doesn't take very much energy in to actually experience a lot of energy out when you are vibrating at a rate that is a particular multiple of the energy coming in. You will amplify it in such a way that there will be more energy out, because you're tapping into a multiple level, dimensional kind of amplifier. So whatever energy you're drawing on from one dimension will actually be augmented and magnified by the vibrational energy of a multitude of dimensions, and you'll have more at your disposal, and the energy that you're drawing upon in your reality is actually being used as nothing more than a kickstart.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yes. Does that help?
It does, yeah.
Anything else?
May I ask one quick question about...
Didn't we already establish that you don't have to ask if you can ask?
Well,
trust us. If we are telling you that there is no purpose or it's not appropriate to ask something, we'll let you know.
Okay.
So you don't have to spend time asking if you can ask.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
In thinking about energy and technology, I sometimes wonder if our discomfort with the idea of directed energy weapons and the secrecy surrounding that has a relationship to the destruction of Atlantis,
Of course
and whether
it does.
that's racially imprinted.
Of course it does. But the idea is that cross-connection is being made from the present.
Yeah.
Yes?
I see.
So the idea is that there is a lot of expression of cross-connection to Atlantean times so that you can decide in the exploration of the theme you're doing here to perhaps learn to do it differently.
Got it. Okay.
Yes?
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
And to you, good day.
So a lot of channels are kind of delivering the message that, you know, the Earth might be raising to a new frequency or density.
Not maybe, is.
Okay, is. Okay, good. So, and some are even saying that possibly it'll be like a shift into two different ones versus.
No. There are an infinite number of variations of Earth. An infinite number. They already exist. You decide which you're going to experience at any given moment, which you're going to shift to at any given moment by whatever vibrational state you choose to be at that moment. And you are shifting through billions of versions of Earth every second. You understand?
Okay.
So you have an infinite array of this. You may focus for a time, because of the theme you're exploring, on 1 or 2 or 4 or 8 or 16, but that doesn't mean that an infinite number don't exist already.
Okay. So,
yes.
All right. So, like one channeled message, or maybe a few of them, were saying, I mean, obviously, if there's infinite, it can be any,
yes,
right?
It can.
And so one was saying something like, you know, money won't be like what it is now. Like
That's a high probability for the general path that most of you are choosing. It won't necessarily be that way for everyone, but there is a general consensus and a high degree of probability that many of you will shift in the direction of an Earth where the idea of exchange will be expressed in a very different way in time. Mostly you will wind up, as we perceive the energy direction you're going in now, at a place on an Earth, eventually, that expresses the idea of exchange and value and worth and appreciation on the actual abilities and skills of people themselves, and there will no longer really be a need for the idea of an artificial medium of exchange. This is in some senses how we operate, because there may be a guiding body, a synchronizing, amplifying body, not a government per se, but we always just wind up exactly where we need to be, when we need to be there, with whom we need to be, having whatever skills they need, and them having whatever gifts we need, simultaneously, synchronistically, automatically. So we don't need any kind of an artificial medium of exchange. We are the medium of exchange.
Okay, so
yes.
Then asking the question from the reality that I'm operating from now.
This one?
And probably many.
This one? This one?
Yes.
This one? This one? This
All
one?
of them.
This one? This one? This one?
All the ones that I'm choosing to experience, and I bet many people here are also.
All right.
What does that mean for, so I right now, I would say I want to choose one, like you said, where money is not a medium of exchange.
If that is a representation of one of the elements of the ideal reality, the ideal version of Earth for you, and that truly, as you say, rings your bell, strikes a chord within you as being what you prefer, then all you need to do to shift in that direction is the formula we've already given.
Follow highest excitement.
Act on your highest excitement to the best of your ability, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further, then keep acting on the next most exciting thing, and the next, with no insistence whatsoever on what you think the outcome should look like. You can have the visualization as a guide, but the visualization of the ideal reality doesn't mean it will look like your physical mind created it to look. It may look very different. But what you understand about the visualization, it is the symbol that your physical mind needs at this moment as a representation of the ideal reality, and that it will get you excited about that reality, which puts you in the proper state to manifest that reality. But the way the reality manifests more quickly is if you allow the state to remain, but completely dump the picture in your mind and allow the higher mind to replace it with the actual physical representation that is truly representative of the state that you now have generated with yourself. Because you see, your physical mind isn't necessarily capable of understanding what the actual outcome needs to look like. The physical mind is very limited in the symbols it can choose. But the symbols it can choose can generate the appropriate vibrational state. So if you drop the symbols and allow the higher mind to bring you through its vision the idea of what will actually be best represented by that state, then you will receive the actual manifestation at whatever pace is relevant for you and best for you that will actually fulfill the idea of the idealized reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So then getting a little more nitty-gritty on the idea.
Nitty and gritty, all right.
More
Are they your
daily.
Friends?
Yeah,
here
they
is
are
nitty,
sometimes.
Here is gritty. Good to meet you.
Then, so what does that mean? Because
what does what mean?
Well, okay, just let me ask you really quick.
Yes.
Since I'm thinking that I probably won't be in that reality before April 15th, our tax day, I'm just wondering how do I deal on like a daily...
I will tell you. First and foremost, you cannot move in the direction that you prefer if you are running in fear. You will actually be moving in the opposite direction that you prefer. It's not about running from, it's about running to. Do you understand the difference vibrationally?
I definitely don't feel I'm running in fear, but...
Then why are you concerned?
Well, it's interesting to me, like, do I put
Yes.
money in a 401k or in a retirement plan?
Does it excite you?
Well, it's not exciting, but it doesn't give me fear, but it just kind of contradicts what I would like to believe is we're getting all away from that and it won't even matter.
But you're not getting away from it tomorrow.
Right, or by April 15th.
For most of you, probably not. However, why not look at it from the other point of view? Why would it matter if April 15th came around? Why would it matter? Tell me why it matters. Why are you singling that out as being of a matter for you?
I guess because I would try to follow the federal government rules.
Try?
I'd try, yeah.
Try. What is it that you would do on that day?
Well, by
Pay
that,
your taxes?
Yeah, you have to put money into your accounts before that day.
All right, and so why does that matter that you need to do that?
Well, it would matter if in the reality I was living before I got into all of these thoughts and ideas and stuff,
Yes.
it would definitely matter because they would say, oh, well, you won't have money when you retire and stuff like that.
So why do you choose to believe in that?
Well, I'm not sure I do, but
You're not sure you do?
Exactly.
Or
Like I'm
you
going
don't?
back and forth. I go back and forth.
Why do you choose to go back and forth between what you prefer and what you don't?
Because I haven't fully shifted into that reality where
Why haven't you fully shifted into that reality? What's holding you
Doubt.
back? Which is? Doubt
not
is?
a trust in something
in a
I don't.
definition you don't prefer. So why are you trusting in a definition you don't prefer?
Okay.
What makes that definition seem like the one to trust in when you say you don't prefer to? You heard us talk about the thing called motivational mechanisms, yes? An attachment of belief systems to the mechanism
sure.
of your
Yeah.
motivation?
Yeah.
So what's the belief you have that allows you to keep choosing things you don't prefer, as opposed to
Okay.
the alternative, which you say you prefer, but don't choose?
Okay. I'd still like my accounts to be full of number 9s, though.
Yes, well, if they need to be, do you believe they can be?
Totally.
Well, then who cares what the date is?
Okay. Well, I don't care about the
understand?
date, but just the whole idea.
The whole idea of what?
Well, taxes and...
All right. But again, the idea is you can do things about that. It is your society, right?
I don't really have any excitement to do anything about it.
I thought you were talking about the idea of doing something about it in some way, shape, or form.
Only maybe on a personal level.
So what?
Okay. So I'm not sure what I
Are
would do.
you the
that.
only person in your reality that gets taxed?
No.
All right. Why does not doing something on a larger scale also affect you personally? Why are you making a difference between a larger scale and a personal scale?
Because I believe that I would have to do things that are no of interest to me, like get involved in politics or something like that.
Why do you believe that? How do you know that's true for you?
Well, it's never been an inspiration.
So what you're saying is actually this. This is the bottom line that you're coming across with. Paying attention?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I am.
All right. I don't want to tax you. You are saying to us, I have a definition of my excitement that is contradictory to the concept of excitement. Because you're saying, oh, well, if I was going to do that, I'd have to go about it in ways that are not exciting to me, not inspiring to me. Instead of, if that is something that would actually work, there must be a way I can go about it that would be representative of my passion. And then I will allow my synchronicity to demonstrate what that is. If nothing comes up, then I know there is no particular path here that is representative of my excitement. But by saying that there can't be, before you know whether there is or not, is actually having a contradictory definition of your excitement. Because there could be an exciting way for you to do this. You're just buying into what your society says is possible and not possible, and you're thinking that that's true for you.
Sure.
So, in fact, you're actually contradicting yourself because you said, well, I only really want to do this on a personal level. I don't want to do it on a big societal level, but you're actually buying into the societal ideas instead of the ideas that are personal to you that could work. So you're actually contradicting yourself.
Okay.
You follow? All you need to do is say, all right, here's a circumstance. It's totally neutral. Totally neutral. I would prefer to give it a positive meaning. So by giving it a positive meaning, that means my personal reality, my personal synchronicity will demonstrate to me the path of least resistance. Now, the path of least resistance, the opportunities that might be being presented to you synchronistically by your higher mind, might involve a broader spectrum of things, might involve a larger slice of society. But the point is what you will be presented with will be presented to you in a way that matches the frequency of your excitement. Because if it didn't, what would be the point? Make sense?
Yeah.
So you need to relax your insistence and conditions about how you think you need to go about something, and just let your reality show you the way to go about it by trusting that it will present you with something that will work for you, no matter in what form it comes, and that because it is in alignment with your excitement, it won't matter what the actual method is, or modality is, or format is. It might be larger, it might be political, it might be sociological, it might even be religious, who knows? But it doesn't matter, because you know that if it comes to you, it will come to you as a match to the frequency of your excitement, because by definition, your excitement cannot contain ideas that are not part of that frequency. You follow?
Yeah.
Does this help?
It does.
All right. So stay in the vibration of knowing that whatever path will work best for you, whatever is representative of the path of least resistance, will come to you. But only if you don't shut the doors to all the ways it could come. Otherwise, you're the one restricting yourself. You're the one taxing yourself instead of relaxing into the idea that if it's going to come, it'll come through whatever doorway will work. And so you don't have to care what that doorway is. Yes?
Okay. Yes.
So, relax, don't tax.
That's great.
All right? And that's why you're focused on that issue. Because you are collecting a tax on yourself and depreciating who you are instead of appreciating. It is absolutely no accident that the terms appreciate and depreciate exist both energetically and monetarily. There's a symbol there for you. Don't depreciate yourself and thus render yourself incapable of having enough worth to do what you need to do. Value yourself, appreciate your life, appreciate your circumstances, appreciate your situation. Give it a positive meaning, and you will be shown how you can move forward in a positive way as long as you don't shut the doorways that you think are not supposed to have anything to do with me. Because remember, the idea of choosing a positive reality doesn't mean you invalidate the one you don't prefer. In fact, that's what anchors you to it. By everything being equal and everything being equally valid as a choice, then you are capable of choosing what you prefer. Make sense? Because you're not giving undue energy to what you don't prefer. You follow me?
Yeah.
Is this helping you relax?
It is, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Then?
So my conclusion is that
Yes.
continue to put money in until
Are you
you're
excited
really...
about that?
I'm not excited.
I'm not excited. All right, well, I suppose I'll take that as a step in the positive direction.
Okay.
But remember, if you will, our factory analogy, you're the one that has the master key. So it's up to you to decide what beliefs are real to you and true
Okay.
for you. Yes?
Yes.
And you get to choose.
I need to focus on that more, for sure.
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it
Wouldn't
would.
that be more fun to focus on the ideas and the beliefs that are more in alignment with who you prefer to be rather than the ones that are not?
Yes.
All right, well, then if you don't choose those, you have only to ask yourself, why not? Yes?
Okay. Really good.
Does this help you?
It does.
Why, thank you.
Oh, I've got one more.
Oh, do you now?
I do.
Well, you certainly seem to have an abundance of questions.
Yes.
All right.
I enjoy abundance of good things.
Oh, all right.
Let's see. So again, there's like the idea that, you know, as we go along in our...
Would you like to begin again?
Yeah. Well, okay, so we're, like each life we live, or however you want to say it, we would be increasing our vibrations or frequencies.
You can look at that way, and you can create that experience, even though all lives exist simultaneously.
Okay, so are we not, well, we're growing.
Yes, right now.
And
In the present.
Some, I don't know if it's necessarily just you, but like, you know, different channels or different messages that are kind of along the same line, they would say like, you know, we might be growing to, like, kind of returning to a oneness with, I don't know, like God or the universe.
Well,
or...
in a sense, as we initially explained, you are becoming more aligned with the understanding that you are an aspect of all that is, yes.
So it's just you would just become aligned with the understanding, or actually you like...
You will experience that point of view.
Okay.
Eventually.
So
when it is relevant.
Okay. So...
Yes?
So it's not like, I guess, maybe what I was envisioning, like...
What were you envisioning?
I was envisioning, like, well, as you like get absorbed back into one thing.
You don't get absorbed into anything.
Okay.
Everything absorbs into you. You never lose your identity. You
Okay.
don't become absorbed into all that is. You realize you are all that is.
Okay.
That's the difference. The perspective that is you exists. The first law says that can never change. So any blending or alignment or so-called absorption with all that is has to happen from the perspective that is you. You can't lose it.
Okay, that feels a lot better.
Thank you.
Okay.
Help?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
All right, move along.
Okay.
Hi, Bashar.
And you, good day.
Can you tell me who and why the Angkor Wat temple was built?
It was built by the ancient Khmer civilization on your planet, but it was built in conjunction with an understanding and a knowledge that was shared around your planet around that time of higher dimensional knowledge, connections, not only in what you would call your history to extraterrestrial sources, but also those who were trained to raise their vibration to the point where they could perceive the idea of how to exemplify certain frequencies in architectural structures and proportions and dynamics so as to create a kind of code and a kind of vibrational atmosphere and environment that would inspire the mind to rise, the vibrational frequency to rise, for people to become more and more and more remembrance of who they are.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
I was wondering if I can bring out an object and you can tell me what it is.
It would have been wise perhaps to show the object to the channel before the channeling so that there would be an imprint in the channel's mind we could access.
It did. I gave Darryl one.
All right. Describe the object.
It's a seashell.
Yes.
Seashell.
Yes.
I was wondering if you can tell me.
A composite of seashells or a seashell?
Seashells in the shape of a sacred geometric form.
Yes. A multitude of seashells.
Yes.
And so, what about it?
Well, I gave Darryl one and I was wondering
Yes. And
what type
so?
of energetic signature did you pick up?
Well, it probably had a lot to do with the sea.
Okay.
Which to us means there is a connection to the Sirius vibration, to some degree. Although the idea of the cube is slightly something else. In that sense, to us, the vibration would be a connection peripherally to some degree to the Sirius vibration, but also that which is anchored into your physical dimensionality, rather than that which is purely representative of Sirius, which would have been, shall we say, more precisely represented as a sphere. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
And to you, good day.
I have a question about what do plants like ayahuasca and peyote and mushrooms do to humans? And
They are teachers that allow you to experience an altered state of being, other dimensional perspectives, and as teachers, they are allowing you to experience a vibrational state, and the idea is that once you experience that vibrational state and learn to be, shall we say, familiar with it, then you can create that state for yourself, by yourself, out of your own energy without necessarily needing the teacher from that point forward. So it's to allow you to remain lucid or become lucid in the physical dream to a certain extent, from a certain perspective, depending upon the teacher.
so all the messages you hear and see on those plants, they're all real. It's not something you're imagining or...
Anything you can imagine is on some level real because you don't have the capacity to imagine non-existence. Because by definition, non-existence doesn't exist.
I'm just having a hard time. How do you get into that vibration without taking...
Do you remember what it felt like?
Yes.
Well, then you're in it. The instant you remember it, you're in it. The only reason you don't think so is because you have a definition that you're not. If you would remove the definition that you're not in that vibration, you would create the sensation that you're in that vibration. That doesn't mean it will feel exactly the same, because the point is that once you create that vibration, it's for the purpose of applying that energy or acting from that energy in a different way. The teaching situation is a different situation. The instilling of the vibration, the familiarizing you with the vibration, serves a particular purpose. It won't necessarily feel identical when you're actually creating that vibration in your own energy for the purpose of applying it. Because it's not a teaching situation now, it's an application situation. But that doesn't mean you can't know you're in the appropriate vibration. Yes?
Yeah, I'm just having a hard time. Sometimes it feels like I'm losing my mind because the images
Well, that might be a good thing, you know. I'm being serious.
I'm having a problem balancing the physical world that I'm used to and the world that I see, because my images are very strong. I've been into few ceremonies, and I've been very guided. I've been to a sheep.
But what's the difficulty?
It's this everything I see during the ceremony. It's so
So what?
Mystical.
Yes.
And,
are you telling me physical reality isn't mystical? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're so used to...
You have hit the nail on the head. You have a definition of complacency. The idea is that you're creating, through your definitions, the idea that physical reality is mundane by comparison. The idea of going to those states is to actually let you understand how to view physical reality in the same miraculous, mysterious way. But the definition of complacency is preventing you from experiencing that. Because you're making too big of a difference in your definition between the idea of physicality and the idea of those mystery levels. Physical reality is a mystery school. Very magical, very mysterious, very powerful. You just need to learn to define it that way, and you will experience it that way. And then you can learn what you're learning and take what you're learning from those teachers and apply it in physical reality to allow you to become more lucid in the physical dream. It's just that you don't think that physical reality is a dream. You understand? The teachers are attempting to show you that it's a dream, but you have to know that it's a dream, and you have to allow yourself to realize it's a dream. This is why, recently, we have talked about the idea that a very strong permission slip for many of you would be to learn to lucid dream when you're actually asleep. Because when you come into lucidity and wake up in the dream, but don't wake up in your body, you will start to interact with the idea of the template level reality that you use to actually lay out the blueprint of your physical experience. And when you become lucid and capable of changing that in the dream, you can realize that you can start to see physical reality as the same kind of dream and become more lucid in physical reality. And when you become lucid in physical reality, you can also change physical reality in miraculous and magical ways, because you know it's a dream and you're lucid in it. So the teachers are attempting to give you the vibration of lucidity so that you can apply that vibration to physical reality instead of defining physical reality as something less than what you're experiencing from the teacher. But you can aid and assist yourself by also learning to become lucid in your dream state. This is what our civilization did. We became lucid in the dream state, realized from that perspective that physical reality was also a dream, and then we stayed there. We never woke up. We live in the dream, and that's why we don't sleep.
Oh, wow.
You understand?
Yes. I've seen it, but I can't feel it yet.
You can't feel it because you're not defining your reality that way. But as soon as you do, trust me, you'll feel it.
Okay.
All right? Pleasant dreams to you.
I have another question.
Yes?
It's seems to me that most of my friends, and me included, have the least patience with our mothers. And
all right. Well, what part of yourself that is represented by the mother are you impatient with? You understand it's a reflection, yes?
Yes. I know I chose my mom.
Well, I don't just mean that. I'm saying there's a reflection in you of a part of yourself that you're equating to her vibration that you're impatient with. You're impatient with an aspect of yourself. The only reason you would be impatient with someone else is that you're impatient with the aspect of yourself that the someone else symbolizes to you, that you're afraid you contain. You understand?
So every time I see her and she's in a bad mood, which happens a lot, and I don't have patience with dealing with her.
Why do you need patience? That's what I'm saying. If you understand that her mood has nothing to do with you, and you stop taking it personally, you don't need patience because it has nothing to do with you. You'll just look at her doing whatever she does, have compassion to realize that she may be caught up in her own fears, but you can also simultaneously have compassion for yourself and realize that her process and her issues and her belief systems and the things that she's caught up in have nothing to do with you. And therefore you don't need patience. And therefore, if you don't need patience, you will never become impatient. You will enjoy the moment for what it is, see it for what it is, experience it in the way that you prefer to, regardless of how she may be experiencing it. And because you're experiencing it in a curious and magical and exciting and interesting way, what will you need patience for? You're having fun, even if she's having a miserable time. So don't take it personally. Don't agree that you are like her in that way. You understand?
Yes.
Because that's what you're getting angry about. You have a belief that you're like her in that way. You don't have to believe that. She may have taught you to think that way, but you don't have to believe it. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So don't agree with it. It's the same idea, the same analogy as someone walking up to you on the street when you're wearing a blue outfit and saying, "I really hate your red outfit." You would look at them like they're crazy and go, "What does that got to do with me? I'm not wearing red." It's the same thing. It has nothing to do with you. Stop making it have something to do with you, because you're the one doing that. She can't do it to you. You're doing it to yourself. And that's where the impatience comes in, because you realize you're doing something to yourself that you don't prefer to do. So you get angry and resentful at her as a projection of the anger and resentment you have toward yourself for doing something to yourself that you don't prefer to do. So take responsibility for your part of it, and don't take her side of it personally. And then you will balance out. And it won't matter what she does, because it has nothing to do with you. And then you can have the compassion to perhaps reflect to her that she can choose to change by seeing an example in you of your change, but you have to allow her not to change. It has to be an unconditional love. But you start by unconditionally loving yourself enough to not adopt and accept things you know have nothing to do with you. You understand?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
One more question.
Oh, all right.
I get a lot of messages to have an unconditional love for everybody.
Yes,
all
like
my
I
friends.
just said.
Yeah. Or even friends and, well,
Yes.
family, you kind of were.
Anyone and everything. Unconditional doesn't mean that you still don't have preferences. It doesn't mean you don't have the ability to observe when something is not compatible with your preferred vibration. Unconditional doesn't mean you fold. It means that you allow others to be what they choose to be, knowing that you can also simultaneously choose to be who you prefer to be. So why not be unconditional? Since they can only affect you if you agree to be affected. Yes?
I'm having a hard time knowing when to walk away from certain friends if they're a little abusive or...
If you recognize that they are being abusive, what is so difficult about recognizing when to walk away? What holds you there? Do you believe you deserve the abuse?
No.
Then why do you keep abusing yourself? Isn't that self-abuse if you expose yourself to the abuse of another?
What do you do if you have a child that doesn't respect you or abuse you? You can't walk away from your child.
A child does require guidance from the parent, but do understand that the child will perceive if you're not respecting yourself, so why should they respect you? You understand?
Yes.
So if you don't self-respect, no one's going to give you a reflection of respect. You can learn a lot from the child by respecting yourself and then receiving the reflection of respect. Not that they have to choose that, but then from a position of self-respect, you will be inspired to understand how to guide them into a position of self-respect for themselves. Because again, it's everyone's duty to be of a vibration where they don't necessarily have to foist anything negative on someone else, because the only reason people do that is because they don't believe in their own self-empowerment. So when you respect yourself, you will come from a place that will inspire you to teach the child how to respect themselves. Because showing someone else disrespect means you're not respecting yourself. Yes?
Yes.
So they may be reflecting your lack of respect for yourself because you expose yourself to abuse and you stand there and take it. What's to respect? You understand?
Yes.
But if you walk away, then you've earned the respect within yourself. Yes?
Yes.
And when you have earned self-respect, you can get more reflections of respect from others. Yes?
Yes.
And you can teach your children how to respect themselves by showing them that there are limits to what you will accept. And by walking away, you show self-respect and thus act as an example for them of how to respect themselves. Yes?
Yes.
It all fits together nicely now, doesn't it?
Yes.
Does this help you?
Yes, very much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our deep respect to you.
Same.
Hello, sir.
And to you, good day, sir.
I've been trying to think of a question.
Well, you don't have to have a question, you know. You can just make a statement if you wish.
Well, here's a statement.
Yes.
As you speak, I see that you don't speak a lot about grounding.
Oh, I already did actually speak about grounding.
Did you?
Remember the pyramid?
Yes.
Well, grounding at the base. That's why the base is so wide, covers a lot of ground. It's a symbol of grounding. And the idea is that you really need to be very grounded in order to explore very high rarefied frequencies.
And
so that you can remain in balance between the two.
And how do we ground ourselves?
You are physically grounded in physical reality, and the idea is being true to yourselves. Again, you have to understand that when we talk about the idea of excitement, we say quite often that excitement is a complete kit. It's the driving engine, it's the organizing principle of your life, it's the complete kit. So the idea is that when you act on your excitement to the best of your ability, and you don't insist on a particular outcome based on that action, then excitement brings you into situations and circumstances that will not only expand your excitement, they will automatically keep you grounded. Yes?
Yes,
because
correct.
it's a complete kit. When we say it's a complete kit, we mean it's a complete kit. Not it's a complete kit, except it left that one component out about grounding you. It
Correct.
will always bring you the guiding system by which you can ground yourself. If you're getting a little too big for your britches and getting a little cocky when you are acting on your excitement, oh, look at me, I'm doing fantastically in an egotistical sort of way, believe me, following your excitement will bring you face to face with a brick wall. Shape up, kid.
Now, a lot of these thoughts that come into our minds with our problems and issues that come up in our
Yes.
everydays,
Yes.
wouldn't a lot of these problems be solved by grounding
These
ourselves?
problems are
or
solved
issues?
by first not identifying them as problems, by defining them as simply challenges. Because the theme you chose to explore in this life is represented by the greatest challenges you face. The first step in understanding how to transform them is to stop defining them as problems, because by definition, a problem is something that's difficult to transform. But if you understand they're a challenge, then you've already eliminated a lot of the difficulty, and you can actually enjoy the challenge. Yes?
Correct.
Thank you. Now that's grounding, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
There you go.
Now,
yes, it is.
Grounding yourself to the planet.
Yes. Is living fully. A life. Living your life as fully as you can will ground you to the planet, because you are the product of the planet. You are the product of the elements of the planet. Being in your true vibration synchronizes you harmoniously with the vibration of the planet and grounds you.
Now, wouldn't
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Now, wouldn't it help to actually plant yourself on the ground?
It can. Is that a permission slip you believe will help you ground? It's a permission slip.
Yes.
Well then, this is why the Buddhists on your planet say that one of the most spiritual things you can do is chop wood, carry water. The simple things in life that you need to do to live on your planet, by enjoying them, by understanding they are spiritual acts, by understanding that they are part of your physical existence, will ground you. So certainly, lying on the ground, rolling in the grass, leaning up against a tree, smelling a flower, tasting delicious food, all those physical things can be permission slips to allow you to really sink your senses into the idea of physicality in a beautiful way. And that can be grounding and simultaneously very uplifting spiritually. So it's again a balancing act.
Correct. Now, wouldn't that help with your vibrations also?
Did I not already say so? Did I not just say so?
Yes.
Well, then, why ask that question?
Okay.
Are you grounded in this conversation? Are you paying attention to what you're actually being told? Or are you just thinking about the next thing you want to ask, which is not a grounded state?
Correct.
So, be grounded here. Pay attention that you're actually being given the information you're asking for sometimes before you ask the question. And therefore, if you already have the information, you don't need to ask the question. Yes?
Yes.
All right. Does this help you?
Yes.
Anything else?
Yes.
All right.
Co-creating.
Co-creating, yes.
Perceptions.
Yes.
I understand that our reality that we're creating ourselves.
Your reality experience, yes.
Our reality experience. For example, like an individual said earlier, no debt in the future, you know, bartering, whatever, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, et cetera,
now,
et cetera.
It's easy for me to say that I'm going to think that that's going to happen in my future, my perception.
But is it easy for you to believe that it could?
Yes, it's very easy.
All right.
But since we're co-creating, wouldn't everybody else have to be perceiving the same thing?
One more time, I'll explain. As you shift from parallel reality to parallel reality, you will simply shift to a version of Earth that already contains the versions of the people that already believe that. The other people may not shift with you. You understand? They may remain on a planet that never experiences that, a version of Earth that never experiences that. But these are different people. They may look the same, but they're not. When you shift to another reality, you're not the same person. You're not in the same reality. You don't have the same body. Literally. I don't care if you think it looks the same, it's not the same. That's an illusion of continuity that you're creating along with everyone else in the co-creation. So the idea is that you're shifting to a version of Earth that is already populated by versions of the people you thought you knew that are new people who are already reflective of the change you've made within yourself. And therefore you're already shifting into a reality that already contains the co-creation agreement of that idea. You're not actually on the same planet, and you're not actually interacting with the same people. You're just acting with a representation of them that is now more in sync with your preference. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that answer your question then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I am bold, and I will speak clearly so others may hear what I have to say.
Why, thank you. Good day to you.
Good day to you too, Bashar. Bashar.
Yes.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you for what you're doing here, and also thank Darryl Anka for channeling you through him.
It is our pleasure. It is his pleasure. You are our pleasure.
Bashar, I've recently learned about you this year.
Yes.
Through watching YouTube videos.
Oh, all right.
It really resonated with me, all the videos that I watched of you.
That would be the reason I would assume you're probably here.
Yes.
If it hadn't, you'd be somewhere else, and that's okay too.
Yes, I've followed my greatest excitement.
Why, thank you. I am following mine too. What a coincidence that we both share so much in common.
Bashar, I was wondering if you can assist me.
I am assisting you. But remember that I'm assisting you to assist yourself, yes?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I am assisting you to assist yourself, yes?
Yes.
That's what I'm assisting you with. Learning how to assist yourself.
Thank
Becoming
you.
self-empowered. So
Thank
I am assisting you. In what way would you like us to reflect to you what you already know to be true?
Bashar, 11 years ago, when I was 22 years old, I started to lose hair.
Oh, all right.
And
where did you lose it? Under the couch? Do you need To hire a hair hound to find it?
No.
Oh, all right.
Actually, at that age,
yes,
I kind of panicked.
Why?
And
I was born with no hair and never had any. The males in our society have no hair. Ever.
Well, that's one of my questions. Why is there hair loss?
Well, for a variety of reasons. Everything has an energetic reason, which translates into a physiological reason. But sometimes it is part of the overall theme that you're exploring, and sometimes it's simply allowed to be what is in physical reality, because by choosing that particular incarnation, it was simply something that you didn't even really care about at the time when you chose it, because you knew it would be inconsequential to the idea of your path. So it didn't really matter. Nevertheless, it can be a sign and a reflection of many things, both positive and negative. What do you prefer it to be? Positive or negative?
Positive.
Well, then there's no cause for panic, is there?
Absolutely not.
All right, so?
Well, at that age, I did panic and I begged my parents.
But you are now a different age.
Yes, I am a different age now.
So you are no longer panicked?
I am no longer panicked, but...
Then why are we having this conversation? Why are we having this conversation about it?
Well, I got a hair transplant at the age of 22.
Oh, all right, and?
And...
how's it working out for you?
I regretted it the day I got it, and
All
I knew
right.
it would be one of my biggest mistakes.
Well, again, you
And-
have learned something. Many people on your planet will refine the understanding of what they prefer by first experiencing something they don't by comparison. So they have more clarity about what they do prefer.
Yes.
You can shave it off, can't you?
Yes, I can.
Well,
Yes.
so not such a big deal, is it?
Well, there's kind of shame in
Why?
having a scar on the back of my head, and
Yes. Why is it shame as opposed to pride in having discovered something that works for you?
Well, it reeks of insecurity, superficialness.
That's what you're saying. Why are you defining it that way? Don't you know how many women on your planet love scars? And think it's very manly to have a scar? Don't you know that?
I have yet to meet one.
But you know why you have yet to meet one? Because you're defining it as something shameful.
Yes, this is where I need your help.
Well, I just gave you the answer. Why would you want to attract someone who has the same definition of shame that you do? So when you change the definition and you relax the idea of what you think other people will think of you, and when you stop thinking of yourself in a negative way and stop berating yourself and negatively judging yourself for the actions that you take and chalk it up to, oh, well, that was an interesting adventure, so what? Then you will attract individuals who will also have the same attitude. Who cares? Really, who cares? Who cares that you would care about? There may be people who care. There may be people who look at it as a shameful thing. Oh, ooh, that was terrible. Oh my God, that's horrible. But those aren't the people you really want to hang out with, is it? Is it?
No, it's not.
So why be bothered by that? Why not simply know that if you treat yourself with respect in this matter, that there will other people come along who will treat you the same way? Why not focus on that reality? Why give in to definitions you don't prefer about it, and thus continue to experience effects that you don't prefer about it? Are you harebrained?
I'm sorry, harebrained?
Yes. You understand the term in your language, harebrained? A harebrained scheme? A crazy scheme? Harebrained.
Harebrained.
It's a term in your language.
It's my first time hearing it.
All right. Look it up. But the idea is that you're focusing on the idea of the hair, and you're focusing on the idea of loss and all these other negative definitions about it.
I like to end it here. I like to finish it here right now.
Finish it. It's finished. Do what you want. Shave it off, grow it again, have it redone another way. It's up to you. It really is. It only matters how you perceive yourself in all of these explorations. These explorations are giving you an opportunity to understand that you have negative definitions about yourself. You understand?
Yes, yes.
So this experience has illuminated for you how many negative definitions you have about yourself.
Yes.
Isn't that a beautiful thing to discover so that you can let them go?
Absolutely.
Then your hair has served you well.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Well, can you let it go?
Yes, I let it go.
All right. Well, thank you.
Bashar,
now, you just had an entire audience of people applaud you on this subject. Does that give you some understanding that it's possible?
Absolutely.
All
yes.
right. Thank you.
Bashar,
yes.
my next question has to do with cannabis.
Yes. We've already been talking about this to some degree.
Yes. In your videos, you say that when you're smoking enough cannabis, that you don't need to smoke, where you can get to that.
I just said it again tonight. The teachers teach you how to feel, how to recognize a particular frequency vibration that allows you to explore other dimensional levels. Once that has been instilled within you, once you believe you understand it, once you believe you get it, you can generate the energy yourself and you no longer need the teacher. Continuing to think you need the teacher beyond the timing you actually need the teacher is called addiction. Because what you're doing is saying, I always need this, and then it doesn't become a teacher, it becomes a crutch. And it becomes a reflection of the idea that you're not self-empowered. And that's not what the teachers are designed to do. They're designed to let you know that if you can experience that vibration, you have that ability to create that vibration within you, or you could never have had that experience regardless of what you inhaled. You understand?
Yes.
So, if you understand it, if you finally get it, all right, once, twice, 3 times the charm, as you say, by then the idea is that you know what that feels like. You can generate that energy just by remembering what that feels like. And as soon as you understand that that's the same thing as being in the state, then you can act from that state and you will have applied the lessons of the teacher instead of constantly going back to school. Haven't you graduated this class yet? The teacher says. I taught you 6 years ago in this class. Why haven't you graduated to the next class? Why are you hanging around, still reading the same textbook over and over and over again? Get out of here. Yes?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
Why, thank you.
But Bashar, one last thing.
You said that was the last
I'm sorry. Did I just... one last thing, Bashar.
Okay, but just one.
Yes. On November 30th...
Yes.
Of this year, I watched one of your videos where you talk about Mozart.
Yes.
Symphony 7, Movement 2, I believe. First 3 minutes of that part.
Yes, but it wasn't Mozart.
I'm sorry, Beethoven.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I was listening to that on YouTube. There's a 30-minute loop of it.
Yes. And?
And well, while I was meditating, you said to wash away all emotions, all negativity that you have,
yes,
and whatnot.
It's a permission slip.
Yes.
If it works for you, wonderful. If it doesn't, that's fine too.
And so I meditated to that,
yes.
and I experienced so many different emotions. I was crying, and
that's good.
And then I was laughing hysterically.
That's good too.
And then my head was kind of moving back and forth.
Yay.
And my hand was also moving like this, like a conductor in an orchestra.
Yes.
And
when are you going to say something unexpected?
And then I became Beethoven.
Yes. You aligned with that frequency and understood the intention of the creation of that music.
Yes. And ever since that, I can't stop listening to music. And I bought a
that's horrible.
No, it's
what a tragedy. I feel so sad for you. My goodness. Yes. How can you stand it? Must be sheer torture. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for aligning with the music of the spheres and something that is far more representative of your natural, true vibration. Each of you is a song, a beautiful song. sing that song to yourself.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania!
We have a question from our Ustream listeners.
All right.
And that question is, can you speak more on the comet Ison and what happened with that comet?
Well, it's still happening. It is still in its trajectory around the sun, close to your planet, relatively speaking. And again, the idea is that whatever magnitude of brightness it may display can be, again, a permission slip symbol of the raising of the frequency of your collective consciousness more and more and more. It is a representation of timing in that sense. And oh, by the way, it's a comet. Thank you. It's not a spaceship or anything like that. It's a comet. But the idea is it's a symbolic representation of your collective consciousness to show you the timing of the year of transformation and to give you an understanding by its reflection of how much you have changed vibrationally. In that sense, it's like sending off sparklers or lighting your birthday candle. So the idea thus then is to take solace and assurance from the understanding that it's a reflection of how much you've changed and how bright you are shining now.
Yippee.
Kaye.
I'm thinking that on that uplifting note,
yes,
that maybe it's time to have the holotope experience.
Then we will allow you a very short break and we will continue with the holotope meditation when we retransmit. Enjoy a short break. I'll say we will continue the transmission in the following way. Everyone relax. Take a deep breath in and let it out gently. Take another deep breath in and let it out gently. And one more breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it. And blow. Continue to breathe in a gentle and easy manner. And as you do, allow your lights to dim, allow your music to come up, and allow yourselves to focus on the holotope, on the center, and the array of lines of light that radiate outward from this central point. And allow yourself to recognize the spiral patterns within this image. Spirals. Spirals like the number 9. Spiraling out from the center, expanding in the same manner as the Fibonacci spiral in nature. Radiating outward, encompassing the entirety of the cosmos. Stretching to infinity. The spiral of 9, the vibration of 9, the cycles of 9. As you continue to relax and breathe, allow yourselves to go deeper within your being, deep into your centers of contemplation, deep into your centers of meditation, deep into your center of relaxation, deep into your place of perfect peace, where everything comes together, and all the spirals of 9 that stretch from infinity back to you curl and spiral into the center with you, connecting to you, surrounding you, anchoring you, stabilizing you, while at the same time feeding you an unlimited amount of information and energy, balancing you, energizing you. Allow yourselves to feel not only your place of perfect peace and balance, but also the pulse of the energy, the power of the energy, of the vibration of standing on the threshold between your physical reality and the higher dimensional planes of all that is. You are standing on the borderline of the country of your physical realm, gazing out to the endless horizon of the vast array of dimensions of experience that all touch the border upon which you stand, that all lap upon the shores of your reality, bringing with them the waves of energy from distant seas and different lands, all coming to you, wave after wave, wave after wave, gently, beautifully, the beautiful rushing sound that lulls you with its white noise into a beautiful, relaxing, vibrational state. The cycles of 9 begin to awaken within you. Patterns begin to form within you. Windows begin to open within you. Doors begin to swing wide within you. And all the cycles and the patterns and the vibrations overlap, reinforcing each other. Waves up and down upon which you float. Eddies and currents of cycles overlapping, blending, merging, separating out again, radiating out from the central source to the rest of creation, and radiating back in, overlapping in beautiful patterns, radiating circles in and out simultaneously. And as you contemplate and meditate and vibrate to the cycles of 9, you know that anytime you prefer, anytime you so desire, anytime you wish, you can stand upon that shore and gaze at that infinite horizon and know and feel and see that all the information you need is coming to you from all directions to your place of perfect peace, your place of balance, the center of your being. 9. 9. 9. The vibration resonates within you like a bell and allows you to feel the exuberance and intelligence contained within. The vibration of potentiality, of exploration, of completion, of the ending of one cycle and the beginning of another, that contains also within it the square root of the cycles of 3s, of the triangles and the tetrahedrons and the pyramids that are representative of the underlying template structure of physical reality, that rise 3 times 3 itself to the cycle of completion, to the vibration of 9, and carries you aloft to distant shores at the speed of light, which forms the skin of the bubble of your reality, and in which you see and experience the reflection of all things contained within your reality, accessible by you. with the lightest touch of the gentlest finger upon your hand, you touch the inner skin of that reflectivity, the inner mirror of the higher mind that is the bubble, the threshold, the border of your dimension of experience. And it ripples out. And in the waves, the beautiful vibrating waves that ripple out from your gentle touch upon that inner bubble skin, is contained all the music and all the information, all the life, light, and love of the allowance and unconditional support of creation and all that is. And you float within this bubble, connected to all these spiral energy beings, radiating in and out simultaneously, mixing and blending and harmonizing within you, allowing you to float upon the current of this endless horizon sea of beauty. 9. And with every number and with every vibration, you go deeper within yourself and remain floating in this place of perfect balance and harmony and peace. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the cycles begin again, and the windows and doors open, and patterns overlay your reality to allow you to harmonize and align with the template of the windows and the cycles of 9 for contact, not only with beings in the cosmos, but for contact with all levels and vibrations of your own consciousness. And as you allow that template and that pattern to sink and reside and absorb within you, you feel the spiral energy of motion and action. And you feel yourself slowly spinning, floating in the void, inside the beautiful crystalline shell of the bubble of the threshold of your reality that is formed as a bubble of light, beautiful, scintillating, vibrating light of many beautiful colors and reflections. 1, and your frequency begins to rise. 2, and rises higher still. 3, and continues to expand. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, until you become not only the contents of the bubble, and every space within do you fill, but you are the skin of the bubble itself, you are the threshold itself, you are the border itself. You are the skin of your reality between inner and outer. And all things in physical reality are contained holographically within you, as are represented by the holotope before you. And you are gazing into the eye of the all that is. It is a mirror reflecting back to you, your own gaze. The cycles of completion are the beginnings of new cycles. And the beginnings of new cycles will always lead to the cycles of completion. And forever familiar shall be this land, this border, this country that is yours, that is within you. Your reality is beautiful, mysterious, and spiritual, and mystical, and contains all the information you need, all the information you require, presented to you in synchronous waves that lap upon the shore from your infinite horizon. You are a bubble floating in a sea of bubbles, infinitely expanding outward in spirals of 9, 9, 9. Allow yourself to breathe this in, gently, beautifully, clearly, and exhale the crystal clarity of the new environment of your reality, of your shifting vibrations into parallel world after parallel world, along the lines of 9, the spirals of 9, the cycles of 9, opening new doors and windows within your world, so that you may see that even within the bubble there is infinity, and you are at the center, always at the center of an infinite sea of awareness, of intelligence, of knowledge, of emotion, of action, of being, of life, light, and love that is always streaming to you and from you in your web, your net, your spirals of 9. Take a deep breath in and make it your own. Crystallize it with the crystal clarity of the snowflakes of the season. And you are crystallizing the vibration in your neurological net of all cycles, so that you may know that you are on the journey to become the master of cycles, the master of the threshold, the masters of the crossing, and that you will eventually and ultimately expand into the infinite sea that lies beyond your border. But while you stand upon that threshold, you shall know and shall feel that that land contains all that you require, all that you need. You are infinitely supported, abundantly supported, perfectly timed. You are this aspect of all that is. Take a deep breath in and make it your own, and let it out. Take a deep breath in and let it out. And take a deep breath in and hold it, and hold it, and hold it, and blow like the north wind, and crystallize that reality, crystallize that vibration, crystallize, crystallize, crystallize. The cycles of 9 are now open to you. The patterns overlay your life and will act as the eddies and currents that guide you in spirals, cycles of wonder and discovery, expansion and ecstasy, beauty and love. Allow your music to soften. Allow your lights to dim. And allow yourselves to remain at rest, focused on the mirror of the infinite eye of all that is, that you are gazing back at you. For this is your life and light and love eternally. Continue to breathe gently and easily and feel within your heart, within your mind, within your body, and within your soul the unconditional love and deep appreciation that we send to you always. You never need to step outside that stream, for you have all you need here and now. Our unconditional love to you, the sweetest of dreams, is what you are. Allow yourselves to come into the new reality slowly, waking up lucidly in the new dream, for you are a new dream at this moment, on this day. The cycle of transformation will continue, but will be overlaid by the cycle of reinvention, and we will share this with you in the next dream. Sweet dreams.